Trump has taken charge of this situation. And Maria, after he was elected, you began to see things change. And the fact that he has told Hamas there will be all hell breaking loose, they know that because they know if Donald Trump tells them something, he is going to take that action. And Steve Witkoff has stayed through this negotiation process. He is bringing entities together. If we get this finalized, it is not because of Joe Biden. It is because of Donald J. Trump, and it is in spite of Joe Biden and his team's efforts.
The Supreme Court has yet to make its ruling on TikTok and this ban that's coming up. Chinese parent company ByteDance has until this Sunday to divest its U.S. operations or face a ban in America. The Washington Post says Trump is, quote, considering an executive order once in office that would suspend the enforcement of the TikTok ban or sale law for 60 to 90 days, buying the administration some time to negotiate a sale or an alternative solution. Where do you think this is going? I mean, thousands of American TikTok users joining China-based social media app RedNote in anticipation. Experts say they're moving out of TikTok and into RedNote. The app could carry even greater security risks than TikTok, Senator. Your thoughts?
This AI trade finder will handpick you options trades every morning on autopilot. Hi, my name's Charlie Moon, and I'm going to send you my new guide, Trading with AI, for 100% free, no strings attached. You'll discover how you can get access to some of the most advanced AI.
And what we know is that the Chinese Communist Party is desperate to maintain access to data and information of U.S. users because what they do is to build a virtual you. What they have done with TikTok, the reason it was banned, it is so invasive. So the goal has to be putting the burden on these platforms, finding a way to protect U.S. users and their data and their information, and not have this spyware invading everyone's phone.
Do you believe that Trump's nominees will all be confirmed? There were some questions about Tulsi Gabbard as well.
Yeah. Oh, I think everybody's going to get confirmed, Maria. They are doing such a great job. We're so proud of them. And indeed, everyone should be confirmed. And bear in mind, we're going to be working in the Senate as soon as the inaugural is complete. We're going to be confirming nominees. We're going to be advancing nominees, marking them up in hearings. We may even do a hearing or two on inaugural afternoon.
I'm not sure how I feel about
so Senator, the hearing on inaugural afternoon would focus where? On TikTok or on your plans to execute Trump's agenda?
On the nominees. On the nominees to get them pushed through the process. So we want to complete this. We're working on the Lincoln Riley Act. We would like to get that back over to the House and then to the President's desk as soon as we possibly can after he is sworn in. We're looking forward to the 100 executive orders that he is going to execute the afternoon after he is sworn in. We think that is a good start. It might take us 1,000 executive orders to undo all the bad that Joe Biden has done. But the point is, Maria, we are going to be there working. We are not going to waste one single minute of the Donald J. Trump administration.
Do you expect the tax extensions to be in the first package?
The tax extensions, I think, are going to take a little bit longer to work out. At Finance Committee, we have worked through this process. We are ready to begin moving forward, and you will see Senate Finance move forward with how we would approach this. Of course, the House is going to have to initiate this. We're going to do all we can to help them to be judicious in how they approach it and to look at pegging to current policy, not to current law, which will make the process easier.
All right, we'll leave it there. We'll be watching your work, Senator. It's great to talk with you this morning. Thank you. Marsha Blackburn this morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What if there was a way to know if a stock will be bullish or bearish the day before? The truth is, there actually is one way.
Hey everybody, this is Michael Love. I'm in the middle of New York City, obviously at the Charging Bull here.
pretty representative, as options trading has become one of the fastest growing money-making opportunities out there. Trade with me now is very different. I'm going to show you how we're different. Is your trading account suffering right now, but you're wondering, what do I do to start winning consistently and start making those big returns you've seen other traders make, the returns that you know are possible? Here's the honest truth. I struggled like that for a while. Trading did not replace my job for 15 years until I basically had a stroke of luck. My cousin, who's a professional stock trader, making over $2 million a year, finally had me over to his house and show me some behind the curtain stuff, so to speak. I know that sounds a little storybook, but it was quite honestly the missing piece I needed to get to the next level. I was a decent trader before that, but once I learned to look at a specific set of market internals every day, which I call the market weather report, that's when things really took off for me. I'm actually a chef. You can look me up, Chef Michael Love. I wrote a cookbook called the Salvage Chef Cookbook, but I love trading, and I got tired of the hard work and long hours of being in the kitchen. When I finally cracked the code of trading, I was able to quit my job as an executive chef in Miami and trade full time. I started Trade With Me Now because friends and family were knocking my door down, asking me to trade for them or text them what I was doing. It all just became way too much. So on the suggestion of a friend, I started this company to help other people make money trading and to make some money in the process myself. So every month, I send out on average 20 to 30 trades to our members. These are the exact trades I'm taking in my own account day in and day out in real time. Our members get the trade right before I take it. Every alert includes the ticker, the expiration date of the option, the price you should grab it at, and why I'm taking the trade, everything. Then I send out a text when you should get out of the trade. And it's also the only two-way trade alert service out there. That means if you have a question about the trade, you can just text back and you'll get an answer from me personally. Please let us know if you see this from any other service, because we're yet to find it anywhere else. It doesn't matter what level trader you're at. If you're a brand new beginner, you can start just following the trades within the first week or two. And here's the best part. When you join Trade With Me Now, you get 30 days of text alerts included, so that you can try them out and make sure they're profitable within the first month. This is truly the fastest way to trading success, with none of the pain of trading in the dark and spinning your wheels for years. Click the button below to see the whole offer and get started today. And listen, don't take my word for it. We literally have a full wall of hundreds of these testimonials from members, and they're all unsolicited. I obviously don't have enough time to go through all the member reviews here, or even cover our entire offer. So just click the button below and head over to tradewithmenow.com to check out everything that you get for an extremely low price. People love Trade With Me Now because when you're following our trades, you're following my trades in real time. And there really is no substitute for trading with a professional who's profitable. There are a couple of key aspects that set Trade With Me Now apart from any other trade alert service and any other trading training company. First, we have the only two-way text alert service in the industry. What does that mean? It means if you have a question about the trade, all you have to do is text it back and you'll receive a response in real time. Next, for full-time members, we have live training sessions 4 times per week, including one live session during trading hours on Tuesday mornings, where you can see my whole trading process live. And above and beyond all of this, I teach you every aspect of my system through a comprehensive training course, which you can go through at your own pace. Not only that, we give you the one and only indicator you'll ever need to be a successful trader, no matter how much other people want to sell you on expensive toys that don't help your bottom line. We don't do that here at Trade With Me Now. I give you my professional trading plan so you know exactly what to do at every step of the way. And I give you our proprietary trade tracker, which will help you know exactly what you're doing right and where you took a misstep. Not to mention, we also have an extremely active Facebook community where you'll get an answer to any question that you have fast. Between the course, the live training sessions, the two-way trade alerts, and everything else you get at Trade With Me Now, and there's a lot more, you have everything you need to win in the market consistently, make that side income, and eventually kick your JOB to the curb. Get rich and live life on your own terms. Click the button below to learn more about what you get, what the investment is, and how to get started right away. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the live sessions on the inside.
You know what I hate more than anything? Terrible Chinese products. Did you know that those little things will shatter if you drop them from shoulder height? This is Stop Box, and the best part about it, it's all mechanical.
I don't need a Stop Box. I just need to teach my kids gun safety.
How are you going to teach a 1 or 2-year-old? Or what if I have one of my friends over and I didn't have enough time to teach them gun safety yet?
Okay, but I would never lock up my gun. If I need my gun, every second counts.
Where are you going to put it now?
I keep it in my drawer.
Nothing is faster to access than a stop box. It's even faster than a drawer. Let's do a test. Intruder!
Are you aware of any factual basis to investigate Liz Cheney? Yes or no?
Senator, that's a hypothetical, and I'm not going to answer that
No,
question.
it's not hypothetical.
No one has asked me to investigate.
But the president
Liz.
has
We're
called,
also worried about Liz Cheney,
the
Senator.
president has
You know
called
what we
for
should
this.
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
The
please
crime rate
answer
in
my questions.
California right now
You
is
are aware,
through the roof.
Ms. Bondi,
Your robberies are 87% higher than the national
my question
average.
is this.
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I won't
I'm just
do it.
asking you a simple
I
question.
won't play
If you can
politics
speak truth
with any
to
ongoing
power.
investigation,
So let me ask you another.
like you did leaking your colleague Devin Nunes's memo.
If
Listen, I'm
hundreds
not
of
going to
cases on the first
mislead
day?
this body nor you.
All right, let me ask another question. You don't want to answer that. Let me ask
You were
another question.
censured by
It will
Congress,
also-
Senator, for
it will
comments just
also-
like this that
it
are
will
so reckless.
also
Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi clashing with California Senator Adam Schiff during day one of her Senate confirmation hearing yesterday. Bondi also questioned the weaponization of the Department of Justice, the surge of crime under the Biden administration.
I want you to talk to Tennesseans, to Californians, to all Americans about what you're going to do to get this crime rate down in this country.
Despite the questions from Senator Schiff, I look forward to working with you and the state of California to do everything we can to fight violent crime in California. And you know as well as I, that crime is only going to go through the roof now after these forest fires. You're going to have looting. You're going to have price gouging. You're going to have so many things that I have dealt with in the state of Florida, and I am committed to working with California just as much as I am committed to working with you, Senator Kennedy, in the tragedy that just took place in Louisiana. But we've got to ensure, if I'm confirmed, that everyone in this country is safe.
Joining me now is Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn, a member of the Senate Judiciary, Finance, Commerce, and Veterans Affairs Committee. Senator, thanks so much for being here. You questioned Pam Bondi yesterday, as well as questioning Transportation Secretary nominee Sean Duffy, and today you'll be questioning Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent. You also walked with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to his hearing Tuesday. What's your takeaway on getting these nominees confirmed?
We are going to get these nominees confirmed, Maria. They are doing an outstanding job. I am just so honored to be a part of this process and to see these nominees step forward. And Pam Bondi yesterday did just a masterful job in holding her own, being calm, not taking the bait from the Democrats, pushing back on people like Adam Schiff, who was so disrespectful to her, and she was very gracious to him. But what was so interesting, they want to talk about the past. They have learned nothing from the elections in November, and they're not talking about the things the American people are talking about, which is rising crime, things that are happening at the border, what we see happening with gangs in communities. And that is what the American people wanted to hear. They wanted to hear about transparency and a restoration of respect at the U.S. Department of Justice. And the Democrats didn't want to talk about that at all.
Well, it's unbelievable when you consider the crime spiking in California, as well as all of those gangs that you just mentioned, the Tren de Aragua gang, harassing people across the country, this gang from Venezuela. And what does Adam Schiff ask about? Liz Cheney?
You just can't make it up.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened with that committee in the House. We do know Adam Schiff was censored. We do know he subpoenaed records from a call with a reporter. We do know what he did to Devin Nunes. But then they continue to talk about the January 6th committee. You continue to hear about preemptive pardons for people that were a part of that process. So it really makes you wonder, did they operate outside the law? And people are correct in asking that question because they are mighty worried about it now. And they do not want to focus on the issues of the border, of crime, of safety and security. They're all about the past and covering their steps.
Meanwhile, President Trump was adamant about having those hostages in Gaza returned before he returns to the White House. Israel is now delaying its cabinet vote to approve this ceasefire deal with Hamas. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is accusing the terrorist group of backtracking on parts of the agreement. I'd like to know what you can tell us about this. President Biden is trying to take credit for everything on this deal. He did so during his farewell speech last night. President-elect Trump, meanwhile, posted this on Truth Social. This epic ceasefire agreement could have only happened as a result of our historic victory in November. My national security team, through the efforts of Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never again becomes a terrorist-safe haven. Arab officials told the Times of Israel Steve Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy, swayed Netanyahu more in one meeting than Biden did all year, Senator. First question is, do you know where we stand on this ceasefire agreement and your reaction to how we got here?
And we got here because President Trump has taken charge of this situation. And Maria, after he was elected, you began to see things change. And the fact that he has told Hamas there will be all hell breaking loose, they know that because they know if Donald Trump tells them something, he is going to take that action. And Steve Witkoff has stayed through this negotiation process. He is bringing entities together. If we get this finalized, it is not because of Joe Biden. It is because of Donald J. Trump, and it is in spite of Joe Biden and his team's efforts.
The Supreme Court has yet to make its ruling on TikTok and this ban that's coming up. Chinese parent company ByteDance has until this Sunday to divest its U.S. operations or face a ban in America. The Washington Post says Trump is, quote, considering an executive order once in office that would suspend the enforcement of the TikTok ban or sale law for 60 to 90 days, buying the administration some time to negotiate a sale or an alternative solution. Where do you think this is going? I mean, thousands of American TikTok users joining China-based social media app RedNote in anticipation. Experts say they're moving out of TikTok and into RedNote. The app could carry even greater security risks than TikTok, Senator. Your thoughts?
And what we know is that the Chinese Communist Party is desperate to maintain access to data and information of U.S. users because what they do is to build a virtual you. What they have done with TikTok, the reason it was banned, it is so invasive. So the goal has to be putting the burden on these platforms, finding a way to protect U.S. users and their data and their information and not have this spyware invading everyone's phone.
Do you believe that Trump's nominees will all be confirmed? There were some questions about Tulsi Gabbard as well.
Yeah. Oh, I think everybody's going to get confirmed, Maria. They are doing such a great job. We're so proud of them. And indeed, everyone should be confirmed. And bear in mind, we're going to be working in the Senate as soon as the inaugural is complete. We're going to be confirming nominees. We're going to be advancing nominees, marking them up in hearings. We may even do a hearing or two on inaugural afternoon.
I see. Okay. So, Senator, the hearing on inaugural afternoon would focus where? On TikTok or on your plans to execute Trump's
No,
agenda?
on the nominees, to get them pushed through the process. So we want to complete this. We're working on the Lake and Riley Act. We would like to get that back over to the House and then to the President's desk as soon as we possibly can after he is sworn in. We're looking forward to the 100 executive orders that he is going to execute the afternoon after he is sworn in. We think that is a good start. It might take us 1,000 executive orders to undo all the bad that Joe Biden has done. But the point is, Maria, we are going to be there working. We are not going to waste one single minute of the Donald J. Trump administration.
Do you expect the tax extensions to be in the first package?
The tax extensions, I think, are going to take a little bit longer to work out. At Finance Committee, we have worked through this process. We are ready to begin moving forward, and you will see Senate Finance move forward with how we would approach this. Of course, the House is going to have to initiate this. We're going to do all we can to help them to be judicious in how they approach it and to look at pegging to current policy, not to current law, which will make the process easier.
All right, we'll leave it there. We'll be watching your work, Senator. It's great to talk with you this morning. Thank you. Marsha Blackburn this morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I do have Kevin O'Leary with me. He's known as Mr. Wonderful, and he's itching to get his 2 cents worth in on Gavin Newsom. Give me 30 seconds.
And Bass. I think every taxpayer in America, including those in California, would like to tie this aid to removing Newsom and Bass. Now, gone. Part of the deal would be, and I know Trump likes new ideas, here's one, not a dime until those two are whacked from their jobs immediately. They are so incompetent, and all of the decisions they've made led to this, and they're still making mistakes. They're horrific managers. Whack them.
Okay, I want to talk TikTok with you in just one moment. Meanwhile, I want to talk about inflation. We have the latest read on inflation at the producer level this morning. Take us through it, Lauren.
So first you got the strong jobs report and now cooling inflation. That's the story. Wholesale prices rose 0.2% in December. That was half the increase seen in November. Annually, 3.3%. At the core level, that's when you take out food and energy, up 3.5% on an annual basis. So subdued, tamer than expected, and the reaction on Wall Street is stocks up, yields down. The main event is tomorrow, consumer prices.
That's the big one. That's tomorrow. Thanks so much, Lauren. Now this, the Wall Street Journal reports that Chinese officials are discussing selling TikTok to Elon Musk. Come back in again, Kevin. China calls this report pure fiction. You're laughing. What do you make of it?
I expect to have one of these stories emerge every hour until the justices render their decision. The speculation when there's a void of information is like a wildfire. It's just, all I know, and Frank would say the same thing, we're in a partnership. We're the only syndicate that put a real bid in front of the company, in front of the bankers, in front of the shareholders, and in front of the Chinese government. We want to help them win that 90-day stay. That's what's important. People say, oh, it won't turn off on midnight. If you're Oracle and you see this act of Congress actually say at midnight on the 19th, you'll be in breach of it. You turn those servers off in Virginia. TikTok goes dark. We don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen. My businesses use it every day. There's 6 million American businesses that depend on it. Let's get them the 90-day stay and start engaging with us in this purchase, because that's their only option.
The ideal situation to you is delay, make them a bid, they accept the bid, and ownership and control of TikTok passes to American hands.
After there's a time of 90 days to negotiate the deal and see the data room. But this is an option that gives them time, which is what they desperately need right now. Then it becomes Trump's deal. This is Trump's deal at the end of the day. After 12:05 on January 20th, it's Trump's deal.
You just met with Trump and the Premier of Alberta in Canada. That's the Canadian province, Daniel Smith. You met in Mar-a-Lago. You discussed developing the world's largest data center in Canada. Is that what you were talking about? Amongst other things.
Other things. By the way, do I not look fabulous in that Don Johnson Miami Vice suit?
I didn't notice.
Oh, my goodness. This is beautiful. Anyways,
it's not your uniform. You have a uniform.
I know, but I thought that day was so sunny and beautiful. I said, I'm going to wear something a little funky chicken, which is what I did. I enjoyed it. The discussions we had were really about Alberta being the #1 trading partner in the United States. I mean, Trump wants to build a pipeline. She's the queen bee of the pipeline. I wanted her to have a personal relationship with Trump and the administration. The only way to do it was to go to Mar-a-Lago. That woman knows how to work a room. That's exactly what she did over 2 days. And I think she now has something no other Canadian politician has right now, a personal relationship. Even though it may be adversarial right now, it's the beginning of a negotiation. That's what occurred. Data center was on the books, the pipeline was on the books, tariffs were on the books. There's so many things to talk about. And I suggested to Trump, stop talking to Trudeau. The guy's going to get whacked in the election. A red wave is going right across the United States like it did, or in Canada, just like it did in the United States. Let them elect a new leader and start negotiations after they have a leadership like you have, President, because you've got a 4-year majority mandate. Let a Canadian get one, then go to work. Hold off on the tariffs for like 90 days, 100 days. We'll see what happens. I hope it didn't land on deaf ears.
I do want to get back to this breaking news that we started off the program with. A source, again, briefed on the Gaza ceasefire negotiations, telling Fox News, quote, a ceasefire and hostage release deal has been reached. I want to bring in Edward Lawrence. He's at the White House with whether the president has responded to this breaking news. Edward.
Yeah, President Joe Biden has not responded as of yet to this. They're waiting for confirmation from their side before we do expect a statement from President Biden on this. A Hamas official is also telling Fox News that they have reached an agreement. Now, we are told from Fox News that Qatari Prime Minister himself was actually inside the room for the end of these negotiations and pressed Hamas to accept this deal. It's going to roll out in 3 phases. In all, there's going to be 23 hostages that are alive that will be released. 10 hostages that are believed to be dead will be released. The bodies of those will be brought home laid to rest. There are also going to be young girls in the first round, as well as humanitarian hostages that will be released in this. Again, the pause of this is going to be 42 days, or about 6 weeks in a pause in fighting. And just now, President-elect Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released shortly. Thank you. You see that right there. His representatives were involved in this. Now, the White House stressing, though, that this was Jake Sullivan as well as their representatives on the ground for weeks that had worked, months actually, worked with these groups in order to get these hostages released. At the end of this process, President Trump had his delegates in the room to try and work through and see what kind of agreement could be done. Now we see that there is an agreement we're hearing out of the Middle East from sources there. So again, in exchange for these hostages, both dead and alive, being released, Israel will have to give up what we're told hundreds of Palestinians. We don't have an exact number on that again. But again, this is good news for some. The ceasefire will be in place. Families will get some alive, 23 at least people home, hostages to their families. And then you can have 10 others who will have final closure on their family members who have been in captivity for more than a year.
And we're looking at these live pictures coming out of Tel Aviv right now. This is about the hostages and the families of these hostages, those that are remaining. And again, I'm glad you're confirming, because we don't know who is alive and who is not. Some of the Israeli officials have been somewhat evasive when you ask, is this hostage alive or dead? That's going to be part of the story. Are they going to be returning individuals that are alive, or are they going to be returning bodies? And I don't know, but go ahead.
In the first phase, it will be the folks who have survived the process, as well as some who did not survive the captivity here. And it's just heartbreaking for those families, we have to say, to finally, one, get closure for their loved ones. But then the others, we don't know what condition the hostages who are alive are coming back in. We also don't know if any Americans are involved in the first round of releases. Again, this is going to be rolled out in phases. So we'll get some bodies of hostages, some alive hostages, and then as those progress, more hostages will be released, to a total of 33.
And Edward, too, I just want to bring in this, and this is something that the Journal is pointing out, and I think it's a very clear point that we need to make, is that the fact that this has been similar to the deal that's been on the table for months, as you've reported from Washington, as we've talked about here. But Hamas in those last few months has been more battered and more put back on their heels in the region. And you also have the Israelis who have, let's be honest, very aggressive and somewhat brilliant in the killing of not just Hamas officials, but Lebanese leadership. And then you also had that strike in Iran, which was unbelievable at the time, Edward.
Yeah, you also have to remember that it was President Joe Biden who said to the Israelis, do not go into Rafah. He pressured them not to do it. The Israelis did it anyway, and that goes to the point where they were able to get a critical Hamas leader and take that person off the board, so to speak. Because of that, it put more pressure on Hamas to maybe come to this agreement. But we're told through Fox News sources that it was the Qatari prime minister at the end of this who ultimately said, do it, pressured the Hamas officials in order to come to this agreement. As we know, we're days away from President-elect Donald Trump coming into office, and he has said that he will not stand for the hostages being still in custody. So, God, we don't know exactly what the president-elect was going to do, but he did say it would be, hell on earth in that region if the hostages were not released. So that could have also added pressure that the transition's coming, and there would be no more of the appeasement that we've seen, and would be more of a hard line coming from the White House next week.
Well, Americans are braced for Joe Biden's last list of lies tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. He leaves office with the lowest approval ratings in the modern era. Bottom of the heap, his ratings on the economy and on foreign affairs.
On that last one, he had well over a year to get any meaningful ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel. He couldn't do it. Now the deal is done, and he is taking credit.
Look, he can try to take all the credit he wants, but you're not going to give it to him. You made that decision. Biden's out. He failed not only on the Middle East, failed on China. Actually, he didn't fail on China for himself. He took a lot of money from China. He got a lot of payoffs. We've seen the pictures. He's lied to us. He's lied to the American people, Dagan, for decades. He told Ronald Reagan in the office about Grenada, if you do something I don't like, I will leak it to the press. He's been there all along, and that's coming from the Reagan family. Fact.
And he enriched Iran.
Literally,
yeah,
uranium and otherwise.
Intentionally. Let's bring in Texas Senator and member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Ted Cruz. Senator, always a pleasure, sir. First and foremost, the answer to the question, why now, with this ceasefire deal, is Donald Trump. It's not Joe Biden.
Look, that's unquestionably the case. President Trump made clear that all hell would be there to pay if Hamas did not release the hostages. We will celebrate the release of the hostages, Americans, Israelis. That is a good thing. And there is a reason there was no deal for the entirety of the Biden presidency, because Biden has been a commander-in-chief who has demonstrated weakness and appeasement. And in fact, I think Biden's weakness and appeasement was a major reason for October 7th and a major reason this war continued as long as it did, because at every stage the Biden White House was undermining Israel and trying to pressure Israel to stop killing terrorists, and that weakness from the president tragically has had horrific results across the globe.
Yeah, Biden's weakness costs lives, Senator.
Yes.
Now to this. 6 of Trump's picks were on the Hill today, explaining to you and your colleagues why they're the right people for the job, including our former colleague, Sean Duffy, for Transportation Secretary. Let's watch this.
As a father of 9 kids, I think about transportation quite a bit, and about transportation safety a lot. My son, John Paul, who I introduced, drives his younger siblings to school every day. And for us, that is precious cargo. Whether driving, flying, or traveling by train, no federal agency impacts Americans' daily lives and loved ones more than the Department of Transportation. We can't let the weight of government hold down innovation at a time when China is leaping forward, nipping at our heels.
The American people are lucky to have him and everybody else. 3 key hearings scheduled for this week, now postponed. Veteran Affairs nominee Doug Collins, Interior nominee Doug Burgum, and DHS nominee Kristi Noem. Commerce Secretary nominee Howard Lutnick, also that hearing delayed. These are just the recently postponed hearings, not to mention the ones yet to be scheduled, including National Intelligence pick Tulsi Gabbard and Secretary of Agriculture nominee Brooke Rollins. Senator, Are all of them going to get through? I know that we've even gotten a yay on Hegseth from Senator Todd Young today.
So the answer, I believe, is yes. I think all of President Trump's cabinet nominees will be confirmed. I think Pete Hegseth yesterday at the confirmation hearing did a terrific job, and I think they're going to be confirmed. They're going to be confirmed promptly. I will say, Dagan, I looked back. I was actually the very first guest when you and Sean debuted this show, and I was honored to be your first guest, and I'm the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, so I presided over that hearing with Sean today. He did a terrific job, but I suppose I have to apologize to you for our stealing your co-host, so I'm sorry for that, but he's going to do a great job as Transportation Secretary, and as I said, I think all of the cabinet nominees will get confirmed.
It's okay, Senator. That's one time I can approve of government stealing. Now, Senator, you were at the hearing for President Trump's Attorney General pick, Pam Bondi. Let's get your reaction to this.
It would not be appropriate for a prosecutor to start with a name and look for a crime. It's a prosecutor's job to start with a crime and look for a name, correct?
Senator, I think that is the whole problem with the weaponization that we have seen the last 4 years and what's been happening to Donald Trump.
Will you be able to review hundreds of cases on day one?
I will look at every file I am asked to look at.
Of course you won't. So will you advise the president?
Can I answer the question?
Well, my question is...
I would have plenty of staff. You said, of course you want?
You'll be able to review hundreds of cases on the first day?
I'm not going to mislead this body, nor you.
All right, let me ask another question. You don't want to answer that. Let me ask another question.
You were censured by Congress, Senator, for comments just like this.
Your reaction, Senator. Well, look, I think Pam Bondi did a terrific job at the hearing today. I think she is going to be confirmed as Attorney General. She's a very strong choice. The Democrats just made fools of themselves, and ironically, what they were attacking Pam Bondi for is what Joe Biden's Justice Department has done for 4 years, which is politicize and weaponize the Department of Justice. The irony of that question starting with a name, for over 2 centuries, we have never indicted or prosecuted a president or a former president until the Democrats.
Warning. Don't believe the AI trading hype until you watch this entire video. Hi, I'm Lane Mendelson. I'm the president of Vantage Point AI, the leading market forecasting software that's helped over 35,000 traders find life-changing trading opportunities just like these. I've been featured on news networks such as Fox Business, Yahoo Finance, and even at the NASDAQ. I was even named one of the top 10 tech entrepreneurs to follow. If you've been curious to learn how to utilize AI in your trading, there's plenty of other new startup companies with very little to no actual experience in the markets,
trying to capitalize on the new AI trends to make a quick buck. Meanwhile, our AI trading platform was pioneered by my father back in the late 1980s, and our long history of predicting markets with 1 to 3 days in advance with up to 87.4% proven accuracy speaks for itself. You see, so many of these software companies and YouTube influencers want to cherry pick a few big winning trades. It's easy to draw lines on old charts and show where you could have or would have or should have to earn results, right? But it's a whole different ball game when you're able to actually predict market movements 1 to 3 days in advance with proven accuracy. And we have over 30 years of documented success with our AI technology. Remember, our software, Vantage Point, was the first AI software in the world for individual traders like you. Even better, we're going to prove it to you. We have an upcoming live training. We'll be showing you how to analyze the markets and put this AI software to work for you immediately.
Democrats took over, and in the last 4 years, Democrat prosecutors have indicted and prosecuted Donald Trump 4 separate times. Pam Bondi will restore integrity to the Department of Justice.
Amen, sir. Amen. Senator Ted Cruz, we will see you soon, I certainly hope.
An actor and singer, Frank Stallone, he used to live in the Palisades back in the 80s. And I want to pick up on something that was in Griff's report, and that was, you heard Mayor Karen Bass, and who was in Africa when the fire started. And then you've got Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom, Frank, he goes on Meet the Press yesterday, tries to do cleanup. New York Post says this: Governor Newsom tries to weasel out of blame with his claims about the reservoir, and he's called out about it. Your reaction?
Well, it's all a bunch of jaw tackle. Everything starts from the top to the bottom. And everyone is complicit in it. Quinis should be fired for Department of Water and Power. I don't know how you have a reservoir. It's not like the Palisades is a metropolis. It's a small, quaint little town. And how the reservoir has been empty since July, that's my birthday, that's like 6 months ago, which makes no sense. And you see hundreds of fire trucks that are inoperable, that are in a lot, because they didn't get the money they need to hire mechanics and all to keep these things updated. As you know, a fire truck relies on hydraulics, so it's a lot of work. But it just seems like it's the blame game. You know, I mean, we have, honestly, the worst governor, probably, well, definitely in the history of California, probably in the whole United States. And we have an inept mayor, and we just have ineptness everywhere. And this should have, I mean, of course, we can't control, you know, winds and stuff, but I believe there's a lot of arson. I think it's environmental terrorism going on. I don't know how an ember goes from Pacific Palisades like 8 miles to the Hollywood Hills.
We don't know, and that's the thing. There's still no answers about the cause. You know, and that's obviously until they can get people safe and get, you know, the ground you know, cooled off. We're just not, we're not going to know. I agree with you, but I want to ask you about this. You know, you mentioned obviously Newsom, and we were talking about Karen Bass.
Yeah.
Alicia Finley has a piece in the Wall Street Journal op-ed section this morning. She says how the left turned California into a paradise lost. And she said, after the November election, Newsom announced his plans to, quote, Trump-proof the Golden State. How about fireproofing the Golden State?
Well, that's not going to work now. I mean, Trump was saying 4 years ago that we had to clean that brush and on and on. But I mean, again, everyone is like passing the buck. And all these people, probably 94% of them, vilified me because I've been coming on Fox. I've been going online for 4 years stating my case. It's probably wrecked my career, whatever's left of it. But now everyone is like, rah, rah, you know, but they were all like left-wing blues that voted these people in office, and now that their homes burnt down, forget the poor people in Altadena. I mean, they don't have anything. Those were like little homes, and they're wiped out. They probably don't have insurance. They probably don't have a lot of money, so they're wiped out. But just because it happens to the rich elite, it's this front page news. If it was just Altadena and not the Palisades or Hollywood, you would hear a little bit about it. I mean, and that's what's tragic about the whole thing. These poor people are finished. And now we have looters. To me, is the lowest form of life you could have. I mean, they're finding people that are looting these poor people that have lost everything. I mean, what kind of a human being does that? You know, in 1906, during the San Francisco earthquake, it was legal to shoot looters. I don't know if you could do that now, but in those days, they did.
Well, you know, that's why a lot of people are pointing to the difference between Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis, who made it very clear after the last Hurricane Milton, you absolutely are going to pay the price if you try to steal from victims of that hurricane. No, I'm with you. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. We're praying for everybody in California. It's just awful.
Let's hope Rick Caruso becomes governor to save us. Another good Italian.
I've heard that said already. All right. Thank you so much for being here. It's good to see you.
God bless, Cheryl.
Well, as we continue to cover the tragedy in Southern California, another crisis is underway, an insurance crisis. And it's one of California's own making. In 1988, California voters passed Proposition 103, a textbook example of the left-wing love affair with government price controls and heavy regulation. Under Prop 103, insurance companies have to get government approval before raising rates. The red tape hasn't allowed insurance prices to keep up with insurance losses. And over time, that imbalance causes the entire system to collapse. As you can see here, major players like State Farm and Allstate have pulled back on writing insurance, leaving thousands of homeowners scrambling for alternatives. That's where California's state-run insurer of last resort, the FAIR Plan, comes in. But here's the problem. The FAIR Plan is woefully underfunded. It has about $700 million in reserves, but the Pacific Palisades fire alone represents a $6 billion liability. The math just isn't adding up, and California homeowners and taxpayers, as a result, may be on the hook. Well, joining us now is Kaya Stanley, CRMBC CEO and insurance industry expert. Kaya, we're glad to have you with us today. Help us understand what's happening with insurance in California and why it's really important for other states to pay attention to what's happening here.
It's important because it's going to ripple outside of California and affect every state. So as you pointed out, one of the reasons, there's many reasons why the insurers pulled out, but one of them was because of regulatory requirements. Reinsurance went up, inflation, caused increases in pricing. There was a lot of factors. And then when insurance companies can't be profitable and they can't raise their rates because of regulatory requirements, they are going to leave. And so that's what we saw here. And they only left the high risk areas. So a lot of these companies still write insurance in other parts of California and other lines of insurance. So they might have just pulled out of homes, but in businesses, but they still write auto, for example.
There's a great article in the Wall Street Journal that says, when California's insurance falls short, everyone else pays. You hinted at this, right? That we could actually see rates for insurance in other states go up because of some of the policy issues that we've seen in California. Does that data and that analysis track with what you see and what you hear?
Absolutely, because the point of insurance is to spread risk. So we collect rates from the many to cover the few, the losses of the few. And when you have a natural disaster, and not just in California, but the other natural disasters that we've seen around the country, that disrupts that balance. And so the money that's collected to cover the losses of a few is just decimated. And so they've got to recoup their money somewhere. So they're going to look to states that have no natural disasters and less risk and less regulation. And then people in like Maine and Vermont who didn't do anything wrong and had no natural disaster, they're going to see their rates go up because this has got to balance out somewhere.
Yeah. Everybody agrees that this is the worst natural disaster in U.S. history, even Gavin Newsom. President Trump is asking some logical questions about what went wrong here in California specifically, and he's making a comparison to other countries. Please listen.
You go to other countries in Europe, Austria and Finland and numerous countries, and I talk to the heads, they're forest nations, they're in forests, and they don't have problems like this.
The head of Austria tells me, we have trees that are much more flammable than what you have in California. We never have forest fires because they maintain their forests. And you could revert water up into the hills where you have all the dead forests, where the forests are so brittle.
As we talk about insurance here, if we don't address the why this happened and correct it, we're only going to find ourselves in this particular position again. Why aren't we looking to other countries as a model?
The solution to this is going to be very complex, and it's going to take decades to build out of this. Looking to other countries is one of the things that should happen. The other problem is when you've got different states that are doing different things. So, for example, what California is doing, it's now going to impact negatively other states as well. So there has to be some way that we can bridge that across the entire country. So they're going to be looking at all kinds of solutions, from incentivizing solutions to maybe tax credits, to also regulatory changes that need to happen, because for-profit companies have a right to make a profit. They can't be required to stay in an area where they're not making money. I represent restaurant owners. So if food prices doubled, it wouldn't be fair for us to say, and they have to now pay more minimum wage. We can't now say, okay, you can't increase the prices of your menu. And that's sort of what we would be saying to insurance companies if we said you can't raise your rates. But the alternate is also impossible. So if they raise their rates so much that people can't afford insurance, that's also a horrible result that would happen. So there has to be some public-private solution to this. It's not going to happen on just one side or the other.
Well, I'll tell you what, the market solves a lot of those problems well, but when the government's so involved in the market, it can't clear prices. Kaya, we got to leave it there, but that's a really good analysis. Thanks for being with us today.
Biden delivering one of his final speeches as president from the State Department yesterday. He defended his foreign policy decisions, including the 2021 botched Afghanistan withdrawal. Watch.
I can also report to the American people, we're the first president in decades who's not leaving a war in Afghanistan to his successor. In my view, it was time to end the war and bring our troops home, and we did. There is nothing, I can tell you from my conversations with both Xi and Putin, nothing our adversaries and competitors like Russia and China, would have liked more than seeing us to continue to be tied down in Afghanistan for another decade. Ending the war was the right thing to do, and I believe history will reflect that. It's clear. My administration is leaving the next administration with a very strong hand to play, and we're leaving them in America with more friends and stronger alliances, whose adversaries are weaker and under pressure.
Strong hand to play. The Wall Street Journal out with this op-ed on Biden's approval of his own record. Mr. Biden, he leaves Mr. Trump having to rebuild the military amid a budget deficit in the range of $2 trillion a year, thanks to his blowout domestic spending. If this is a, quote, strong hand, what would a weak one look like? Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane. Sir, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for being here, General.
Oh, it's delighted to be here, Maria.
Your reaction to the president's commentary there in this final foreign policy speech?
Yeah, well, it's actually stunning because it's such a rewriting of the facts and history itself. Just start with Afghanistan. We stopped fighting in Afghanistan on the ground in 2014. We had a modest representation of our troops there, 2,500. That's less than what's in one of the 53 brigades in the United States Army. That's how small it is. And when he makes the statement, you know, that we ended the war, well, we didn't end the war. We ended our participation and we surrendered the country to the Taliban. That's who's in charge of the country. And that is one of the reasons it incentivized our adversaries, because not just because of the chaotic emergency retreat, but what they saw is the United States, after working side by side with a partner, the Afghan government, to deal with the Taliban, who supported the al-Qaeda in killing 3,000 Americans, the reality is we surrendered that very country to our adversary. And they looked at that as being weak on the part of the United States. And this idea that Russia and China really wants us, would not want us to be there, that's for sure. They would not want us to be there. And the fact that he's trying to make the point that they're delighted we're out of there. We had 3 CIA bases on the border of China, 3 CIA bases on the border of Iran, 1 country away from Russia, and also military bases in the region as well. I doubt seriously that Russia and China feels bad about the fact that we're gone out of there. This is sort of ridiculous.
Yeah.
When you just look at what Biden did, Trump turned him over. There was no war in Europe. During the Biden administration, war broke out in Europe, and Russia is threatening NATO. There was no war in the Middle East. During the Biden administration, war breaks out in the Middle East, and Iran operationalized all its proxies to do that. There was President Xi. Trump was the first president to confront President Xi, and he began to build up of the military budget. Biden comes in, Xi is much more aggressive. The most intimidation and aggressive campaigns against Taiwan, the Philippines, and our allies in the region we have seen since he's been in power. And what does the Biden administration do when it comes to the military? Everybody knows that China is outpacing the United States military. It's gone past us, and that's the reality of that. And what does he do? Flat budgets. No increase in the defense budgets for 4 years. He's rewriting the history here, and nobody's going to buy it, Maria.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and also that botched withdrawal put our adversaries on the march. You saw China get much tougher and much more aggressive in terms of their bad behavior. You saw Russia as well, teaming up with China, Iran. So, I mean, there were so many legs to that withdrawal. I don't even know why he put it in the speech.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And listen, his own intelligence service, 4 years after the 2024 State of the Union, 4 days, excuse me, this is what they said, a summary of it. A scheduled briefing to the Congress of the United States. The United States is facing the most dangerous threats from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea that we have faced in many decades. These are serious, and the threats are growing. This is his intelligence service painting a darkest picture of our adversary threats since we have seen since World War II. That's the reality. They were talking to the facts. President Biden is not talking to the facts.
Yeah. Meanwhile, President Trump has said many times those hostages better be released by the time I get into inauguration. We're seeing now news that negotiators are meeting for another round of ceasefire and hostage talks in Qatar today. They reached a breakthrough ahead of Inauguration Day. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, has been in Doha for these talks, General, working with Middle East advisor Brett McGurk. Axios is reporting that Israel and mediators have given Hamas a final draft agreement and that Hamas's response is expected in the next 24 hours. House National Security Advisor, meanwhile, Jake Sullivan, spoke on the negotiations yesterday. Watch this.
We are close to a deal, and it can get done this week. I'm not making a promise or a prediction, but it is there for the taking, and we are going to work to make it happen. We're going to do everything we can to push it to get it across the line.
Well, I mean, they haven't done a deal all this time that Joe Biden was in office. Trump is about to go in office, and now they have a deal. In the first stage of this potential deal, Hamas would release 33 hostages held in Gaza in exchange for a pause in fighting and the release of some Palestinian prisoners. More hostage negotiations could begin 16 days after that. What is your reaction to what you're seeing in the early going here in terms of the print on a potential deal to get these hostages home?
Well, we've been here before, obviously, been very close, and then it blows up.
Right.
This one seems like it may indeed happen, and it's a very complicated deal. It's a 42-day ceasefire in 3 phases. The first phase, as you enumerated, 33 hostages would be released, and they would be women, children, people who are infirmed or sick, and men over 50. Then in the 16th day, negotiate for the release of the military men who would be the remaining Israeli military men, the remaining hostages, and also high-value Hamas and Palestinian leaders would be released. And the third phase, which is likely the most challenging and complicated phase, it deals with Israel's remaining presence in Gaza. Israel wants to stay in the Philadelphia corridor on the southern border with Egypt, wants to stay in the Netzium corridor, which cuts across Gaza east to west, about splitting Gaza in the middle to maintain outposts there, and also wants to maintain a buffer zone that's inside of Gaza, 2 to 3 kilometers, to provide security for their settlements that are existing outside of Gaza. That's the most complicated phase of it, and I think the details are yet to be finished, but hopefully this is a final agreement here. It's long in the coming, and certainly a welcome relief to Israeli citizens and particularly to the families.
Amazing. All right, we'll be watching that. General, always a pleasure to talk with you. Thanks so much, sir.
Yeah, great talking, Maria. Take care.
All right. General Jack Keane. Welcome back. 1 week away from President Trump's second term, foreign leaders are desperate for an invite to the inauguration. The New York Post is reporting that the leaders of Chile, Peru, Nigeria, all chomping at the bit to attend. Trump already invited Xi Jinping. The offer was turned down, and we know that a top Chinese emissary will be there instead in his place. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said she's going to try and get there to the inauguration. Argentina's President Javier Milei also planning to attend, and Brazil's former President Bolsonaro receiving an invitation as well. Trump preparing for 100 executive orders right after the inauguration on day one upon taking office. Joining me now is Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action President, the author of Dawn's Early Light, Taking Back Washington to Save America, Kevin Roberts, back with us. Kevin, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So the inauguration is going to be a big event. Lots of foreign leaders want to be there. And right after he is sworn in, he'll go right to the Oval Office and start with his pen on 100 executive orders. What do you expect those to be?
Well, I expect the first minutes after President Trump being sworn in to be the beginning of the golden era of America, as he's been saying, and as we've been saying the last few years at Heritage. And I think in those executive orders, Maria, to be specific, you're going to see great substantive rollback of the American administrative state, which stands in the way of Americans' prosperity and self-governance and freedom. That's just the beginning, though, because you've had some great guests from Congress today and yesterday on your other show who who are talking about the legislative vehicles that will accompany those great executive orders. Every American ought to be very excited about this, but also stand at the ready to call their member of the House and the U.S. Senate and encourage them to do what they need to do in order to accentuate the Trump-Vance agenda.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm told that one of his executive orders on Monday is going to be a freeze of all pending regulation, freezing all of Biden and Democrats' destructive policies. And man, have they been destructive. Look what we're looking at in Los Angeles today and these wildfires, Kevin. I spoke with Devin Nunes yesterday, who, of course, is a former California congressman and has been studying the failed policies of California. He went right to it, the mistakes that Gavin Newsom has made that led us here. Listen to this.
But it's pretty simple. It's water, it's grazing, it's logging. Those industries have all been hampered. If you look at agriculture, we're down in land that's being farmed because of lack of water. This means when farms don't get water, guess what? The LA Basin also doesn't get water. So as you're building out and adding people and adding homes in the Los Angeles Basin, if you don't have an adequate, abundant water supply and you're rationing water, the people that are building those homes, the city planners, they're not putting in green areas, they're not building fire breaks. If you run the farmers and ranchers out of the state of California, guess what? You don't have the animals to sit there and graze. So a combination of the proper land management would solve all of this problem. Now, what's going to happen? They're going to, just like they've done for the last 20 years, California's going to run to the federal government, and they're going to ask for money. And I think this time, hopefully, I think President Trump and the Republicans in Congress will say, look, we're just not going to keep doing the same thing again. So California's going to need a lot of money.
So, Kevin, this is what Warren Davidson from Ohio told us last week. They don't think the president is going to allocate any more money to California without a promise that policies change. You heard with Devin Nunes that this is all about the climate change agenda. Because of the climate change agenda, Nunes said they didn't allow the timber industry to log, cut down trees. They didn't allow the farmers in there to get the grazing, and they didn't store water. And now we've got...
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman, just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love.
People losing everything. Buildings burnt to the ground.
A year ago, Maria, as you remember, you and I sat down and talked at Davos, of all places, where you and I were both trying to inject some truth into that climate change agenda. And one of the predictions that I made, and I'm very sorry to be right about this tragedy, is that eventually voters in places like California and across Europe would come to understand that this so-called climate change agenda would actually cost not just their livelihoods, but their lives. What's really important for us to understand as we usher in this wonderful new administration, which will probably have the greatest cabinet in history, is that if we have cabinet secretaries like an interior secretary like Doug Burgum, an ag secretary like my great friend Brooke Rollins, these kinds of things would not happen because the federal government would actually be controlling the forest, using controlled burns, as I talk about in my book, by the way. But most importantly, the key thing is that individual voters in California have to understand they have to draw a line in the sand and say enough is enough.
Yeah, it's a great point. We'll be watching closely how this plays out. I remember our conversation. You were right. Let's talk about the confirmation hearings and what gets done for President Trump's cabinet picks. They begin tomorrow. Scheduled for tomorrow, Veterans Affairs Secretary pick Doug Collins, Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. His hearing will begin tomorrow. Interior Secretary nominee Doug Burgum. I spoke with Kansas Senator Roger Marshall about this yesterday. Here's what he's expecting. You met with President Trump this week, along with your colleagues. Did you have a chance to speak with your colleagues? Do you believe you have the votes in the Senate to actually confirm all of his nominees?
I hate to count my chickens before they hatch, but yes, I do. I think that they need to go through the hearing process. They're going to get beat up by the legacy media and the left as well, but I think the votes are there. And, you know, as I've interviewed these people one-on-one, they've been great communicators. They're great leaders. They're very accomplished. Yes, some of them are outside the box, but I do think we have the votes.
What do you think, Kevin? And by the way, outside the box is exactly what President Trump wanted. He wants to drain the swamp. He wants outsiders. Do you think somebody like a Pete Hegseth, for example, for defense secretary, does he get confirmed?
He does get confirmed. I think he's going to be the most awesome defense secretary in our history. And the reason why is because what I hear from hundreds of rank-and-file servicemen and women, Maria, is that they are fed up with business as usual in Washington. We need to develop lethal efficiency in the Pentagon, and we simply haven't done that in spite of the heroism and sacrifice of our millions of American servicemen and women. I think ultimately Pete's ability to talk about his expertise, his plans for the department, and to Senator Marshall's excellent point, his communication ability, his ability to explain to the American people what's at stake if we don't initiate these reforms is unparalleled. By the way, I think that communication ability is true for every single cabinet selection. I applaud President Trump for doing that. I think the American people 6 months, 12 months down the road will be very grateful, not just for President Trump and Vice President Vance themselves, but for the leadership that will be offered by every one of these cabinet secretaries, every one of whom, by the way, should be confirmed quickly for the sake of national security and also domestic needs, as is evidenced by the California wildfires.
Well, one major star is John Ratcliffe, and he's going to push for more accountability from Beijing, which I think most people agree with. So we'll be watching that one as well. On Pete Hegseth, Liz Peek, jump in here because we'll be watching what Joni Ernst does on this one. Senator Ernst has been critical of Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to derail one of these nominations, Maria, and indeed, Joni Ernst is going to be incredibly pivotal here. I think the question is, are the Democrats going to throw roadblocks up in the nominating process? Clearly, the media would like to see that happen. One question I have, Kevin, Kash Patel is not up for his hearings until February. Why is there such a delay in bringing on what many Americans think is an incredibly pivotal post right now?
Liz, great question. I'll be blunt. Because the deep state is going to deep state, and the agency that needs the most urgent reform, evidenced by the persecution of Donald Trump, is the FBI, and Kash Patel is the guy who will do that. This is why, by the way, Heritage and Heritage Action are spending over $1 million running ads in key states, supporting, by the way, Kash Patel. We dropped our ad last week. We've done the same for Pete Hegseth. But ultimately, it's incumbent upon Senator Thune, who has done an excellent job up to this point managing this process, to expedite the confirmation hearings of Kash Patel, because the FBI is in dire need, not just of reform, but of overhaul.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We've lived it as well, Kevin, on the FBI. What about Tulsi Gabbard? What are your thoughts?
I think Tulsi, of all of the appointees, and unfairly so, probably has the most difficult path. I don't think that it's impossible, and I want to be clear. We support her confirmation, and we'll be battling for her. But the deep state is very concerned about her skepticism, very well-founded skepticism about the national intelligence apparatus. I do think, however, what's going to happen is there will be a momentum that happens in the next few days.
All right, Kevin. Great to talk with you. Thanks so much. We will see you soon. Kevin Roberts.
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals, and AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience down to the finest detail. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Personalized, customized, Wix.
Meet Panera's new Ciabatta Dippers, a duo built for dipping, here for a limited time.
President-elect Donald Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. You are the first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms. Republicans now have control of the House and the Senate.
Right.
What do you plan to accomplish in your first 100 days in office?
Well, we're going to do something with the border, and very strong, very powerful. That'll be our first signal, and a first signal to America that we're not playing games. We have people coming in by the millions, as you know, and a lot of people shouldn't be here. Most of them shouldn't be here, but we have jails being emptied into our country. We have mental institutions from all over the world being emptied into our country. So we'll be doing that. We're going to be extending within that period, or as soon as we can, the Trump tax cuts, because, you know, they're coming due and they're very substantial for people. And it would be very, I think it will anger a lot of people, frankly, if we don't get an extension of that. That's what led us to one of the greatest economies ever. And those two things are going to be very vital, very important. We're going to be focusing on crime in the cities, and we'll work with Democrat governors. Most of them are, as you know, if you look at the 25 worst places, they're just about all Democrat-controlled cities and states. And we're going to be working with Democrat governors and Democrat mayors. And I look forward to doing it. But we have to do something about crime, and mostly in our cities. And we're going to have a lot of other things. We'll be working on nominations. We're going to still be working on some nominations. I think they're going very well. We have, for the most part, I think they're going extremely well. It looks like Peter's doing well now. I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's a young guy with a tremendous track record, actually. He went to Princeton and went to Harvard. He was a good student at both, but he loves the military, and I think people are starting to see it. So we'll be working on his nomination along with a lot of others.
We are going to delve into your nominations, but since you bring him up, do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do. He's a very smart guy. I've known him through Fox, but I've known him for a long time. And he's basically a military guy. I mean, every time I talk to him, all he wants to talk about is the military. He's a military guy. I used to kid him about it. I didn't think we'd be in this position where he may be, hopefully will be Secretary of Defense. But every time I was with him, he was fighting for soldiers, where he said some soldier was unjustly put in prison because they were really doing what they were taught to do, in some cases. So, yeah, I think he's going to do fine.
The fact that there are these allegations against him, misconduct, sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job, does that worry you?
No, I think that everybody has something that they can stop. Some people can stop eating. I'm lucky I'm not a drinker, but I could stop eating. And we all want to stop doing something. And if he said that, I mean, it's a nice thing to say. That's a good thing to say. But he's very respected. I can tell you, I know a lot of the people at Fox, they think he's fantastic. And the people that work with him, really, they love him. So I think you're going to have somebody that's really terrific. And again, all he talked about with me, I said, you know, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy. He said, I'm all about the military. And I told him, so he's making a lot of money at Fox. They're doing very well. And I said, you know, if for some reason you don't get this thing, you're not going to be able to go back. And all that money you're making, you can kiss it goodbye. He said, this is all about America. You know, he didn't say, well, let me think about it, let me discuss it. That's a very big, risky thing he's doing. When he goes and he says, I'm going to give up, you know, millions of dollars in order to possibly become the Secretary of Defense. A lot of people would say it's a great position. It's probably almost no greater position, but a lot of people would say, I have to think about it. He said, I don't have to think about it.
All right, we're going to delve into your cabinet picks a little bit later, but I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' three biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation. In fact, when I handed it over, they didn't have inflation for a year and a half. They went almost 2 years just based on what I had created. And then they created inflation with energy and with spending too much. So I think we will. I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich. We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be subsidizing. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let them become a state. We're subsidizing Mexico, and we're subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing many countries all over the world. And all I want to do is I want to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some $80 billion. And now you have major companies from Walmart, Black & Decker, AutoZone saying that any tariffs are going to force them to drive up prices for their consumers. How do you make sure that these CEOs, that these companies don't, in fact, pass on the cost of tariffs to their consumers?
They cost Americans nothing. They made a great economy for us. They also solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying, you guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at 100%. And they have many purposes, tariffs, if properly used. I don't say you use them like a madman. I say properly used. But it didn't cost this country anything. It made this country money. And we never really got the chance to go all out because we had to fight COVID in the last part. And we did it very successfully. And when I handed it over to Biden, the stock market was higher than what it was just previous to COVID coming in. It was actually higher. Tariffs are properly used, are a very powerful tool, not only economically, but also for getting other things outside of economics.
Well, again, prices did go up on some goods in your first administration, washing machines, tires. Will you punish CEOs?
Let me just explain to you. No. You mentioned washing machines. So you look at Whirlpool in Ohio. I got a call from Jim Jordan, one of the greats, congressman from Ohio. And he said, they're going out of business because South Korea and China are dumping washing machines into our country. And I put a 50% tariff on the washing machines coming in from China and South Korea. And Whirlpool and the companies that made washing machines, which are based in Ohio, largely based in Ohio, went through the roof. We saved thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs. They were all going out of business because they were dumping washing machines. And when I put the tariffs on, they became successful businesses. No, it didn't. Not only didn't it cost people, it made our country stronger and more powerful, and it kept jobs.
But how do you make sure? That consumers don't wind up paying more. Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs onto their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it. And if it doesn't, we adjust it somewhat. But in the case of Whirlpool, or let's say companies that made washing machines, they were all being put out of business by the dumping from, in particular, South Korea and China. And when I put the tariffs on, very substantial tariffs, although peanuts compared to what people do to us, what countries do to us, it became a very, very powerful, successful company. Now, let's say I didn't do the tariffs. It would have gone out of business. You would have lost tens of thousands of jobs, and you don't include that in your equation. No, they make a lot of money. I'll go a step further. Tariffs are going to make our country rich. Tariffs are going to help us pay off $35 trillion in debt. Tariffs are going to make our country safe because China, as an example, doesn't want to play games with us if we're going to do tariffs on them. They don't want to play games. And we have a lot of games being played on us right now.
Well, I think, and that takes me to my next question. Yeah. Are you actually going to impose these tariffs, or are they a negotiating tactic?
Well, I'll give you an example. With Canada, and in particular Mexico, we have millions of people pouring into our country. You agree with that? I spoke with both. I spoke with Justin Trudeau. In fact, he flew to Mar-a-Lago within about 15 seconds after the call ended. It was at Mar-a-Lago. We were having dinner talking about it. I said, you have to close up your borders because they're coming in the northern border too a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot. And drugs are pouring in. Almost as importantly, drugs are pouring in, maybe more importantly, drugs are pouring in at levels never seen before, 10 times what we had. They're just pouring in. We can't have open borders. And I said to the president of Mexico and to Justin Trudeau, if it doesn't stop, I'm going to put tariffs on your country at about 25%. That's a very substantial tariff. And in the case of, in both cases, but in the case where it was really visible, within 10 minutes after that phone call, we noticed that the people coming across the border, the southern border, having to do with Mexico, they were at a trickle, just a trickle. It was, in fact, I call the border. See, unlike my opponent, I do call the border a lot. And I said, how's the border looking today? They said, there's nobody here. They couldn't believe it. The military stopped these vast groups of people. You know, we call them caravans, but they had caravans of people, and they largely stopped them. Now, they're going to have to continue that, but if they don't continue, and the other thing I told them is no more drugs, and I told that to China, too. I had to deal with President Xi. Had the election been different, I'm going to be very nice because we don't have to get into an argument over 2020, but had the election been different, the result been different, we would have had China giving the maximum penalty, which is the penalty of death, to people that sent fentanyl into this country. But Biden didn't, unfortunately, finish that discussion up. I had an agreement with President Xi, who I got along with very well. We've had communication as recently as this week. And I had communication with him where they were going to give the death penalty to anybody sending drugs into the United States.
This week you had that conversation.
Not that conversation, but I had other conversations. Okay. But in the past, I've had that conversation.
Let me ask you about another aspect of the economy, sir, the minimum wage. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009. There are 20 states that still have the federal minimum wage at $7.25. And I actually have a map. 19 of these states actually voted for you, sir. Mm-hmm. And you can see it right here. I don't know if you remember this, but during the debate in 2020, I asked you if you would raise the minimum wage. You said you would consider it. And so my question for you is, now that you are going back to the White House, for these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal
It's a very low
wage?
number. I will agree. It's a very low number. Let me give you the downside, though. Yeah. In California, they raised it up to a very high number. And your restaurants are going out of business all over the place. The population is shrinking. It's had a very negative impact. But there is a level at which you could do it, absolutely. Yeah.
What is that level, do you
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I can say this. You have a lot of businesses that are open and thriving because of the lower minimum wage. If you raise it too much, and you understand this, if California went crazy, they went crazy. And people, the restaurants are closing all over. Many more people are hurt.
So I hear you saying, similarly to sort of what you said in 2020, will you consider it? Is this something you're going to look at?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is places are so different. Mississippi and Alabama and great places are very different than New York or California. I mean, in terms of the cost of living and other things. So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live, where a minimum wage, which is $8 or $9, might be, might have very little effect because the cost of living in certain places is really low.
Before we move on to immigration, which I do want to talk about, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said he will not leave his post even if you ask him to. Will you try to replace Jerome Powell?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it. But I think if I told him to, he would. But if I asked him to, he probably wouldn't. But if I told him to, he would.
You don't have plans to do that right now?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's talk about mass deportation, one of your big agenda items. You've talked about prioritizing people who have criminal histories.
Correct.
But is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it. And it's a very tough thing to do. It's but you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been online for 10 years to come into the country. And we're going to make it very easy for people to come in terms of they have to pass the test. They have to be able to tell you what the Statue of Liberty is. They have to tell you a little bit about our country. They have to love our country. They can't come out of prisons. We don't want people that are in for murder. So we had 11,000 and 13,000 different estimates, 13,099 murderers released into our country over the last 3 years. They're walking down the streets. They're walking next to you and your family, and they're very dangerous.
The 13,000 figure, I think, goes back about 40 years.
No, it doesn't. No,
That
it's within the 3-year
13,000
period. It's during the Biden term. No, that was a fiction that they put that out. This was done by the Border Patrol. It's 13,099, and it's during the Biden period of time. And these are murderers, many of whom murdered more than one person. You don't want those people in this country.
But you're saying something, sir, that's significant. I just want to make sure I'm clear, which is that you're saying, yes, you're going to focus on the people with criminal histories, but everyone who's here illegally has to go.
I'm saying this. We have to get the criminals out of our country. We have to get people that were taken out of mental institutions and put them back into their mental institution, no matter what country it is. Do you know that Venezuela, their prisons are at the lowest point in terms of emptiness that they've ever been? They're taking their people out of those prisons by the thousands, and they're drunk. And just to get back, because I know exactly what you're getting at. Number one, we're doing criminals, and we're going to do them really rapidly. We're getting the worst gang probably with MS-13, and the Venezuelan gangs are the worst in the world. They're vicious, violent people. And you see what they've done in Colorado and other places. They're taking over, literally taking over apartment complexes and doing it with impunity. They don't care. They couldn't. They just are. They're in the real estate business.
You know, the local police say that is not the case in Colorado.
Oh, it's totally the case. I mean, I have it
you
on
don't
tape.
believe the local police.
I play it. I used to play it at my rallies every single night. No, they're breaking into doors. They're taking over the building.
But sir, you
and by the
raised
way,
the point.
The police are afraid to do anything.
You raised the point that the logistics are complicated. You said
Sure
it yourself.
they are, but everything's complicated.
Yeah, I mean, you need 24 times more ICE detention capacity just to deport 1 million people per year, not to mention more agents, more judges, more planes. Is it realistic to deport everyone who's here illegally? You have no choice.
First of all, they're costing us a fortune. But we're starting with the criminals, and we got to do it. And then we're starting with others, and we're going to see how it goes.
Who are the others?
Others are other people outside of criminals. We have convicted murders. We don't mean people that are even on trial. We have people that have murdered numerous people are on our streets and in our farms, and we have to get them out of our country.
What about dreamers, sir? Dreamers who were brought to this country illegally as children. You said once back in 2017, they, quote, shouldn't be very worried about being deported. Should they be worried now?
The dreamers are going to come later, and we have to do something about the dreamers because these are people that have been brought here at a very young age, and many of these are middle-aged people now. They don't even speak the language of their country. And yes, we're going to do something about the dreamers.
What does that mean?
And
what are you going to do?
I will work with the Democrats on a plan, and if we can come up with a plan, but the Democrats have made it very, very difficult to do anything. Republicans are very open to the dreamers. The dreamers, we're talking many years ago, they were brought into this country, many years ago. Some of them are no longer young people, and in many cases, they become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. Some cases, they might have large businesses. And we're going to have to do something with them. And
you want them to be able to stay. That's what you're saying?
I do. Okay. I want to be able to work something out. And it should have been able to be worked out over the last 3 or 4 years. And it never got worked out. You know, Biden could have done it because he controlled, Congress to a certain extent, right? He could have done something, but they didn't do it. I never understood why, because they always seem to want to do it, but then when it comes down to it, they don't. I think we can work with the Democrats and work something out.
Let me ask you about another group of people, the estimated 4 million families in America who have mixed immigration status. So I'm talking about parents who might be here illegally, but the kids are here legally. Your borders are
You're talking about separation.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are two aspects to this. Your border czar, Tom Homan, said they can be deported together.
Correct.
Is that the plan?
Well, that way you keep well, I don't want to be breaking up families, so the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together, and you have to send them all back.
Even kids who are here legally?
Well, well, what you're going to do if they want to stay with the father. Look, we have to have rules and regulations. You can always find something out like, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'll tell you what's going to be horrible. When we take a wonderful young woman who's with a criminal and they show the woman, and she could stay by the law, but they show the woman being taken out, or they want her out, and your cameras are focused on her as she's crying, as she's being taken out of our country, and then the public turns against us. But we have to do our job, and you have to have a series of standards and a series of laws. And in the end, look, our country is a mess. We have the highest crime rate, and during the debate, a man whose ratings have gone way down, David Muir, said to me, no, crime is, because I had to debate 3 people, not one. Debating 1 was easy. Debating 3 was actually pretty easy, too, if you want to know the truth. But David Muir said, the crime rates have gone down. I said, no, they've gone up. And then the following day, they released the crime rates, and they were way up.
Yeah, and the FBI statistics are, you're talking about those FBI statistics.
Well, no, but he gave the wrong answer.
Confusing based on what you're looking at.
But a lot of that is migrant crime.
Let me ask you about another aspect
but Christian,
of this.
You know a lot of it's migrant crime.
Well, let me ask you about another aspect of this that I think a lot of people are really curious about. I mean, 3% of the people who are here illegally have criminal histories. But in your first administration, you had the zero tolerance policy, where we did see family separations.
Yeah.
You ended it. The purpose of that, though, to some extent, and you talked about this at the time, was deterrent.
You also had it with Obama. You do know that.
He didn't have a zero tolerance policy.
And you also know he built the jails for children.
He didn't have a zero tolerance policy.
But in 2014, he built the jails. You know that.
I want to ask you about the zero tolerance policy. I mean, he didn't have a systemic, we're going to separate families. Families were separated when parents were a threat to the kids.
We don't have to separate a family. Excuse me, Kristen.
Yeah.
We don't have to separate families.
Yeah.
We'll send the whole family very humanely back to the country where they came. That way the family's not separated.
So no more family separations. You're not reviving the zero tolerance policy.
It depends on the family. The family may decide to say, I'd rather have dad go, and we'll stay here. And in which case they have that option.
But you're not going to revive your zero tolerance policy, which was put in place as a deterrent. Is there any universe where you would bring that back, sir?
We need deterrence. Look, ready? When somebody comes here illegally, they're going out. It's very simple. When they come here illegally, they're going out. Now, if they come here illegally, but their family is here legally, then the family has a choice. The person that came in illegally can go out, or they can all go out together. And that was made very clear by Tom Homan.
So you're not, at this point in time, planning to revive that zero tolerance policy where kids are
Well, if you call
separated.
that, yeah, I'm doing what I just told you I'm going to do. You know, I don't want to send the family out. I don't want to send anybody out. But I'll tell you, we have to, because otherwise we have no country. If we don't have borders, and if we don't have voting, good voting, fair voting, do you know they're still counting votes in San Diego, California? Listen, they're still counting the votes. This is almost 4 weeks. They're still counting the votes. If we don't have fair elections and honest voting and machines that work quickly, you know, if you had paper ballots, every election will be over by 10 o'clock in the evening.
So let me ask you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Let me, before we get
and
to...
you get a much more accurate count.
Before we get to all of that, let me ask you about some of your other promises on this topic. You've promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around the 14th Amendment with an executive action?
Well, we're going to have to get a change. We'll maybe have to go back to the people, but we have to end it. We're the only country that has it.
Through an executive action?
You know, we're the only country that has it. Do you know, if somebody sets a foot, just a foot, 1 foot, you don't need to, on our land, congratulations, you are now a citizen of the United States of America. Yes, we're going to end that because it's ridiculous.
Through executive action?
Well, if we can, through executive action. I was going to do it through executive action, but then we had to fix COVID first, to be honest with you. We have to end it. It's ridiculous. Do you know we're the only country in the world that has it? Do you know that? There's not one other country.
What about the legal challenge, inevitable legal challenges that'll come?
Do you know we have thousands of judges? Somebody walks onto our land, and we have to now say, welcome to the United States. They could be a criminal or not a criminal. We release them into our country. It's called catch and release. We release them into our country. Wait just 1 second. And now they get them lawyers. And the lawyers are good lawyers. and everybody has a lawyer. And do you know how many judges we have? Thousands, thousands. Now, here's what other countries do. They come into the land and they say, I'm sorry, you have to go. And they take them out. Okay? With us, once they touch our land, we're into litigation that lasts for years, costs us hundreds of billions of dollars. We have judges, and I'm sure they're all honest, but I don't know that for a fact. You can imagine what's going on with the judges. But just so you, because I have a lot of judges, I tell you what, I know more about judges than any human being in history. Look, we have judges. Every time somebody puts 2 feet or even 1 foot on a piece of our land, it's welcome to long-term litigation. Other countries, every other country, when somebody walks on and they see that they're here illegally, they walk them off, they take them back to where they came from. We have to get rid of this system. It's killing our country.
Let's talk about health care. I've been talking to Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill. They say it's no longer feasible to repeal and replace Obamacare because it's so entrenched in the system. Do you see it that way? Is that now off the table, repealing and replacing
when John
Obamacare?
McCain let us down by voting, and Murkowski and Collins and whoever it was that voted against, but they really let us down. They did us a great disservice because we would have had great health. Obamacare is lousy health care. It's very expensive health care for the people. It's also expensive for the country, but for the people. It's lousy health care. When John McCain gave his thumbs down after saying for 10 years that he wants to repeal and replace, okay? And then he came out, put his now famous thumbs down, and he became a hero to the left. Let me just tell you, if we find something better, I would love to do it. But unless we find, but one thing I have to say, I inherited Obamacare, or anything else you want to go. It's got about 20 names, but I inherited it. And I had a decision to make with Health and Human Services. I had a big decision to make. Do I make it as good as we can make it, or do I let it rot? And a lot of political people said, let it rot and let it be a failure. I said, that's not the right thing to do. And I had very good people in the medical area that handled that. And I said, what do you want to do? He said, we really have an obligation to make it as good as we can. And we did. We made it as good as we can make it. Instead of making it bad where everybody would be calling for its repeal, I made it so that it works. Now,
but you did try to overturn it, sir.
Well, it's lousy.
You did try to overturn it. You did have your Justice Department try to direct the Supreme Court to overturn it.
No, we got a little bit of a surprising opinion, to be honest with you. If it would have been overturned, we would have had much better health care right now. But right now, we have something that I made the best of. I could have made the worst of it, and it would have fallen by the wayside. I did the right thing from a human standpoint. But, you know, I'm sort of proud of my decision. At the same time, sometimes I regret it. I told the people, and I gave them the money to do it. I said, fix it, make it work, because people would have suffered. But it's too bad that they voted no. I wish John McCain, he fought for 10 years on replacing Obamacare, for 10 years, and then he voted against. Nobody understands it.
Sir, you said during the campaign you had concepts of a plan. Do you have an actual plan at this point for health care?
Yes, we have concepts of a plan that would be better.
Still just concepts? Do you have a fully developed plan?
Let me explain. We have the biggest healthcare companies looking at it. We have doctors. We're always looking because Obamacare stinks. It's lousy. There are better answers. If we come up with a better answer, I would present that answer to Democrats and to everybody else, and I do something about it. But until we have that, or until they can approve it, but we're not going to go through the big deal. I am the one that saved Obamacare, I will say, and I did the right thing. I could have done the more political thing and killed it, and all I had to do is starve it to death.
You did try to have your Justice Department effectively kill it, though,
No.
sir.
Kill it from a legal standpoint, but from a physical standpoint, I made it work.
In your concepts of a plan, sir, will people with pre-existing conditions still have coverage, and can you guarantee their prices will not go up?
The answer is yes, they'll have coverage. You have to have it.
And what about their prices?
Because you know what?
What about their prices, sir?
I want the prices to go down. I want to have better health care for less money. And there are ways of doing it, I believe. And I have the smartest people in that world. You know, that's a separate world unto itself. I have the smartest people in that world looking at it and trying. And if they come up with something, I will present it. Now, maybe you won't be able to sell it, but if we get better health care for less money, I believe it's very saleable.
Just very quickly, when will we see your fully developed plan? When are you going to show
I don't know
the
that you'll
public
see it at all. I can only say that we have some of the best healthcare people. I've always tinkered with it. I think it's a little hard to explain. Obamacare, when I took it over, was a disaster. And I made it
has insured
workable.
20 million people.
Yeah, because of me. Because of me. If you look at what I did, I was the one. I made it good.
You
yeah,
tried
legally.
to repeal and replace it. You tried to kill it,
Because if I repealed
sir.
it and replaced it, we would have had a better system because we wouldn't have had health care. And the Democrats would have been forced to do something. If we wouldn't have had it, the Democrats would have been forced to do something that they wouldn't do if we have it.
Let me ask you about another aspect of healthcare. You talked about this on the campaign trail, right. IVF. You promised free IVF for all who want it, either through the government or through mandates with insurance companies. I've been hearing from Republican senators, some of them, who say they're not going to support that plan. How are you going to get that passed?
Well, we're going to see. We want them to pay, ideally the insurance companies to pay for it, the fertilization. I came out very early for a Republican especially, and I think they were looking for my guidance, my great wisdom, right? They were looking for it. And I got a call from Katie Britt, who's a terrific person, senator from Alabama, and she said, sir, we just had a really negative ruling from a judge in Alabama, conservative judge, that all of these clinics had to be closed. And she said, and she went into great detail, and she said people are devastated over it. And after literally speaking to her for 5 minutes, I issued an order, really an order in a sense, and it was a statement from the Republican Party that we are all for IVF and fertilization. Okay. The Alabama legislature met the following day and passed it. It was a beautiful thing to see. And I consider myself to be the father of IVF in a certain way. And the Republicans were very strong on the issue.
But, sir, I want to understand where it falls in your list of priorities. I mean, is this something we can expect to see you try to move on in the first 100 days?
We're going to be talking about it, and we're going to be seeing. We have a lot of other things. I have tax cuts. You know, we'll be submitting in either the first or second package to Congress the extension of the tax cuts. So that might very well be in there, or it'll come sometime after that.
Let's talk about abortion, sir. You have taken responsibility for overturning Roe v. Wade. You've said that abortion is now a state issue. There are steps that you could take, though, as president, to restrict abortion through executive action without Congress. More than half of abortions in this country are medication abortions. Will you restrict the availability of abortion pills when you're in office?
I'll probably stay with exactly what I've been saying for the last 2 years, and the answer is no.
You commit to that?
Well, I commit. I mean, do things change? I think they change. I hate to go on shows like Joe Biden. I'm not going to give my son a pardon. I will not, under any circumstances, give him a pardon. I watched this, and I always knew he was going to give him a pardon, and so I don't like putting myself in a position like that. So things do change, but I don't think it's going to change at all.
Okay. Let's talk about some of your picks to fill out your administration. You named Kash Patel to be the next FBI director. Yeah. He has a list in his book of 60 people that he calls members of the so-called deep state. It includes Democrats like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. It includes former members of your cabinet, from Bill Barr to Christopher Wray. You campaigned on destroying the deep state. Do you want Kash Patel to launch investigations into people on that list?
No, I mean, he's going to do what he thinks is right.
Do you think that's right? Do you think that's right, sir?
If they think that somebody was dishonest or crooked or a corrupt politician, I think he probably has an obligation to do it. But
are you going to direct him to do it?
No, not at all. Not at all. We have two great people there. We have him and we have Pam. And Pam Bondi has been like a rocket ship. She's very popular and very good and very fair. And Kash Patel is very fair. I'll tell you, I thought Kash may be difficult because he's, you know, a strong conservative voice. And I don't know of anybody that's not singing his praises. The other day I was watching, and Trey Gowdy, who's a moderate person and very smart and very respected in the party, he's Kash's biggest fan. He said, this is the most misunderstood man in politics. He's great. I guess they worked together on the Russia hoax or something. And Trey Gowdy became a fan. You know Trey Gowdy. Everybody respects him. And, you know, just like him, others also. I don't know of one negative vote. I don't think he's going to have any negative votes.
Is it your expectation, though, that Kash Patel will pursue investigations against your political enemies?
No, I don't think so.
Do you want to see that happen?
If they were crooked, if they did something wrong, if they have broken the law, probably. They went after me, you know. They went after me and I did nothing wrong.
Well, let me ask you this. You said President Biden, quote, that you're going to appoint a real special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. You said that
Where
during
did I say that?
the campaign.
Where?
You said that on Truth Social, June 12th, 2023. I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States, Joe Biden, and the entire
Well, that
Biden
part is
crime
true.
family. Are you going to do that? Are you going to go after Joe Biden?
I'm really looking to make our country successful. I'm not looking to go back into the past. I'm looking to make our country successful. Retribution will be through success. If we can make this country successful, that would be my greatest, that would be such a great achievement. Bring it back. We have a country now that's overridden with crime, that has millions of people that shouldn't be here, that should be in prisons in other countries, that should be in mental institutions. We have drug lords being dropped into our country and told never go back to their country. I'm looking to make our country great. I'm looking to bring prices down because, you know, I won on two things, the border and more than immigration. You know, they like to say immigration. I break it down more to the border, but I won on the border and I won on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, you know, who uses the word? I started using the word, the groceries. When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices way down.
I want to pause here because what you're saying is significant. Because you wrote on Truth Social in 2023 that you're going to appoint a real special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. Now you're saying you're not going to do that.
I will say this. No, I'm not doing that unless I find something that I think is reasonable. But that's not going to be my decision. That's going to be Pam Bondi's decision and, to a different extent, Kash Patel. Assuming they're both there, and I think they're both going to get approved. But you know, while you ask me that, what they've done to me with weaponization is a disgrace.
We'll get to some of that.
No,
sir.
no, wait. You can't do one without the other. In the history of our country, nothing like this has ever happened. And I've won these cases. I've won every one, and the rest are in the process of being won. Deranged Jack Smith is on his way back to The Hague, where he can execute people. This is where he should have stayed. I think he's dangerous even being there. But I'll tell you what they've done to me in terms of weaponization, indictments, impeachments, and everything else. And in the end, it probably helped me because I got the biggest vote, the most votes any Republican's ever gotten in history.
Pam Bondi talks about investigating the investigators. Do you want her to investigate Jack Smith?
I want her to do what she wants to do.
Do you want to see Jack Smith investigated?
Well, I think he's very corrupt, but I want her to do whatever she has to do.
Are you going to direct her to prosecute Jack Smith?
She's a very smart person. She was a great attorney general in Florida. She's very experienced. I want her to do what she wants to do. I'm not going to instruct her to do it, no.
Sir, are you going to fire the current FBI director, Christopher Wray, who you appointed?
Well, I can't say I'm thrilled with him. He invaded my home. I'm suing the country over it. He invaded Mar-a-Lago. I'm very unhappy with the things he's done. And crime is at an all-time high. Migrants are pouring into the country that are from prisons and from mental institutions, as we've discussed. I can't say I'm thrilled. I don't want to be Joe Biden and give you an answer and then do the exact opposite.
We're going to talk about
So
that,
I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to say is I certainly cannot be happy with him. You take a look at what's happened. And then when I was shot in the ear, he said, oh, maybe it was shrapnel. Where's the shrapnel coming from? Is it coming from heaven? I don't think so. So we need somebody to straighten. You know, I have a lot of respect for the FBI, but the FBI's respect has gone way down over the last number of years.
Don't you have to fire him in order to make room for Kash Patel if he is, in fact, confirmed?
Well, I mean, it would sort of seem pretty obvious that if Kash gets in, he's going to be taking somebody's place, right? And somebody is the man that you're talking about.
Okay. Let's talk about Project 2025. This is the conservative policy blueprint. You disavowed it during the campaign. You called it a product of the radical right. You've said some of their ideas were abysmal.
I said some of it is. Some of
Okay.
it is very good. Some
Okay.
of it's very mainstream, actually. Frankly, the Democrats should have used some of it because they went, with all the transgender that they were doing and with the men playing in women's sports. If they wouldn't have done that, maybe they would have done better.
Well, so you take me to my question. You're now giving people involved in Project 2025 prominent roles in your administration. Are you changing your mind about Project 2025? Is this now the policy blueprint for the second Trump administration?
Some people, if you take a look at the group, it was hundreds of people were involved. And I was actually, I reprimanded the whole group. I said, you shouldn't have placed this document in front of the voters because I have nothing to do with it and I'm the one that's running. You had no right to do this where you put a 1,000-page document in front, and many of those things I disagree with. Now, many of those things I happen to agree with. Many of those things Democrats should have agreed to, and I think they would have done much better in the election because they got slaughtered.
Well, I guess people see the list: Russ Vought, Brendan Carr, Peter Navarro, John Ratcliffe, Pete Hoekstra, Monica Crowley, and they think these are all of the people who were involved in or writing Project 2025. This must be a blueprint for work requirements, eliminating the Head Start program, criminalizing pornography. Is that what we can expect to see?
Well, I don't know how they voted. I don't know. I never spoke to them actually about it, and I purposely, and I told you, normally it would be just the opposite. I'd review every page. I purposely didn't even want to see it because when somebody like you asked me a question about Project 2025, I can honestly say I've never seen it. I have nothing to do with it. I didn't read it, but I did hear some things in there that I would totally disagree with. And I said to the people that were really the people behind it, you know who those people are? I said, you really had no right doing this to me because they used it as a soundbite, the Democrats. And I don't know, it couldn't have been too effective because they got slaughtered, but they did use it as a soundbite.
But to people who see, oh, he's bringing in all of these people from Project 2025, he must know what it is.
Well,
you say what?
I don't know what it is, no. I don't know what it is.
You still don't know
what
it is?
But I heard
All these
certain
people
things
are
that I
coming in
didn't
from
like.
your-
And by the way, I heard certain things that are phenomenal. Okay?
Like what?
Like law and order. We want law and order. Okay? Little things like, let's put prisoners in jail. Let's not let people come out and raid every drugstore in Manhattan so that we have to put glass up and every store is going out of business.
Let me ask you about something you've referenced a couple of times in this interview. I asked you last time we sat down for an interview if you were going to pardon yourself. You said no. But now that President Biden has pardoned his son, Hunter, are you reconsidering? Might you pardon yourself?
I didn't do anything wrong. I was given the option. And the lawyers told me, a very specific lawyer, I don't have to go into who, but very high up in the administration said, sir, if you pardon yourself, you're going to look guilty. And you did nothing wrong. Oh, I had that option. I could have saved myself a lot of legal fees. But it turned out that I was right. Look at what's gone on. Everything's being dropped. I still have a Fani Willis, a total hoax. That's a total hoax. It's all being dropped. It's all been discredited. It's been dropped. There are those people that say, and this would be the first time in history, that all of those fake indictments, they were going after a political opponent. There are those that say that I actually did better in the election because of it. Now, that would be a first. I think you would agree, because normally that's like you go back to the microphones, you say, I'm leaving right now. I will leave office. I'm going back to my family, and I will fight for my name. Well, I had to fight for my name in public because I didn't leave office. But no, I didn't want to pardon, and I didn't want to pardon myself. I had the option to pardon myself.
And you don't want one now? You're not going to pardon yourself now?
What do I need one for? First of all, I've won almost all of the cases.
What if President
Biden... And the ones that I
Biden...
didn't win are on resuscitation.
What if President Biden offered you a pardon? Would you accept it?
I've never even thought about it. I don't think he'll do it. Look, if he did, he's the one that started this whole thing. He got the Justice Department to go after me. And the state cases are all being run by the Justice Department, which is illegal. They had their people from the Justice Department work for Alvin Bragg in order to get something going. They worked for Letitia James in the state. He had his people go from the federal government and take lesser jobs in the state in order to get Donald
And you know
Trump.
he denies he had anything to do with it.
No,
and
you can't deny it. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they were there. Wait a minute. Wait. You know, you have a tendency to sort of like slough over things. You just made a statement. his person, the top, maybe the third or second or third person, left the federal government, the DOJ, and went to work for Letitia James. And then, after they got that one started, went to work for the DA.
Let me ask you about some of this new reporting. NBC News is reporting that President Biden is considering giving preemptive pardons to the likes of Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff, and Anthony Fauci. If President Biden doesn't issue those pardons, do you think they are going to wish that he had? Are they going to be pursued?
I can tell you this about Cheney, and she's a so-called Republican. I think she hurt the Democrats terribly. When I saw that Kamala put Cheney out on the campaign trail, I said, that's the end of Kamala. I really did. I thought it was a terrible move, especially if you're a Democrat. But Cheney did something that's inexcusable, along with Thompson and the people on the Unselect Committee of political thugs and, creeps. So the Unselect Committee went through a year and a half of testimony. Wait. They deleted and destroyed all evidence of that they found. You know why? Because Nancy Pelosi was guilty. Nancy Pelosi turned down 10,000 troops. You wouldn't have had a J6 because other people were guilty. The people that said that I attacked 2 Secret Service agents in a car. I grabbed one around the neck. I was then rebuffed, and I grabbed the other one. These are 2 of the toughest men anywhere on the planet. They happen to be slightly younger than me, maybe, just a little bit. Let me just tell you. They testified. They said it was total. And all of this stuff came out. People lied so badly. Now, listen, this was a committee, a big deal. They lied. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and a half worth of testimony. Do you know that I think those people committed a major crime.
Sir?
And Cheney was behind it.
Well,
and so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
For what they did.
Everyone on the committee, you think
I think
should
everybody
go to jail.
anybody that voted in favor.
Are you going to direct your FBI director and your attorney general to send them to jail?
No, not at all. I think that they'll have to look at that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to focus on drill, baby, drill.
When you say that,
on
it carries
strengthening
weight, though. You've tapped these people to lead the Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
Biden can give him a pardon if he wants to, and maybe he should. Just remember, Unselect Committee, a year and a half of sworn testimony, and after getting all of the testimony, they deleted it. Wait. And they destroyed almost everything. There's nothing left. It's unprecedented.
And they deny
If you
doing
do that in a civil case, you go to jail.
You know they deny doing that. And officials say that the order never came in for the
They put
National
out
Guard.
a statement.
On January 6th, let me ask you this about January 6th. I think
Benny
you're going to want to
Thompson
answer
wrote
this.
in a statement that he has destroyed all evidence.
Let me ask you this about
It's
January
amazing.
6th.
I wish you could be you have such potential. If you could be just non-biased, you hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm
If
just
I
saying
did
they
it,
deny it. That's all I'm saying.
Kristen, if I did it, you would be standing up in that chair shouting at me. And you know what I'd do? I'd say, you got me. They have done something so illegal. They have a committee sworn to, and because it was so bad, the only reason they did it is because the testimony turned out to be in favor of me. Like Secret Service testified and disputed everything. It made them into a bunch of liars. Not Secret Service, it made the people. They got rid of it because it made Nancy Pelosi, the mayor of D.C., so many people look like criminals. And I will tell you, it's illegal for them to delete and to destroy that evidence.
Let me ask you about January 6th in a different capacity, okay? I think you're going to want to answer this question. You promised to pardon those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Are you still vowing to follow through with that promise?
We're looking at it right now, most likely, yeah.
Well,
those people have suffered long and hard, and there may be some exceptions to it. I have to look. But, if somebody was radical, crazy, There might be some people from Antifa there. I don't know, because those people seem to be in good shape. Whatever happened to Scaffold Man? You know who Scaffold Man was? He stood on a scaffold telling everybody to go and nothing happened to him. Whatever happened to Ray Epps? Now, I don't know anything about Ray Epps, but it was sort of strange the way he was talking. Where is he? What happened to him? Because the people that did very little, they arrested an old woman because I don't think she did anything. They don't even know what she did. These people have suffered. Their lives have been destroyed. And yet in Portland, where they burn down half the city, they burn it down all the time. It's like a routine occurrence. They don't do anything. They attack the courthouse, federal courthouse. They always say federal building. Okay. They destroyed the beautiful limestone exterior of the courthouse in Portland. They killed people in Portland. Seattle, people got killed in Seattle. Seattle, they took over a big chunk of the city. They took it over. They took the city away. Minneapolis, it looked like when they said this is a friendly protest, and yet over the poor slobs from CNN, his shoulder, the entire city was burning down. It looked like World War II. Nothing happened. But wait, nothing happened. They took over the police statement. They took over the police station in Minneapolis. They burned it down. Nothing happened to anybody. And yet these people have been in jail, and I hear that jail is a hellhole. They've done reports, and you would say that's true. They've done reports. This is the most disgusting, filthy place. These people are living in hell. And I think it's very unfair. Most likely I'll do it very quickly.
Very quickly. Okay, but some of them, 169 of them, have pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers.
Because they had no choice.
900 pleaded guilty to other crimes. They're also going to be eligible for a pardon from you?
Listen, it's a very tough system. Do you know almost nobody? I saw people that didn't even go into the building and they were convicted. And you had the police saying, come on in, come on in. I mean, the police are saying, come on in, everybody, come on in. They had people. You have a lot of cameras. They don't want to release the tapes. They don't want to release the tapes.
So, but you're going to consider pardoning even those who've pleaded guilty to crimes, including assaulting police officers?
Well, sometimes they say, here's your choice.
You're not ruling it out?
Look, I know the system. The system's a very corrupt system. They say to a guy, you're going to go to jail for 2 years or for 30 years. And these guys are looking, their whole lives have been destroyed. For 2 years, they've been destroyed. But the system is a very nasty system.
Okay.
I'm going to look at everything. We're going to look at individual cases,
Okay.
But I'm going to be acting very quickly.
Within your first 100 days, first day?
First day.
First day?
Yeah, I'm looking first day.
Issue these pardons.
These people have been there, how long is it, 3 or 4 years?
Okay.
By the way, they've been in there for years, and they're in a filthy, disgusting place that shouldn't even be allowed to be open.
Let's talk about your cabinet picks. I know we started off talking about Pete Hegseth, but I just want to return to that very quickly. Have you gotten assurances from senators that he's going to be confirmed? Do you think he can make it?
No. I think you will, yeah. I've had a lot of senators call me up saying he's fantastic.
You don't drink yourself.
No.
You've talked about how devastating drinking can be.
Yeah.
How concerned are you that the person who you picked for this top job at the Defense Department, at least according to those who've worked with him, has struggled with drinking?
But I've spoken to people that know him very well, and they say he does not have a drinking problem. And, he had a lot of knives out for him. A lot of people don't want to see the military made better.
Let me ask you about former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. You picked her to be the Director of National Intelligence.
Right.
In 2017, she had 2 secret meetings with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Do you have questions or concerns about those meetings?
No. And he's got bigger problems right now.
Well, do you think it makes it hard for her?
His country is collapsing.
Yeah. I mean, do you think it compromises her ability to handle that?
I met with Putin. I met with President Xi of China. I met with Kim Jong-un twice. Does that mean that I can't be president?
Well, when you were president, they weren't secret meetings.
Look, people meet. All these people meet. I mean, I see some of the most dishonest people. I'll tell you, the 51 agents that said that the laptop wasn't from Hunter, it was from Russia. What about them? Tell me about them. Do you think they did something wrong? Do you think they were all so stupid that they thought that the laptop from hell?
So you have confidence in Tulsi Gabbard?
I do. So does she's a very respected person.
Let me ask you about RFK Jr. He has obviously talked about his skepticism of vaccines. He's expressed opposition to childhood vaccines. Do you want to see childhood vaccines eliminated?
If they're dangerous for the children. Look.
So possibly?
When you look at some of the problems, when you look at what's going on with disease and sickness in our country, something's wrong.
Are you talking about autism?
Well, if you take a look at autism, you go back 25 years, autism was almost non-existent. It was, 1 out of 100,000, and now it's close to 1 out of 100.
Well,
I mean, what's happening? If they can find it. Now, I did something the other night that was a little unusual. At Mar-a-Lago, I called the drug companies, the top drug companies, and I called RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz and some of his people. And I said, let's all get together and let's figure out where we're going. Because we're going to do a lot of things. Number one, we're going to reduce prices because the middleman makes more money than the drug companies, in all fairness to the drug companies. There's a middleman that nobody even knows who they are. And you look at our drug prices, they're much higher than the prices for the same medicine, for the same stuff. So we met, and we met for a long time, and we talked about pricing, and we talked about vaccines, in terms of what happens. We talked about pesticides. We talked about everything. And I think a lot of good things are going to come from him. And he's not going to upset any system. He's not going to upset this. He's not looking to to reinvent the wheel totally. But when you look at the numbers, we really don't have a very healthy country.
Well, sir, going back 25 years, studies show that there is no link between vaccines and autism. And yet it sounds like you are open to the possibility of him looking at
open to
getting rid of them?
I think somebody has to find out. If you go back 25 years ago, you had very little autism. Now you have it. I mean,
well, they say because they're better at identifying it.
1 in 100,000, and now it's 1 in 100. That's a pretty bad number.
Childhood vaccines.
I mean, something is going on. I don't know if it's vaccines. Maybe it's chlorine in the water, right? People are looking at a lot of different things.
Well, childhood vaccines.
I want them to look at everything.
Everything. So childhood vaccines have prevented about 4 million deaths around the world every year.
I think that's
sir.
great.
Isn't that...
I'm all for it. I think it's great. Hey, look, I'm not against vaccines. The polio vaccine is the greatest thing. If somebody told me get rid of the polio vaccine, they're going to have to work real hard to convince me. I think certain vaccines are incredible, but maybe some aren't. And if they aren't, we have to find out. But when you talk about autism, because it was brought up, and you look at the amount we have today versus 20 or 25 years ago, it's pretty scary.
Well, again, scientists say that's because they've gotten better at identifying it, and there's no link in studies.
But the drug companies are going to be working with RFK Jr., and he's been an interesting guy to me. I've watched him for 25 years, and he's been an interesting guy.
Let's talk about Elon Musk, another interesting person.
He's very interesting.
Last month, one of your allies said, quote, he's behaving as if he's a co-president. Will you favor Elon Musk over other leaders of competitor companies like Jeff Bezos, Mary Barra?
No, Jeff Bezos called me. We're having dinner. As you know, Mark Zuckerberg came in. We had a really nice dinner. He asked to have dinner. I had dinner with him. I'm having dinner with everybody. People like me now. It's something going on that people. I said, would you have come to dinner with me if I lost? I think the answer is no. I said nicely, kiddingly, of course, because I don't want to sound foolish. But I say jokingly, would you have been here at dinner if I lost? And the answer was probably not. Look, I'm getting called by everybody. It's very interesting. It's different than the first. When I won the first time, I wasn't nearly as popular as this. And one thing that's very important in terms of the election, I love that I won the popular vote, and by a lot. If I didn't,
1.6%.
because they would go with the other one, they say, while he didn't win the popular vote, he won a lot of, I won a lot of the Electoral College, but they would always preface it by saying, now they say he won the popular vote and he won the Electoral College and he won all 7 swing states. That was a great election.
Very quickly, because we're going to talk about the election coming up, but you've tapped Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, to head up this Department of Government Efficiency.
Correct.
Which proposes cuts to the federal government. I think a lot of people hear that and they get concerned about Medicare and Social Security and
Not
Medicaid.
going to have anything to do.
And defense spending.
We're talking
you
about
won't touch
theft,
Medicare, Social Security.
Abuse, fraud.
Okay.
No, I said to people, we're not touching Social Security, other than we might make it more efficient, but the people are going to get what they're getting.
Okay, so the entitlements
And
off
we're not
the table.
raising ages or any of that stuff.
Okay,
No,
off the table.
I won't do it.
Okay, let's turn to foreign policy. Should Ukraine prepare for less aid from the United States after you're sworn into
Possibly,
office?
yeah, probably. Sure.
You've said you can end the war in
We're in
24
for 350 billion, and Europe is in for 100 billion. Why isn't Europe in for the same as us? The one thing that should happen is that Europe should come in they should equalize. And, you know, Biden, all he had to do, like I did with NATO, I said, you got to pay your bills. They weren't paying their bills. And as you know, the Secretary General said, President Trump got $600 billion, no, 640 to be exact. And I used to use the 400 billion number. He corrected me. He said, no, you actually got $641 billion put in. Because I said, you have to pay your bills. We were paying for NATO. And you know why I got the money? Because I asked for it. It wasn't that complicated. Europe is in for a fraction. And war with Russia is more important for Europe than it is for us. It's important for everybody, but it's more important for Europe than it is for us.
And you've said
we have a little thing called an ocean in between us.
You said you can end the war in 24 hours. You've even said you want to try to end it before you're sworn
Well, I'm
into
trying
office.
to.
Before
I'm trying to end it
You're
if I
actively
can.
trying to?
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin
No, I have
since
not.
you've been
You
elected?
mean, no, well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've
I
been
don't
elected?
want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that because I don't want to do anything that could impede the negotiation.
But you
I want to
have
stop
talked
it.
about
Let me
the
tell you
other
what I
world
have talked
leaders.
about. Let me tell
Okay.
you. There are people being killed in that war at levels that nobody's ever seen before. You have to go back to the Second World War, and even that, if you take a look at, and you know what it is? It's the soldiers largely. The cities have been emptied out and demolished. The country has been demolished. If I won that election, which you know how I feel about it, I won't get into it because we don't need to start that argument. I think it's an easy argument. It was really proven even more conclusively by the win that I had on this one. But
you did go
had
to court,
I,
sir.
well, that's your opinion, but I disagree with it. Had I kept control, number one, Israel wouldn't have happened. Number two, Ukraine would have never happened. It would have never happened, Ukraine, Russia. But the number of people that are being killed, soldiers, young, beautiful soldiers, hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. And you know, it's very interesting. It's level. Totally level, the battlefields, totally level. You know what's happening? Yeah. The only thing that stops a bullet, you know what it is a body, a human body. And the people that are being killed, hundreds of thousands on both sides. Russia's lost probably 500,000. Ukraine's lost higher than they say, probably 400,000. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of bodies laying all over fields. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen, and it should have never been allowed to happen. Biden should have been able to stop it.
Sir, will the United States stay in NATO while you're in office?
In where?
NATO. Do you commit that the United States will remain a member of NATO while you're in office?
Again, they have to pay their bills. If they pay their bills, absolutely.
But not if they don't pay their bills.
But NATO's taken advantage of us because we were, look, two things. Number one, they take advantage of us on trade, meaning the European nations, okay, like terrible. They don't take our cars, they don't take our food product, they don't take anything. They take, it's a disgrace. And on top of that, we defend them. So it's a double whammy. So let me just tell you, I was able to get hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO just by a tough attitude. I said to the countries, I'm not going to protect you unless you pay. And they started paying. And that amounted to more than $600 billion. That's a big thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be fighting. They wouldn't have any money to fight. If they're paying their bills, and if I think they're doing they're treating us fairly, the answer is absolutely, I'd stay with NATO.
But if not, you would consider the possibility of
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's turn to the Middle East now, sir. There are still American hostages being held in Gaza. Yeah. You said this week that if the hostages aren't released before Inauguration Day, quote, there will be all hell to pay.
Correct.
What exactly did you mean? And do you still think that the hostages are alive?
I'm not a big believer in the fact that there are too many of them living, sadly, because I've seen the way they've been treated. I talk about the young girl that was pulled by her hair violently and thrown into the back of a car like she was a sack of potatoes. And I said, you know, that's hatred. And then I said, how did that young girl do? Beautiful young girl, just dragged by her hair. You remember, blood pouring all over her body. You can imagine the parents thrown into the back of a car by some horrible guy. And I said, how is she? She's dead. She died, sir. I don't think you have as many. I mean, I hate to say it. I think you have far fewer hostages than people think.
Really?
That's what I think. It's only my opinion, but I've been right on just about everything.
Are you going to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu, with whom you have a very good relationship, to end the war in Gaza?
Yeah, sure.
And have you already started that process?
I want him to end it, but you got to have a victory. People forget about October 7th. That was as violent. And you know what's happening? I noticed that a lot of people are saying, oh, it never really happened. That's like the Holocaust. You know, you have Holocaust deniers. Now you have October 7th deniers, and it just happened. No, October 7th happened. And I've seen the pictures. It is, what happened is horrible.
If China invades Taiwan on your watch, are you committed to defending Taiwan?
I never say.
Still won't say?
I never say, because I have to negotiate things, right?
Can you just say if you'll defend it? I'm not saying if the U.S. military.
I'd prefer that they don't do it. I have a very good relationship with President Xi. We have been communicating with each other.
Since you were elected?
Yes.
And you sent that message?
Since like 3 days ago. Yes, we communicate.
And you sent that message to him, don't invade Taiwan?
We didn't talk about that. Okay. We talked about other things. But I have a very good relationship, and I hope he doesn't do it.
This week, a federal court upheld a law that could result in TikTok being banned. You said you're going to rescue TikTok when you get into office. Are you going to take steps to protect it?
Yeah, and as you know, I use TikTok very successfully in my campaign. I have a man named TikTok Jack. He was very effective, obviously, because I won youth by 30%. All Republicans lose youth. I don't know why. Maybe it's changing. And last time we were down 30% with youth. This time we're up 35% with youth. And I use TikTok, so I can't really, I can't totally hate it. It was very effective. But I will say this, if you do that, something else is going to come along and take its place. And maybe that's not fair. What they're doing, and really what the judge actually said was that you can't have Chinese companies. In other words, they have the right to ban it if you can prove that the Chinese companies own it. That's what the judge actually
said. So are you going to try to protect TikTok just very quick, once you're in office?
I'm going to try and make it so that other companies don't become an even bigger monopoly.
Okay.
Because that's what happens.
We're winding down, and I know you have a plane to catch.
I do.
This is your first interview since you won the election.
Congratulations.
Yes,
I hope
congratulations to you.
I hope you do well with it.
Yes, and sir, I don't have to tell you this because you've talked about it. It comes at a time when the country is deeply divided. And now you're going to be leading this country for the next 4 years. For the sake of unifying this country, will you concede the 2020 election and turn the page on that chapter?
No. No. Why would I do that? But let me just tell you, when you say the country is deeply divided, I'm not the president. Joe Biden's the president.
But you're going to be the president.
No. I'm not the president. So when you say it's deeply divided, I agree. But Biden's the president. I'm not. And he has been a divider. And you know where he divided it more than anything else, and it probably backfired on him, I think definitely, is weaponization. When he weaponized the Justice Department and he went after his political opponent, me, he went after his political opponent violently because he knew he couldn't beat him. And I think it really was a bad thing. And it really divided our country.
Sir, Democrats have control of the White House now. They didn't in 2020. If they're going around stealing elections, why
when you
didn't
say
they do it
Democrats
this
have
time?
control now?
Of the White House.
Yeah.
So why didn't they steal this election? Since they have more power now.
Because I think it was too big to rig.
So you won't...
Too big to rig.
To the people who say that you're now directing your Justice Department to investigate 2020, and they want to move on.
Very capable.
Is that
I think Pam is going to be great.
Precious resources.
By the way,
is that what you want them to do?
Just so you know, I have the right to do that, but I'm not interested in that.
Oh, you're not. You're not going to do that.
I'm not interested.
Okay.
I have the absolute right. I'm the chief law enforcement officer. You do know that. I'm the president. But I'm not interested in that. You know what I'm interested in? Drilling and getting prices down and stopping people from pouring into our border that come from prisons and mental institutions.
Last two questions here. One of the things that made this campaign unprecedented and extraordinary were the horrific attempts against your life. 2 assassination attempts. Do you feel safe going into the White House
I
for
do.
the next 4 years? Why?
I have confidence in Secret Service. I know the people. I got to know a lot of them, and I have confidence. It was a bad moment. Something shouldn't have happened. But I have a lot of confidence, and they've really stepped it up. They were restricted from giving the... Look, I do a rally, and you were at many of them, and I'd have 50,000 people. Joe would have a rally, and he'd have 30 people. And he had more Secret Service than me. My Secret Service was always asking for more manpower / women power. They were asking for more and more and more, and they couldn't get it. I'm not blaming them, really, because they were always fighting for more people, and they wouldn't get... Now, boy, do we have it.
I know it was hard on your entire family. What can people expect from the First Lady in this second administration? What role will she play? She obviously had her Be Best campaign.
She's very liked, loved, and she's very respected, and she's a very solid person, and she devotes a lot of time to helping children. You know what she does, and she's got her Be Best deal that is incredible what she's done. The one thing I say, whether it's First Lady or my children did such a good job, and they were treated very badly by the press and others. Ivanka was unbelievable what she did, and she all she wanted to do is one thing: get people jobs. She could have been the UN secretary. I said to her, she would have been unbelievable. She's got the whole package for that, including right up there. She's as smart as she didn't want. She said, "Daddy, I want to work on getting people jobs." You know, she'd go to Walmart, she'd go to X such. She produced millions of jobs for people. Not glamorous. Most people didn't know she did it, and she was always being excoriated. And I said to my kids, "Don't come in. Don't come in." It's just
you said to them, "Don't."
I said to them, "Yeah."
But will you miss having them there? Will it feel different? They were your top advisors.
I'll tell you what, I'll miss them, and they're really competent. But I say, just go have fun, do your business, do whatever you want to do, but don't come in, because no matter what they did such a great job. Although I have to say, Lara did a phenomenal job as the head of the Republican National Committee, along with Michael.
What will the First Lady's role be, do you think? Will she continue her Be Best campaign?
She's a very elegant First Lady. She was a very successful woman before that, in the modeling and other things, but in the modeling, very successful. The press, I can't say treated her unfairly. You know why? Because she's very popular. You would think if the press was unfair, like to me, the press was obviously unfair to me. The press, no president has ever gotten treated by the press like I was. And yet I got more votes than any Republican candidate in history. By far, it's not even close. So you say, what's that all about? The press has to straighten itself out, because honestly, it's lost all credibility. When that can happen, based on the press, I should have gotten no votes, none. And yet I got the highest number ever. And the reason is because I'm able to go on a show, even like yours, even though you're very hostile, I'm able to go on a show like yours. No, you are.
Well, hopefully you thought it was a fair interview. We covered a lot of policy ground.
It's fair only in that you allowed me to say what I say. But, you know, the answers, the questions are, you know, pretty nasty. But look, because I've seen you interview other people like Biden. And
I've never interviewed President Biden.
When I say you, I'm talking metaphorically.
Okay.
I've seen George Stephanopoulos interview Biden, and he's a tough interviewer. It's the softest interview. I've seen CNN interview him. They give these soft, you know, what's your favorite ice cream? It's a whole different deal. I don't understand why. You know, you would think the press would like to see strong borders, great education, a powerful military, so we have a country left, and all these different things. And somehow they don't want to see that.
Let me ask you, hopefully you think this interview was fair. We spent a lot of time talking about your policy in your second administration. I want to ask you, sir, one final question. What do you want to say to Americans who didn't support you in this campaign?
I'm going to treat you every bit as well as I have treated the greatest MAGA supporters. There's never been anything like MAGA in the history of this country. These people are so dedicated to making America great again. It's very simple. And I'm going to treat them just the same as I treat MAGA. We're going to treat everybody good. We want success for our country. We want safety for our country. You know, our country's under threat, as you know. we have a tremendous threat militarily because of the power of weapons and weaponry. It's a tremendous threat. Nobody talks about it, but it's a tremendous threat. I want to treat everybody the same. I want to treat them well. And at the end of this 4 years, and I have a big head start because I was there for 4 years fairly recently. A lot of bad things were done during the 4 years that I wasn't there, and mostly in what they've done in terms of our reputation overseas. Our reputation is so bad, so shot. I got to bring it back, and I also have to bring back civilization to our country. Our country is a crime pot, and we have to get rid of crime. We have so many things to do. We have to do the prices. We have to do all of that. But we have to get the criminals out of our country. We have to bring down crime. People have to be able to walk across the street and buy a loaf of bread without being shot. And that's going to happen. But what I say to them is, I love you, and we're going to all work together, and we're going to bring it together. And you know what's going to bring it together? Success. I saw that just prior to COVID coming in, I had polls that were the highest anyone. McLaughlin and Fabrizio said, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back from the dead and they ran as president and vice president, couldn't beat you, sir. We were doing so well. And I was getting along with the left. Let's call it the left. We'll be nice. Okay, we're just going to call it. But I was getting along with people that you would consider liberal or progressive, as they like to say, at levels that I never thought was possible. And you know what it was? Success. Success was bringing the country together, and that's what I want to do.
We'll leave it there unless you'd like to say anything more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the honor of
Great
this
honor.
first interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
We're live. No, we're not. And we're live with Dr. John Bergsma. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt.
So you were shocked more that I hadn't seen Casablanca than I haven't been to the Holy Land.
That's right, because it only takes 2 hours to watch Casablanca online.
And it's significantly longer to fly to that.
You got to really plan for the Holy Land.
Why Gethsemane?
Gethsemane is my favorite spot on the usual itinerary of Holy Land pilgrimages because it's under Catholic control. And it's a Class A1 site. It's like no doubt. I should turn that off.
That's all right. Or answer it, whatever you want. But you might want to turn the sound off, or else it'll just.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a wanted man.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and I mean, no doubt Jesus was there. You have 2,000-year-old olive trees there. At least their roots are going back to that far. And you know, there's the oil press stone is what the church is built around. It's a beautiful church done in purple, so it's dark, it's solemn, it's moody, and yet it's not nihilistic or stoic or fatalistic or anything. The mosaics inside shimmer, and it's all built around the stone of the olive press, where they used to press out the olives, you know, back in ancient times. So just probably where Jesus would meet, because it's kind of a landmark within the garden. And to pray there, have mass there, it's just so moving, and it's quiet, and just a powerful impression. My two favorite places in the Holy Land, Matt, are the Mount of Transfiguration and the Garden of Gethsemane, and to me they represent the glory and the suffering of the Christian life, and that kind of sums up the whole path of discipleship. And both churches at both sites were built by the same Italian architect. One was done in gold, and one was done in purple. One is moody and sorrowful. One is like exultant and transcendent. And it kind of captures the whole, spectrum to me of the Christian experience.
Given my temperament, I think the moody and sorrowful would be where I would vibe.
Yeah, me too. That's why it's my favorite, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, the Transfiguration is nice as a contrast, so that you can kind of feel that tension between the two.
You said there's no doubt Jesus was there. I mean, there's got to be some doubt.
Well, no, not really. I mean,
how do you respond to people who have that kind of, because you've done these pilgrimages, people go there. I have that kind of mind. Maybe you do too, where you're like, come on. I mean, how do we know?
Because these sites were venerated going back all the way to the 1st century in many cases, so.
How do we know that?
Because of archaeological remains. Like take, for example, the church of over St. Peter's House up in Capernaum, We've got the ruins of Capernaum there, first century Capernaum. All the foundations of all the houses in the town are laying there. The synagogue where Jesus delivered the bread of life discourse is there, or at least the foundations, and a new one was built upon it, but on the same foundations. And then you've got successive churches that were built around this one location, and at the center of the location, you dig down and you find the foundations of a first century fisherman's house. And they've been, Christians have been coming there since, the first generation after the apostles. And so that's how you can know.
At what point does skepticism become unreasonable? That's a good question to ask, I think, because it's easy to be skeptical because all you got to do is go, how do you know?
Right.
But we often, when we're in that state, don't ever become skeptical of our skepticism.
This is true.
Why do we do that, and what's a good response to that?
Why do we do what?
Why are we so skeptical of everything? I mean, there's probably a good side to that. We don't want to be hoodwinked. We don't want to be brought into some story that's not true.
Yeah, I think it goes back to Descartes and, his whole remaking of the Western philosophical process based around skepticism, and systematic doubt.
Yeah.
And I think that's really shaped the modern mind. And I think prior to Descartes, you have a kind of an Augustinian mentality, which is, I believe in order to understand. And, when you look at the two approaches to life, the believe in order to understand is, works a lot better, actually, in the existential reality of the human condition. We have to trust other people. We have to take people's word for that. It's good to trust traditions. It's good to trust your parents. These things work. They're functional in actual human society. Trying to do everything based on doubt is really destructive. So as a general rule, go with trust.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that bumper sticker question all authority, even this one.
That's a good one. I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So good. So what do you want to talk about, man?
Well, this gets to, I want to talk about the Bible. I want to talk about
I love talking about the Bible.
I know you do. You brought a bag of books with you.
Yeah, a random assortment of stuff. Yeah.
But before we do that, I do want to tell people about Emmaus Academy, which I know is something you've worked on, and I'm really excited about it just from what I've seen.
Yeah. So the St. Paul Center, for which I work, which is, of course, this biblical apostolate started by Dr. Scott Hahn, whom we all know and love, has started this new initiative called Emmaus Academy. And it's, Matt, it's kind of to fill in that kind of middle area between, I have, a good understanding of the Catholic faith. I've got, I'm initiated. I went through RCIA, kind of that level. Versus I'm ready to pack up and move to Steubenville and take an advanced degree. Kind of that middle area between catechesis and higher education. Emmaus Academy fits that. And I think a lot of us are in that area where, hey, it's not an option for me to go back and get a degree, but I would really like to know more about, say, the science of prayer, as it were, or how to understand magisterial teaching, or the theology of St. Paul. And so what we're doing, Matt, is putting short courses together, usually 8 to 12 segments long, usually about half-hour sessions, little easy self-quizzes at the end of them by experts in certain areas. So I was going to say St. Paul. Dr. Scott Hahn, I get him confused with St. Paul sometimes, but Scott Hahn has a intro to the theology of St. Paul on the Emmaus Academy, which is this online platform. And I tell you, taking a course on St. Paul with Scott Hahn is like taking a course on St. Paul with St. Paul. Okay, it's like I think Scott Hahn channels.
And to be clear, he's not paying you to say this.
No. It's just the truth.
A little bit.
Yeah,
no, I'm just joking.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And Father Boniface Hicks, amazing course on prayer. He's a Benedictine mystic out in Latrobe, not far from where we are sitting at this very moment. And my good friend Mike Cirilla has a fantastic course on the Magisterium. This is something he did his doctoral dissertation on.
What I love about it is I went there. By the way, if you click the link in the description, it's called stpaulcenter.com/Matt. Is that what it is?
Yeah, but we should be, when he says not paying, he means not paying him to say nice things. They are paying.
They are paying for the course. or to have access
They're
to this.
paying us to advertise
But,
it.
they are paying us to advertise. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we should be clear about that.
But you get 2 weeks for free. So click the link in the description to sign up to this. If you I think a lot of people want to love the Bible in the way they want to love exercise.
Right.
And by that, they don't love it. They don't even really want to love it, but they want to love it. And I think people want to love the Bible. They want to love the Bible, and I think this will help with that. So if y'all click the link in the description below and sign up, you'll get it for free for 2 weeks. You can try it out, and if you don't like it, you can quit and you won't be charged. So please do this, because we spend so much time listening to politics and listening to the opinions of about the Pope. But what we're going to be judged on is, are we being faithful to the Word of God? There's no other book, correct me if I'm wrong, that the church has commanded us to read.
Right.
And yet we spend, myself included, so much of our time reading and listening and watching things that just distract us from the main goal. So again, click that link, 2 weeks for free. One thing I loved about it when I signed up was I started a course, and given my weakness and temperament, I knew I'll probably do 3 of these and I'll stop. But as soon as you sign up, it says, when will you be? How many hours a week would you like to dedicate to this? Like, I gotta kind of commit. I love that it did that.
Yeah, yeah.
Why did you
That's
incorporate that?
Yeah, for precisely the reason that you mentioned there. It's kind of like psychological. It makes you think, okay, you know, what am I practically going to do, and what does it look like if I were to actually finish this? You know, so it makes you actually think about, how would I have to plan my life to be able to, you know, complete this course of education. You know, I've got a course on there, like a 12-session course on the Gospels. I think people really enjoy it. It has my signature stick figures in it, which are always delightful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, you know, theoretically, I'd love to learn more about the Gospels. Well, this is a really easy way to do it. And yeah, just, you know, an hour, 2 hours a week. We spend that much time, you know, compulsively watching YouTube. You know?
I know, I do.
Just get on there and like, you know, all this drivel. And I think, no, you know, I could be spending my time much better. And really learning something substantive.
What I was impressed too, and this isn't just something I'm saying because they're paying me. Like, I have to say it, but I actually also mean it. I think lying's a sin, so hopefully people will believe me. Is how well it was produced. Like the cameras, you've done a really good job with it. It's not just in front of your laptop. It's
right, exactly. Yeah,
high production.
Yeah, high production values. I thought that was important. You know, you want it to be enjoyable. Reminds me of St. Augustine. You know, when he talks about education, one of the things that a teacher should try to do is delight. Yeah. Right. So visually appealing pedagogical experience, I think is important. So we really try to do that.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the Gospels, the Bible. I've heard people ask this question: why should I put my faith in a book that was written 2,000 years ago?
Right.
Like, isn't it more reasonable to assume that there's probably enough errors in there to make it unreliable, and that I should rely less on that and more on what, like, maybe modern people have to say?
Yeah. Well, you could flip the script on that and say something that's lasted 2,000 years is probably something worth trusting, whereas modern theories that haven't even been trusted yet, haven't even been tracked for even a generation, that should arouse suspicion. You know, all these proposals for new forms of family life or new forms of sexuality or all this stuff, all that's untried. And actually, the tracking that has been done on a lot of that stuff is really negative, but we can't talk about it without getting demonetized.
You can talk about it, though. That's my goal, to be demonetized. So finally fire Thursday.
Yeah. So
sorry, it's a joke. I love you.
So yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of philosophies, you know, from pundits and so on that you can find on YouTube or other social media that are untried and probably don't work, but something that's been working for people for 2,000 years, that's Scripture, that's the Gospels. And it stood up to countless attacks from other religions, attacks from atheism, attacks from hostile philosophical movements, and still commands the respect of millions upon millions of people all over the world, giving them meaning, inspiration, inspiring them to good works. You know, Jesus gives us an empirical rule of thumb for testing the truth of things. By your fruit, you will know them, right? So you got to look at the fruit of this teaching, the gospel teaching. What has it inspired people to do? What has it resulted in? Well, it's resulted in hospitals, schools, universities, the advance of human rights and human dignity, the protection of the poor and the weak, etc. So I think that those are motives of credibility, so to speak.
I'd like to talk about the Bible as a whole, but maybe just so we can narrow in on something, maybe we could talk about the New Testament.
Absolutely.
So what's the criteria people, historians or whatever, look for, biblical scholars look for, to say, okay, this is a reliable document? What do we mean by a reliable document?
Yeah, well, one of the things that we mean by a reliable document is one whose text we are certain or fairly certain really comes from the author. And for that, you need manuscript evidence. And I think that's one of the issues where the New Testament just shines compared to other ancient documents, and we can give some examples. For example, Julius Caesar, between about 58 and 50 BC, he wrote a work called the Gallic War, basically his wars in France. It's a memoir, right? And so he wrote that in, like I said, 58 to 50 BC. What do we have in terms of manuscript copies of it? Well, we have 10 manuscripts of it. That's it. 10 manuscripts. And the oldest only goes back to about 750 AD, okay, a distance of about 800 years from when he actually wrote it.
So 10 manuscripts?
10 manuscripts.
And when you okay, when you say we have 10 manuscripts, what does that mean? We don't have the original manuscripts.
We don't have the original manuscripts. We have 10 copies of the Gallic War written by medieval scribes, and the oldest of those was written around the time of what we call the Carolingian Renaissance, about the time of Charlemagne in 750 AD, okay? So we have nothing, we have a gap between the composition and our oldest copies of this document of about 800 years. Now, nobody's really concerned or strongly doubts that we pretty much have a good copy of the Gallic War, and it was by Julius Caesar, and the text is pretty stable, So, because in historical research, 10 manuscripts is actually pretty good, because we have a worse situation in other ancient documents, like Tacitus, who's writing about 100 AD, about the time of the death of John. Tacitus is a Latin author, one of the greatest historians of the ancient period, wrote a massive, 14-volume history of the world. We only have about 4.5 volumes of that remaining, and only 2 manuscripts. And our oldest manuscript only goes back to about 850 AD. So again, about an 800-year gap between when Tacitus wrote and our oldest manuscript copy, handwritten copy of his document. Does anyone doubt seriously that Tacitus really wrote this, that it, reflects his thought, etc.? No. They're willing to accept it on the basis of 2 manuscripts. But Matt, when we move to the New Testament, we're talking about 5,800 manuscripts, and that's just the Greek copies of the New Testament that we have. And when we talk about how old those go back, our oldest complete copy of the entire New Testament, which is 27 different documents, when you think of it, Matthew through Revelation, our oldest complete copy of the New Testament was from around 350 AD, a gap of only about less than 300 years from the time of its composition, okay? And then if we go into individual books, our oldest complete copy of the Gospel of John goes back to around the year 200. Same with the epistles of Paul, around the year 200. So we're talking only about a gap of 100 to 150 years between when it was written and when our oldest manuscripts. That's unprecedented in ancient research and in terms of ancient documents. And in particular with the Gospel of John, our oldest fragment of the Gospel of John goes back to 125 AD, about 30 years after it was written, because most scholars think John was written about 90 AD. So from 125 AD, we have a scrap called P52, Papyrus 52, which is a scrap of a pocket edition of the Gospel of John from Egypt. in about 30 years after it was composed. So this is amazing. This means most people think, most scholars believe, the Gospel of John was written in Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey. And 30 years after its composition, we're already finding pocket editions of it being written in Egypt, which is quite some distance away. So that document spread like wildfire. And that little scrap that we have, P52, it's from Jesus' dialogue with Pilate in John 18, and it's a little triangular shaped scrap, and it's got part of John 18 on one side, and then a continuation on the back side, and we can line it up with the Gospel of John, and we can figure out the size of the page and how much text elapsed from the front of it to the back of it, and that's how we could figure out it was from a pocket edition. So this little one that you might slip in your, So it's amazing, and it's striking to me because Billy Graham, I was a Protestant for the first 30 years of my life, and I went to Billy Graham crusades, and he used to pass out pocket editions of the Gospel of John. And I thought to myself, this is amazing. It's one of the oldest forms of Scripture, is a pocket edition of the Gospel of John being used for evangelism. This goes way back to the very beginnings of Christianity. So my point is, Matt, that we have this amazing manuscript resource of thousands of manuscripts, and they go way back within shooting distance of when the documents were composed. And we don't have this kind of manuscript attestation for almost any other ancient documents, not for the works of Plato, not for the works of Socrates. And so, we have, hundreds and thousands of more manuscripts than with other ancient documents. Why is there so much pressure placed on the New Testament? Why is there such a high bar that people want to place on the Bible and the documents of the New Testament in terms of their credibility when other ancient documents just get a pass with a
Can I suggest what it is?
Yeah, well, I know what it is, but go ahead.
Well, it's that it's talking about people coming back from the dead, people walking on water, people multiplying 5 loaves and 2 fishes, one person specifically.
Right.
It just seems incredible. And so if it didn't have these supernatural elements, people would be willing to accept it.
Right.
But it does, and it seems so unlikely given our everyday experience.
Yeah.
That's why it's being questioned.
Yeah, and I can understand that. But the unique situation that we have with the Gospels is that we have very strong circumstantial evidence to believe that these documents were written by people that knew Jesus and that lived in that first century Jewish world prior to the destruction of the temple in the year 70. Whereas when we have these legends about miracles and other supernatural stuff from other civilizations and other cultures, typically it's coming from documents written many generations later by people who are not in touch with the reality, boots on the ground, of the era that they're trying to describe, if that makes sense. But very clearly the Gospels, take the Gospel of John, for example. Since our earliest scrap of it comes from 125 AD, it's got to have been written earlier than that. And most scholars believe the evidence points to around the decade of the 90s. That's still within the lifetime of somebody who would have known Jesus. Church tradition ascribes it to the Apostle John, who was very elderly when he wrote that gospel, but in his youth, obviously, knew Jesus himself. And then when you look at the Gospel of John, it reflects information, Matt, that only somebody who lived at the time of Jesus could have known.
Is that what you mean by circumstantial evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
Get into that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so John 10:23 says that Jesus was walking in the portico of Solomon in the winter. And just a throwaway line. It doesn't call attention to itself or anything. But when you do the historical research on this, you find out that when you reconstruct how the temple was shaped and built, that the portico of Solomon was on the east side of the rectangle that defined the courts of the temple. And on that east side, the portico of Solomon had a wall that blocked the east wind. And in the winter in Israel, you get a cold east wind that comes off of the desert. So where do you want to walk in the temple courts in the winter? You want to walk in the portico of Solomon where the wind is blocked and it's warmer than the rest of the environment. Just a tiny little, tidbit. But to me, Matt, these these subtle pieces of evidence that don't call attention to themselves speak that much more powerfully.
Yeah.
Because if you're dealing with a pseudepigrapher or a con man, they're going to try to call attention. Pseudepigrapher is a false writer in Greek. You know, if you're dealing with a charlatan or somebody who's trying to fake it, they're going to try to make claims that call attention to themselves.
Yes.
You know. But what you find throughout the Gospels is little details that upon further research suddenly make sense only within that Jewish culture of the first century. And let me give you another one. There is a throwaway couple of verses in the Gospel of Mark 14, 51 and 52. It says that there was a young man following Jesus into the Garden of Gethsemane. And when the guards show up, they grasped him. They seized him, but he was wearing a single linen garment, nothing but a single linen garment. And he slipped out of his linen garment and he ran away naked. It's like two verses, Mark 14, 51, 52. It's like nothing precedes it, nothing follows up. It's like, what the heck is that all about? You know, this teenage streaker photobombs the shooting of the Passion of the Christ, you know.
Right.
You know, it's just like a literary photobomb, you know, with a streaker. So what is going on there? Well, you start doing the research, Matt, and you find out that this is very curious. This young man is wearing a single linen garment. Now, linen was expensive, you know. So if you're wearing linen, you're wealthy. But wearing a single garment was a sign of poverty, like a slave. So it's a paradox. Why would somebody with the wealth to wear linen be only wearing a single garment? Well, one class or sect of Jews actually dress this way, and it's the Essenes. Okay, the Essenes are this sect of Jews that we know about from Josephus and from the Dead Sea Scrolls, because they had a monastery on the shores of the Dead Sea, left us the Dead Sea Scrolls. And from their own writings and from Josephus's writings, we know that they only wore linen because it was a ritually pure fabric associated with the priesthood, and yet they practiced extreme poverty of dress. They would wear the same garment until it wore out. So you have this little tidbit of this guy strangely dressed. It's a throwaway line. It doesn't call attention to itself. But church tradition tells us that young man is John Mark himself, the author of the gospel. Okay. And that's also the best explanation for why those verses would even be in there. You know, if it was somebody else, the author, you know, wouldn't share that kind of same shameful incident, but it's kind of an act of humility that he pencils himself into his own painting, like Rembrandt used to do a little self-portrait in the corner of his painting and so on. And so you have this little tidbit where the author is slyly tipping his hand, showing his identity, letting you know, I was actually there. I was a teenager at the time. This is where my life intersected with that of Jesus, giving us cultural information that's very strange and only fits into a certain time period, because the Essenes who dressed this way, they were all destroyed in the year 70, along with the temple. Their movement came to an end. So this kind of cultural, you know, manner of dress only really was significant and fit into the culture of a certain time period. You know, so again, little details like that mesh very well into a culture that lasted, you know, just a matter of decades and a few generations. Which is indeed the time period that these documents are claiming to represent. That really speaks powerfully to me.
Can you give us some more examples?
Yes, absolutely. So in John 5, the author mentions that Jesus performs a healing at the porticos of Bethesda, or the twin pools of Bethesda, which he mentions were surrounded by 5 porticos. Now, prior to the 1950s, a lot of scholars thought this was completely fictitious because no such area in the vicinity of Jerusalem was known or had been discovered. And they thought it was some kind of symbolism, like the 2 pools, or I don't know, the Father and the Son, and the 5 porticos, or some reference to the books of Moses, or, you know, so some kind of symbolic theological statement. Well, in about the middle of the 20th century, they're doing excavations in the area of Jerusalem, and they discover these pools. They discovered 2 massive cisterns that were venerated both by pagans and by Jews for healing properties. The pagans attributed it to the god of healing Asclepius. It's a very hard thing to say. And the Jews attributed it to God. And as far as the 5 porticos, that was regarded as fictitious because it was imagined that this was a pentagonal structure, and no pentagon-shaped structures were known from Greco-Roman culture, etc. But when they dug this up, they discovered, no, that's not what's being described. What we have is a rectangle with 4 sides, and then in the middle of the rectangle, you got a portico dividing this rectangle into 2 squares, and these 2 squares surround the 2 pools. And so that's what he means by he says it's 5 porticos. And I just got back from a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and there's a diorama, like a scale model of Jerusalem from about the year 66 in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. And you can see the whole layout of Jerusalem. And sure enough, there they've got the 5 porticos surrounding the 2 pools of Bethesda. Well, that was completely wiped out in the year 70. So after the year 70, nobody would have known about the existence of those twin healing pools or this unique 5 porticos and so on. So clearly this is information from somebody who lived at the time of Jesus prior to the destruction of the temple in the year 70 and has these cultural and geographic memories, just as he has this memory of, back in the day before the temple was destroyed, you walked in the portico of Solomon during winter. So again, little details. On the Gospel of John, I can say another thing about that, and that is there's a lot of unique phrases and terminology in the Gospel of John that 100 years ago or more was attributed to the influence of Neoplatonism or Greek philosophical currents, phrases like spirit of truth and sons of light and sons of darkness. And this was thought to be, the influence of later Greek dualistic philosophy or Neoplatonism on the author of the Gospel of John. Philosophical movements that post-date the time of our Lord. And so the thought was the Gospel of John is this late fictitious philosophical, document, right? Well, with the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, scholars were shocked because in the scrolls, particularly in what's called the Community Rule, which is like the central theological document of the monks that left us the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found all this vocabulary and all these phrases that were otherwise known only from the writings of John the Apostle, the Johannine literature of the New Testament. So sons of light, sons of darkness, spirit of truth, spirit of falsehood, and a whole bunch of other, phraseology parallel between the Gospel of John and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, all of the Dead Sea Scrolls were written before the year 70 because the monastery was wiped out at that time. So what that showed, Matt, was the language of the Gospel of John, which has typically been targeted as, supposedly the most fictitious or the most theological or the most made up of the 4 Gospels by skeptical scholars. Again, the language of the Gospel of John authentically represents pious, devout, Jewish religious jargon from the lifetime of Jesus. And we can demonstrate it by comparison with contemporary documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is how pious Jews spoke back then. This is their theological vocabulary. This is the way they thought, I should say, and we can demonstrate that from hard literary evidence. So really, again, bespeaks the fact that the accounts that we're getting about Jesus in the Gospels were written by contemporaries, by people who knew and understood and reflect and express the cultural patterns and the language of that era.
What do you say to the charge that the Gospels were originally anonymous and only later did we put names on them? I think Bart Ehrman makes that claim.
Yeah, Bart Ehrman does it. Here's a book by Bart Ehrman, misquoting Jesus. Don't read it. Well,
I do want to say, if people want to see Bart Ehrman get royally destroyed in a debate, Jimmy Akin. I'm not sure if you watched that debate.
I haven't watched that.
I had no idea that Jimmy...
that Jimmy's so good.
Holy mackerel. I would really recommend people check out that debate. Thursday's going to put a link in the description. It was because I had respect for. I had heard Bart Ehrman debate William Lane Craig, and even though I thought William Lane Craig did a good job, I thought Bart was quite a formidable opponent.
Right.
And then Jimmy just completely schooled him.
Yeah. Another person who schools him is Brant Petrie, Case for Jesus.
Right.
Yeah, everybody should have this in their library. And speaking about anonymous gospels, Brant is really good on that. Brant's my buddy. We graduated at the same time from Notre Dame. But okay, let's talk about that. There's several problems with the anonymous gospels theory. And I talk about this with all my New Testament classes. Okay. First of all, we don't have any anonymous manuscripts of the gospels. All the gospels that we have that preserve the beginning and the end of the document identify it. Sometimes the identification comes at the end, like at the very end it'll say this is according to Luke, or sometimes it comes at the beginning. But we don't have any anonymous. There's one copy of, I think it's like Luke, that is missing its ending, and the beginning doesn't have an inscription. But we presume it would be the kata Lukon, or the according to Luke, would have come in the end. So one ambiguous example that at best might have been anonymous. Out of hundreds, well, thousands really, but you got to look at the dates, and with so many, we mostly just look at the oldest ones.
Right.
But okay, so what am I saying? What I'm saying is you have one possibly unattributed copy of the gospel amidst all of this manuscript evidence, all of which identifies him. And it's not like there's ambiguity. It's not like sometimes we find Mark attributed to John, or sometimes we found John attributed to Luke, or something like that. No, it's always Mark. Mark's always Mark. Whoa. It's always kata Markon. Luke's always kata Lukon. This is the Greek according to his kata, right? So kata Lukon is according to Luke, and John. So that consistency is very strong, because when there's ambiguity in the tradition, you usually get diversity of attribution, right? But none of that. Okay, so our manuscript evidence very strongly supports the authorship of the Gospels. Secondly, people in the ancient world, just as they do today, distrust unattributed information. Everybody wants to know, where is this information coming from? If you get an anonymous email, Matt, do you or I like, no. If I get a text that's anonymous, it's like, one of these texts that say, hey, what's up? What you up to?
Yeah.
Like, delete that right away. Okay. People in the ancient world were the same. They did not trust anonymous documents. So if somebody's trying to fake or act fictitious, what they would do, and what they in fact did, was at least claim that their fake gospel was from some famous figure like Peter or so on. So we have fake gospels attributed to Peter. We've got fake gospels attributed to James and stuff like this. But releasing an anonymous gospel is a great way not to gain people's trust, and a great way not to be heard, because people are going to look at that as like, who is this from? Why isn't the person identifying themselves? Why should I trust this? And they're going to discard it. So it's just what we call a priori unlikely. Just in advance, we can say that this is not a strategy that ancient people would have used. And then you bring in the patristic evidence, and going all the way back to Papias, one of the earliest of the church fathers, who lives between like 600 and like 110. I mean, what am I saying? 60 and 110 AD. So he is, he's born just before Peter and Paul are martyred, and so would have been a contemporary of the Apostle John in his later age, and some of the other apostles, and in fact talks about having oral conversations with Matthew and John and the others. And he tells us, for example, that Matthew was the first gospel writer who began to collect the teachings of Jesus in the Hebrew language, and so on. So our external witness to the authorship of the Gospels begins very, very early within the lifetimes of those who would have known the men, and then it continues thereafter.
And I think another point that Brant makes is, if you were going to attribute the four Gospels to somebody, why would it be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Maybe John, but why Matthew, Mark, and Luke? Can you speak to that?
Yeah. Yeah, Matthew, maybe, but is still an unlikely candidate because he is not a leader among the 12, and he's got a mark against him by the fact that he was a tax collector, which is kind of like being a drug dealer in our society.
Is it really that bad?
It is really that bad. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Tax collectors would. Yeah, I think that's the best analogy. Ancient people looked at tax collectors the way that we look at drug dealers. In other words,
Wow.
you are an unscrupulous person that has no problem with making a living doing something that's utterly destructive to society.
Wow.
And
Wow.
so,
okay.
So Matthew, yeah, a bit of an unlikely candidate to be, attributed to as the first gospel. Mark, even worse, because Mark has a sketchy CV. Because he abandoned Paul,
Right, yeah.
in Acts, was so, Paul distrusted him so much that he refused to take him on missionary journeys. So that's Mark's, checkered.
Imagine if they had Twitter back then.
Resume. Yeah, exactly. Glad they did it.
I am too.
And Luke is, kind of a nobody, just to kind of Paul's assistant, and not an apostle, So why would you attribute it to him? And indeed, the fake gospels or the pseudepigraphical gospels, they all, choose one of the 12 and go with that. I'm James, or I'm Philip, or something like that. So,
and why do we know that James, Philip, Peter, how do we know that these gospels are false?
Because the manuscript attribution of them is so late. Like, unlike the authentic gospels, where we have, for example, in the case of the Gospel of John, we got a complete copy from the year 200. These fake gospels, their attestation, goes back to like 350 and so on. Plus the information in the pseudepigraphical gospels, the information in them and the theological issues that are being dealt with, etc., reflect later heretical movements that we can trace in the church, and don't have that nice first century Judaic cultural background that we find in the authentic gospels. Speaking of the Gospel of Matthew, let's talk about that. My buddy Michael Barber just published last year a book, I believe it's called Jesus in the Temple, Memory, Methodology in the Gospel of Matthew, with Cambridge University Press. Like, you don't get any better than Cambridge. And in that book, Michael Barber points out that again and again in the Gospel of Matthew, there is a presumption that the temple is still standing. In Matthew 5, in the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says, if you're offering your gift at the altar and there remember, what do we think? That that's a throwaway line, that he wasn't in earnest about that? And there's no little explanation by the gospel author to kind of like adapt that for a templeless situation. The gospel just seems to presume that there are Jewish Christians that are still using the temple. Again, later in, I believe it's in Matthew 17, we have that discussion of the temple tax. And Jesus, is asked, do you pay the tax of the temple? And he tells Peter to go, catch the fish and pay the temple tax on his behalf. After the destruction of the temple in the year 70, that was very provocative, because the Romans continued to tax Jews for the temple, but instead of sending it to the Jerusalem temple, they sent it to the temple of Zeus or Jupiter. Okay, and so in the Gospel of Matthew, the gospel seems to be approving of Jewish Christians just quietly continuing to pay the temple tax, but that would have been very scandalous after the year 70, when the temple tax was going to paganism.
Interesting.
So another sign that this document is being published prior to the destruction of the temple. Michael Barber goes into much greater detail at the highest academic levels about this. But that means then that this document has to be written by a contemporary of Jesus.
Yeah.
Further, when we look at Matthew 16 and the whole discussion of binding and loosing, where that power to bind and loose is given to St. Peter, that language of binding and loosing is unique to first century Judaism. binding meant to authoritatively prohibit something based on your interpretation of the divine law, and loosing meant to authoritatively permit something based on your interpretation of God's law, basically the Torah or the Pentateuch, right? So binding and loosing was contemporary terminology for first century Jews prior to the destruction of the temple. After the destruction of the temple, the language changes because in the Mishnah, which is this Jewish lore written about the year 200, we don't get that language of binding and loosing anymore. So this is reflecting this first century reality. And there was a debate within first century Judaism about who had the authority to do this. The Sadducees claimed to have it. The Pharisees claimed to have it. The Essenes claimed to have the authority to do this. And Jesus is saying, none of y'all, okay? None of y'all have this authority. I'm giving it to my number 2 guy here. He's going to do it. And then in Matthew 18:18, it's also shared with the apostles as a group. So again, what am I saying, Matt? I'm saying that we find authentic Jewish terminology, concepts, cultural reality, which really only existed prior to the destruction of the temple, being reflected in this Gospels, which is all the more powerful because it's indirect, because a faker would call attention to his claims.
Gotcha.
But this is subtle stuff that it really rings true. It's like, you know, when you have a veneer is a fake, right? But when you cut down into the wood, you want to see, do I still have oak, you know, down there? And so this subtle stuff that's in the Gospels is like cutting into the heart of the Gospels and seeing, does it still really ring true as Jewish documents of the first century when we really get into the fine detail, the high resolution analysis? And yeah, they do. They really do. So I think it provides us, you know, really strong confirmation of our faith.
I like what you brought up about the temple, and I've heard people use the destruction of the temple to show that these Gospels were written prior to that before. Can you help us understand how traumatic it would have been for a first century Jew for the temple to be destroyed, and therefore you wouldn't just write about it lightly if it had been destroyed?
Right. Yeah. Well, the temple was the center of Jewish identity and worship. It's been likened to a combination of Wall Street, the White House, and the National Cathedral.
Wow, okay.
So it was a bank. It was a university, as it were. It was where a lot of education went on. That's why we see Jesus debating with the scholars in the temple. It had libraries. It was a center of learning. It was the whole focus of Jewish religion, culture, and identity. Moreover, it was believed to have been built on the place where Abraham had attempted to sacrifice his son Isaac back in Genesis 22. And the sacrifices that went on in the temple were regarded as memorializing that great self-sacrifice of their ancestor Isaac. And the temple also was built and decorated to represent the whole universe. It was really a microcosm. So, for example, the veil between the holy place and the Holy of Holies was blue. This massive veil was blue, and it was embroidered with the sun and the moon and the stars to represent the universe. And likewise, the high priest wore a blue garment to match the veil, which also had the sun, moon, and the stars embroidered on it, because he was the cosmic man. He was the man whose body was the temple, as it were, or he was like the concentration of the temple. And really, when you think about Jewish worldview, the whole world is a temple. But then the whole world is, as it were, concentrated in the Jerusalem temple. And then the whole Jerusalem temple is concentrated into the person of the high priest. And so you have these kind of like a bullseye, you know, like a target of like, you know, successive concentration of the spiritual essence of all of creation, you know. So when you destroy the temple, you are symbolically destroying the whole universe. And that's why in the Gospels, when we have our Lord's end times discourses in like Matthew 23 through 25, you'll find a mixture of language of the destruction of the temple being prophesied, which actually was fulfilled in the year 70, but that's also will be mixed with language describing the destruction of the world at the end of time. And why can Jesus and the gospel authors like mix the prophecies of the destruction of the temple with prophecies of the end of the world? It's because the temple literally represented the whole world. And so the destruction in the year 70 of the Jerusalem temple was a type, sign, and prophecy of what's going to happen to the whole creation prior to the Lord's return.
I've heard people point to that passage from Christ who says this generation will not pass away before the Son of Man comes again.
Right.
How is that? So I know that's kind of what you're referencing. How does that not disprove?
Right.
I mean, the generation has passed away and the Son of Man has not come.
Right. Yeah. Well, first of all, the word generation can also mean race, so this race will not pass away, and the human race hasn't, apparently.
So the Greek word is synonymous.
Yeah. It's polyvalent. Okay. Has more than one sense. So there's that. Furthermore, this is super interesting. I didn't even believe this before I actually worked on this and found this. But if you go back to the Old Testament prophets frequently talk about the coming of the Lord. And by that expression, they mean the coming of the Lord in judgment. Okay? And so you find prophecies in the Old Testament where the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem is predicted as a coming of the Lord. And they don't mean a visible apparition of the God of Israel as if he's going to appear and be seen with the physical eye, but they mean a visitation of his divine judgment. So you can demonstrate that in many passages from the prophets. And so I think what we have with Jesus' language, like this generation will not, pass away until the coming of the Lord, etc., is this language of a visitation in judgment, which indeed happens within a generation, with the judgment that falls upon Jerusalem, which in turn, foreshadows the end of the world.
Do we have the church fathers interpreting it as such?
That's a great question, and I'm just going to have to punt on that.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. You can look into it. Another thing that strikes me is if the Gospels were written by hucksters, salesmen, why do we do these things? Why do we lie? And it would seem that, okay, well, for one of three reasons, maybe. Power and influence, money, or something else. I don't know.
Right.
But in the Gospels, it seems to me that if you were writing a fake gospel in order to gain prestige, you wouldn't write yourself into the script as a knucklehead who keeps misunderstanding Jesus. You wouldn't have people accuse this Christ as being a drunkard. You certainly wouldn't have Christ rebuke the head of this group as Satan.
Right.
What else? I mean, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're writing later, you would not have these predictions of the destruction of Jerusalem, which seem to imply that the world's going to end immediately thereafter. Okay. Now I think we have ways of understanding that, but you would want more explanation in there, and furthermore about that. All of the apostles come off looking like nitwits. In this. So this is not a hagiography. This is not gaining prestige for Peter or for, possibly for John, but John never uses his own name, in his gospel. He's very indirect about that. I think that's a very strong, argument. You have a lot of, as it were, politically incorrect things said about Jesus and the apostles that are very difficult to explain.
Like he's gone out of his mind. Like his family thought he'd gone out of his mind. Why would you write that? Right,
exactly. His family thought he was crazy. But that's so authentic because, you can totally imagine that happening in reality. So it rings true with our human experience. And furthermore, I got into a debate about this at a Bible conference some years ago. This Bible scholar got up and he said that, in the first century, these Jews were superstitious and they just didn't understand that miracles don't really take place because they didn't have the notions of natural law and modern science and stuff like blah, 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 blah. And I got up after his talk and I said, no, that's not actually the case. Because when Jesus performs a miracle in the Gospels, the people react just like you and I would react.
That's right.
They're like, dang, what the heck is going on here? What's with this guy? He just commands the winds and the waves and they calm down. I mean, people are shocked.
They're afraid.
They're scared. They're frightened, and that's precisely how we would react if somebody did this stuff. So it rings true. The reactions are kind of authentic.
Yeah.
And you can see people struggling with this challenging person that Jesus is, struggling to try to understand him and fit him into their categories, and having a difficult time doing so.
You mentioned that we have strong evidence in Matthew about the temple that suggests it was written prior to the temple.
Yeah.
Do we have evidence in other Gospels, because of the destruction of the temple, that they were written after the destruction of the temple?
No, actually, this has been brought up several times, most famously by a Bible scholar by the name of J.A.T. Robinson back in the 1970s, who wrote a book called, I think it was just like Redating the New Testament. And Robinson, who is not particularly conservative, in fact, theologically, he was kind of a leftist, but he just points out that there's no smoking gun passage in any of the Gospels that clearly points to the fact that it was written after the destruction of the temple. And so Robinson said, hey, all of the New Testament documents can have been written prior to the destruction, and probably were. That was his position. And just last year, this guy's name I'm going to look at, Jonathan Bernier. Jonathan Bernier. Had to refresh my memory on the name of this scholar. Just last year, 2022, Jonathan Bernier, prominent New Testament scholar, updated Robinson's argument with a book from Baker called Rethinking the Dates of the New Testament. I think that's what it is. Is it? Yeah, Rethinking the Dates of the New Testament. And refreshed all those arguments and showed that, Robinson's arguments, they need to be adjusted for some discoveries, but it's still a sound argument to this day. You can date all of the New Testament documents prior to the destruction of the temple in the year 70. And in the case of the majority of them, that would be the preferable date. Now, personally, based on the testimony of the church fathers, I regard John as being written later. But there is evidence in the Gospel of John of it being written prior to the destruction of the temple, because at one point John says, for example, there is in Jerusalem near the sheep gate such and such and such and such, and this, it's a statement that implies that at the time of writing, this is still true of the city of Jerusalem. Now, personally, I think of that as, John as an older man, as church tradition tells us, who for whom, Jerusalem is just so real in his memory. These memories are so vivid that he kind of speaks in that vivid manner. But you can, and many have and do take this as evidence of really an early date, even for the Gospel of John.
Which John wrote John, and does it matter?
I think that the simplest explanation is it's just the Apostle John. And Paul N. Anderson, a Methodist Bible scholar, just maybe within the past 5 years, wrote a tour de force defense of just traditional authorship of the Gospel of John, just saying it's the apostle, and he presented this at an international conference of John experts that, if my memory serves, was held in Lima, Peru. All these, Johannine, we call them, experts from all over the world, and Paul Anderson gets up and he gives this resounding defense of John's authorship. I just think it's the explanation that best fits with the data, because at the end of the Gospel of John, you get the big reveal where you find out that this guy, this disciple whom Jesus loved, is actually the same guy as is writing this book. You find that out in John 21. So this is the one who has written these things down. Okay, and then you go back through the Gospel of John and you look at the profile of this disciple whom Jesus loved, and you find out that, for example, he always seems to be hanging around Peter. Okay, well, that's interesting, because you go to the Gospel of Luke and the book of Acts, and you ask yourself, of all the apostles, who is the one that's always hanging around with Peter? And what you find out is it's John. Peter and John get sent into Jerusalem to prepare the Passover for the Last Supper. Peter and John get sent to Samaria to confirm the converts that Philip had made in Acts chapter 8. Okay, so Peter and John go up to the temple and they heal the handicapped man who's on the steps of the temple. You know, so it's kind of that subtle confirmation where the profile of the disciple whom Jesus loved, who's traditionally always been understood by the church as the Apostle John, his profile fits with the profile of John that we have from Luke, Acts. And then other subtle things. John, church tradition identifies John as the youngest of the apostles. That would fit with John outrunning Peter to the tomb. If he's a teenager and Peter's in his 30s or 40s, that would make sense. The teenager gets there first. John being the youngest would fit with John sitting beside Jesus at the Last Supper, because the oldest and the youngest male present sat next to each other. The oldest male led the Passover Seder, and then the youngest male had a speaking part where he was supposed to act stupid and ask dumb questions like, why do we eat bitter herbs this night, and stuff like that. So those two sat next to each other at a Passover, and that's where we see Jesus and John. And also that, John laying his head on Jesus' chest is kind of a social gesture or kind of interaction that would be appropriate between like a much older, older brother figure, or even a father figure, and a much younger man, but two guys the same age, a little bit weird, Okay. So if we imagine John at, maybe 15 years old, Jesus in his 30s, very much, Jesus is old enough to be his dad, so that kind of physical affection, like noogie, 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 kind of thing is appropriate. And then further, that explains why John is able to stand at the foot of the cross. Being maybe 15 years old, he does not look like a threat. So the Roman soldiers allow the women, and you got a teenager there in a tank top, jams, and flip-flops. You're like, he's fine. He's fine. Let him go with the women, and go up. He's no threat. But Peter was a grown man who carried some gravitas. You're not going to let him. If he shows up, you're going to arrest him because he might cause some trouble. He can wield a sword and cut somebody's ear off. So there's all this. This subtle circumstantial evidence that points to the beloved disciple being young and being a sidekick of Peter, and that's exactly how he's portrayed in Luke, Acts, and early church tradition. So yeah, I think the strongest evidence is just the simple, what has been the church's tradition.
I've heard people say that in John's gospel we see the divine Messiah, but in Matthew, Mark, and Luke we don't. But perhaps since John was written later, people began to speak about Jesus with this divine sort of authority, and therefore we really shouldn't accept John, and because the other Gospels don't talk about him being divine. Why is that false?
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so terrible. That's awful. I just got back from pilgrimage.
You should take some heartburn medicine. And then
right. Yeah, I have to calm down. I have to do some centering exercises to calm myself after that incendiary thing that you just said. But
say your centering prayer word.
Yes. Okay. Concentrate on the breath. Back to the breath. Okay.
Feel your body. That's enough. Okay. Yeah. I'll stop.
Look, again and again, this problem, Matt, arises from not reading the Gospels as Jews. You got to place yourself back in that first century Jewish mindset and approach this from a Jewish perspective. And if you do, you discover that Jesus is claiming to be divine all over the place in all four of the Gospels. Okay. But understandably, being a good teacher, he's subtle about it, and he kind of provides you with enough information to be able to triangulate or figure out that he's God without saying it directly, because if he says it directly, he risks arrest. And it's not that our Lord is unwilling to be arrested. He just wants to be arrested at the right time and on his terms. And so he waits till he's ready for his passion, and then he allows himself to be arrested. But he controls the situation, right? But let me give you some examples. I mean, a great example is the calming of the storm on the sea, which is recorded by Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Okay. If you go back to Psalm 107, Psalm 107 has a couple of lines where it says, the Lord, using the divine name, YHWH, the Lord calms the sea and stills the winds, okay? And then you see Jesus doing that on the Sea of Galilee. And any good Jewish reader, remember the Jews recited the Psalms, memorized the Psalms. Any good Jewish reader who reads that account of the stilling of the storm on the Sea of Galilee, Psalm 107 is going to come to mind, and they are going to put 2 and 2 together, come up with 4. 4 is Jesus is God. He is the Lord from Psalm 107. Even if you're a pagan, you're going to realize that Jesus is divine, because the winds were the domain of Jupiter and the sea was the domain of Neptune. And those two guys were at least 2 of the top 3 gods in the Greco-Roman pantheon. And Jesus has just outranked Jupiter and Neptune by telling them to shut the heck up and sit down and be quiet, okay? So that means Jesus' power exceeds that of Zeus and Poseidon, Jupiter, Neptune, that Jesus exercises divine power. And this is why it causes fear. And then the disciples are like, who is this that even the wind and the waves obey him? Again, the Sermon on the Mount. In Matthew chapter 5, we have those famous 6 antitheses where Jesus says again and again, you have heard that it was said, or you've heard that it was written, but I say to you. And in 6 different places there, Jesus corrects either the interpretation of the law of Moses, or in some instances, he corrects the law of Moses itself. Moses was regarded as a divine man, or like a theos aner in Greek. They call it, scholars call it, like a man who was almost, was so close to God that divinity almost kind of flowed through him in the Jewish perspective. So there's nobody higher in the Jewish view of the world. There's no one higher than Moses, but God himself. So for Jesus to correct Moses in the Sermon on the Mount amounts to a claim to divinity, okay? And this happens again and again. I could go into, greater detail, but on virtually every chapter of Matthew, Mark, Luke, Jesus is doing things that only God can do. And again, being a good teacher, he uses the Socratic method. The Socratic method is to allow people to, as it were, get it themselves. And so he's just, not making the blatant claim, but providing folks with enough evidence from his miracles and from his teaching that they can figure out what's going on.
I'm thinking of today's gospel, which is easier, to say your sins are forgiven, or to get up, take up your pallet and walk?
Right.
But you answer, you tell me, and then I'll do that thing. Yeah.
Right, yeah. And then, he identifies himself as the Son of Man. Well, you go, who is the Son of Man? Daniel 7 is the Son of Man. You go back to Daniel chapter 7, and the Son of Man comes riding on the clouds. Well, what does that mean? Well, Psalm 18 says that the Lord rides on the clouds. In Greco-Roman mythology, Zeus or Jupiter rode in the clouds. In Norse mythology, it was Thor. In all these pagan religions, the chief god always rides on the clouds and controls the weather. So in Daniel 7, the Son of Man who comes riding on the clouds to be presented before the Ancient of Days, the Son of Man is a divine figure. And even Jewish scholars admit this. There's Daniel Boyarin, a very famous rabbi scholar from UC Berkeley, like 20 or 30 years ago, wrote an article in Harvard Theological Review pointing out that the Son of Man figure in Daniel 7 is a divine figure, And this is, so people think when Jesus calls himself Son of Man, that it means like Joe Sixpack or John Q. Doe or something like that, like I'm just a generic human being. That's not the meaning of the phrase. Look at Psalm 8 and what it says about the Son of Man. Look at how the Son of Man is portrayed in Daniel 7.
Right. So if you're right about that, I would imagine that we would have a response of horror to the claim, I am the Son of Man. Do we see that?
Right. Well, we do, at the trial at the Sanhedrin, where the high priest, Caiaphas, places Jesus under oath and says, I adjure you, tell us if you are the Christ. And Jesus says, I am, and truly I say to you, you will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds in glory. Okay, this is the divine entrance of the Son of Man from Daniel 7. And then Caiaphas says, blasphemy. Well, what is blasphemy? It's like, falsely claiming to be God or, offending and so on. And so, yeah, there is this response of horror.
But that could have more to do with the riding on the clouds of glory than just saying I'm the Son of Man. So if you're right that saying I'm the Son of Man means more than I'm a human like you, I mean, shouldn't we see people being bewildered at that statement all throughout?
Well, they are, in a sense, bewildered by this claim that Son of Man, and people don't seem to understand what he means by that.
Yeah.
But the light comes on when he's tried before the Sanhedrin, and so like,
the Son of Man.
That Son of Man is who you're. This is what you've been meaning all this time, you know. So it's like, yeah, this is kind of great, you know, revelatory moment. For those who had eyes to see and ears to hear, they could have figured it out before, but it finally becomes, you know, a public recognition at our Lord's trial before the Sanhedrin.
In addition to what you've said, if you had 3 to 5 minutes to convince Ben Shapiro to convert and accept Christ as the long-awaited for Messiah, what would you say?
What would I say?
His salvation depends on you here, so don't screw this up.
Yeah, don't mess this up. I would say, look, Ben, the Gospels are authentic Jewish documents. They reflect the hopes and aspirations of the people of Israel, reaching the culmination of their history. And these Jewish men who wrote the Gospels found their expectations satisfied in the person of Jesus the Messiah. And after the death and resurrection and ascension of Jesus the Messiah, God providentially destroyed the Jewish temple, making it impossible thereafter to practice Judaism. I agree that Judaism is true, that Judaism is a revealed religion, but it is no longer possible to practice it because we cannot any longer offer the necessary sacrifices in the temple. This is the same point that, for example, Justin Martyr pointed out to contemporary Jews of his own time period. So can we not see in God's providence, first of all, the strong historical testimony to the reality, the miracles, the supernatural power of Jesus the Christ, which is, you know, we didn't even get to talking about Josephus, but Josephus also testifies to the miraculous powers at work in Jesus of Nazareth. The Gospels provide historical testimony to this as the fulfillment of the expectations of the prophets of Israel. And God also seems to have providentially blocked other ways of being faithful to the tradition of Israel's prophets. So this is really the only viable path still open to us to be faithful to the tradition of Israel. It's to accept that Jesus the Christ is the fulfillment of, say, Isaiah 53 and the expectations of the new covenant in Jeremiah 31, 34, etc. And to be faithful to the Jewish tradition, the Israelite tradition, the only viable path is to accept Jesus as the Messiah that fulfilled that. Otherwise, we're left with a religion which has failed, apparently.
Okay, thank you. I was reading in. Did you have something?
It's 10:10. Do you want to do?
Oh, what time do you need to go?
Oh, soon.
Okay.
Can we do our Hallow
5
ad?
minutes?
We need to read our Hallow ad.
Hallow.com/Matt. Go check them out. So I just found this today on Hallow, and it got me really jazzed, speaking of loving scripture. This conversation has been so fascinating. I want to apologize to all of our local supporters who asked questions, and we haven't got a chance to read them. We didn't realize that Dr. Bergsma had to leave, so we'll have him on again, and we'll get to those questions. But I want to tell people to go to hallow.com/Matt. We'll put a link in the description below. Hallow is the #1 downloaded Catholic app. It's got a ton of great stuff. They've just now included the 4 Gospels that are read dramatically. And there's also a new podcast that's on this app. And if you know this fella, please thank him for me because he's an Aussie. It's called Daily Exegesis. And so every day he goes through the daily Gospel and, exegetes it. And it's excellent. Really, really excellent. It's nice to hear another Aussie too. So if you download the app, right, you only get a certain amount of things free. But if you want access to the entire app, go to hallow.com/Matt. And when you sign up there, you get it for 3 months for free. That's ridiculous.
3 months is a long time.
It's a long time.
And
you
for
might
the
be
amount
dead
of
by
content,
then, and then
that's
it
like,
won't matter if you get charged.
they're literally offering you like $100 worth of free content, guys.
So check that out, hallow.com/Matt. I use it. I've been using this every morning, and I've just been loving it. So it's terrific.
Awesome.
Sounds great.
Oh, I'm sorry you have to go. This is fascinating. I love talking to you.
I had so much fun. I love talking about this stuff.
Well, this was packed.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's answer the questions sometime. You
I
know,
would love
have
that.
me back and let's handle these.
Yes, we'll definitely do that. All right. Well, God bless. Big thanks to everybody. Thanks, Thursday.
You got it, Matt. Have a good day, guys.
Unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana. Automate workflows so your team can have less follow-up and more follow-through. Try for free today at asana.com.
All right, gents.
So I always forget that. I know you're not nervous because we've done this a lot, but I forget that when I have a guest in, this is like new for them.
Oh, yeah.
Because this couldn't be chiller for me, you know?
Nice.
Which is probably what you want.
Yeah. I mean, there's like a sense in which being a little bit nervous kind of hones your skills or sharpens the mind.
There's way more space behind him than me.
I did the table. I'll move it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But then why is that still the case? Do you like, this is how casual the episodes are.
Oh,
this is a
nice.
great way to start the episode because that way you hook people.
Look at how bald. Look at how bald that man is.
Yeah. Do you mind
Do
just...
you want me to move it over?
Adjust it just a
I did it on the
little.
table.
That man is as bald as he has ever been.
Oh, bald. I think you said bold. So we should point this out. Your beard is glorious. And there is an episode, there's a clip of a previous episode of us where it's called like Beard Envy. Remember when I was rocking the full beard?
I do remember that.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And
you accused me of beard envy.
But dude, your beard is way cooler than mine.
Thanks.
Did you know it would look good when you... Hang on. Whoa, let's back up. Why did you decide to do it? At what point did you commit? And did you know it would look this good? 3 questions.
Yeah, great questions. So I started growing it on May 28th. And the reason is because I took a long hike in Switzerland. And I was trying to ultralight, just cut weight insofar as I could. So I was like toothbrush. Seems like I should. Razor. Seems like I shouldn't. And then after 6 days, I was like, this doesn't look terrible. I suspected that it might look decent because my dad has grown a beard a couple times in the past, I don't know, 15 years. And it always grows in nicely.
Yeah.
So thus earning him the nickname Admiral Beardsley, which I think comes from a Dennis Quaid movie, but not important. And then, after like 6 days, it was still a little bit patchy and thin, but I was like, let's give it another week because I'm balding. And I think it's important when a man is balding to replace like the net hair head quotient thing. Because otherwise it's just like, that's a very bald man. So you have to distract people from your uglitude. And that's the strategy at present.
So you're balding up there. I'm just going backwards until this tuft is like here. So that's what I was saying to you earlier, that the beard is only for the bros. So it's a good thing you live with men.
Yes. Yeah, beard for the bro. Although you might have that. I really like it when a man has a kind of archipelago, like he has hair kind of like islands. So sometimes this one just gets cut off from the rest. And I like see that guy and I'm
separates.
like, I see that guy.
Yeah. Have you seen William Lane Craig over the years? He's kind of got my hairline. I look at him like, that's how I'm going to look in 20 years. Like his hair now starts back here.
Okay.
And it's full.
Yeah. No, it's a mood. I suppose, you can care about it or you can not care about it. But I think everybody cares about it at a certain level. Because even when you say like, oh, I don't care, you kind of care.
Yeah.
So then how do you go from there?
Yeah.
And I think it's keep it short and grow a beard and make the occasional joke, but not too many jokes, because when you really just overindulge in self-deprecation, people are like, how insecure is that, bro? The answer is quite insecure.
So there's like a golden mean somewhere of self-deprecation that you want to hit.
Yeah, like every so often. Because if it becomes too much, it's like, come on, you're doing all right. You're okay,
Matt Walsh once said that if the internet can choose between pity and mockery, it will always choose the latter. So you got to keep that in mind too if you're online.
Yeah, unless you're like target demographic is women between the ages of 65 and 80, because I think like the mothering tendency is so distilled at that point. They're like, I just want to feed you, I want to take care of you, you look so sad, tired, combination factor. So if you're just right there, then you're fine.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I was telling you too that the beard is really not for my wife, who doesn't enjoy it. But I told you before the show that I'm trying to decide, do I want Thursday to compliment me or my wife to kiss me? And it's troubling that it's about 50-50. I'm not sure how I feel.
And I told you not to say that on the show.
Yeah,
Actually, I
that's
gave
right.
you very.
You did,
What do you think about
yeah,
that
but
shot?
There we go. Oh, okay. I love that we're doing this live. Coming at it, coming at it.
Nice.
You're further away from the table, is what it is.
Okay.
I can be further away from the table.
Nah, it's good.
Don't move, don't move. You make his job harder.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'll adjust it again, but I think it's even now.
So before we get into the rosary and all that we're going to talk about there, I want to let people know about stpaulcenter.com/Matt. Click the link in the description if you can throw one up there. That would be great. So St. Paul Center is Scott Hahn's baby, as it were, and he's created, along with the help of other people, an excellent digital resource called Emmaus Academy. So if you go to stpaulcenter.com/Matt, check it out, because you can start a free trial for 2 weeks and see all that they have to offer. They have short courses, book studies, original content, and all of this stuff is really highly produced. It's not just Scott Hahn in front of his laptop lid in his basement. These are really well-produced courses. So if you're like me and you know how easy it is just to waste time on YouTube and you'd like to maybe put that time to better use, you could learn to love the Bible. I think that's what Scott Hahn and these other fellas do so well. Joan Watson, Scott Hahn, who do we have on the other day? John Bergsma. These are really brilliant folks. They're going to help you love the Bible. I always say that I don't even know if I want to read the Bible, but often I think that I want to read the Bible. Like, that's the kind of person I want to be, but I feel like I'm not there yet. If I was, I'd be reading. I mean, to be fair, I do read the scriptures daily, but not with the kind of love and passion that I wish I had. And I don't know if you can force yourself to want something, but I think what this can do for you is it'll actually help you want to love the Bible really well, and who better to do that than Scott Hahn? So please go over, because they are supporting the show, to stpaulcenter.com/Matt. Click the link in the description. When you sign up over there, you get free access to the entire course for 2 weeks. That's why you want to use that URL. And if after 2 weeks you don't like it, you can quit it, or you can binge watch every single course that they have, then cancel. Joke's on them, am I right? Yeah, I've signed up, and what's really cool about this is I signed up to this big Bible study they had, and then I got a question that threatened me. They were like, how many hours a week would you like to dedicate to this? I'm like, ugh. I was hoping to get really passionate about it today and forget about it tomorrow. So they kind of like help you with a schedule, and then when you're doing it, you're actually interacting with people around the world who are going through these Bible studies and courses as well. So also book studies. Ralph Martin has The Fulfillment of All Desire, an excellent book he wrote, where there's very well-produced videos of him guiding you through this book. There's a ton of stuff. stpaulcenter.com/Matt.
Boom.
So, do you have a doctorate yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
I submitted my dissertation, but I still have to defend it in like October or November, depending on when they set the date. And then,
So do you feel relief having written it and submitted it, or do you feel more anxiety because now it's done and maybe you changed things and now you've got to defend it?
I think I feel relief. Yes, so the editorial process, that makes it sound like I published a newspaper regardless. The process for editing was long and exacting, and my director's very careful, and he's very, intelligent and generous with his comments. And so like incorporating all his comments and then having outside readers look at it. And then the last stage was you can export a written text as a spoken audio track from Microsoft Word, or just have Word read it to you. So I had Word read me my whole dissertation. And as a result of which I've heard it read to me in another person's voice. And because it's strange, you're more likely to pick up orthographic errors, but also you're hearing it as if for the first time. And at the end of it, I was like, that doesn't stink,
Yeah.
So I'm kind of happy with it.
Bar.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't stink too terribly much, which the main good thing about our dissertation is that it's done. And a lot of people will say, I have no intention to publish this and I want to kind of wash my hands of it. But if it's done, it's done. So I'm happy that it's done. I'm looking forward to defending it. It's only a 2-hour thing, kind of harrowing, but it's only 2 hours of your life.
Because if you fail the what do you call it, examination?
Yeah, well, yeah,
defense.
I don't know what it's called. Yeah.
If you fail that, you just have to go back and rewrite big sections depending on how much you fail. Is that the idea?
I think it depends on the university or the university system. I suspect it's different in the United States or in England or in Germany or in France or wherever else. My impression is that they won't let you get to the defense until you're in a position where you're going to pass. So if there were serious problems with my written text, I'm going to hear about it in the next month. They're going to ask me to rewrite, resubmit, so I won't actually be there for a defense for another several months. So yeah, once you get to that point, it's like, okay, we're for you, but we're for you in such a way that we're going to make you drill down or we're going to make you clarify. So if you can see it in that way, I think then, yeah.
Did you hit a wall during the process?
So at the end of each chapter, what I did was a lot of reading and writing, or reading, note-taking, writing, synthesizing, and then I just had these kind of binge writing things for each chapter. I would just set aside 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks and just write for 7 to 10 hours a day.
Holy
so
mackerel.
that I had everything already, my text document and then my outline documents and everything such that I could just go. But those were brutal. So I did it to myself. But at the end of each of those, I took a kind of exhalation of exhaustion. And then I'd either just step away from the work for a few days, read some literature, or just tend to other tasks, or I just go on a 2-day hike or something like that. Because after my first chapter, I tried just getting right into my second chapter, and it was like I was dragging my corpse through, a long, dark, terrible alley. And so, yeah, you kind of have to be a little bit gentle with your humanity. Not too gentle, because then you can become indulgent, but gentle enough.
And is it called your director? Who's the fellow who oversees you and guides you in this process? His name?
Most people say director. In German, they say my Dr. Father, which is pretty cool. Yeah, exactly.
And why did you choose him, or was he assigned to you?
I chose him because he's the best at what he does.
Which is what? Because presumably he doesn't know nearly as much as you do on this topic.
He probably does.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
So he is a Dominican priest, and he is a scholar of St. Thomas Aquinas, specifically of St. Thomas's Trinitarian thought, but he also does stuff in St. Thomas's Christological thought, which is what I did. And so for him, Christology is a kind of side hustle. For me, it's the main event, but even still, he knows more about it than I do. And I chose him because he's very patient and careful, especially with texts. He understands St. Thomas. He understands St. Thomas's contemporaries. He understands the tradition of reception of St. Thomas, and specifically things that have been written in the last 100 years. So he's a master of many languages, and he's a master of many different subdisciplines as well. So you come to him for, one, expertise, to mediate to you St. Thomas the Master, but also for perspective. He's already done the work. He's hosted the conversations. He's been at the conferences. And he knows if you're going in a direction which is overwhelming because there's so much written about it and the chances of you contributing are very low, or if you're heading in a direction which is highly contentious, and you're going to have to substantiate every point with documentation. Are you willing to undergo that work? Or, so he's going to be able to save you a lot of heartbreak, but he's also going to be able to encourage you. You're going to want to look at this resource and this resource and this resource, because he's been writing book reviews for the last 35 years. So like everything that's been published in English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish on this theme, he's read it. And he also has a memory which is somewhere between 1 billion and 18 billion times better than mine. So I'm like, yeah, I read that, maybe. Whereas he's like, yeah, on page 73, you're going to want to see that thing about soteriological paradigms. It's like, yes,
sir.
Yes, I will.
Father.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Doctor, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know when I, obviously at a much lesser level than you, but when I started writing for books and articles, one thing I learned really quickly was not to overstate my case, that it's better to be nuanced and make my case seem weaker than it otherwise may have been than to be hyperbolic. What was something you learned in this process?
Yeah. So one thing is I tend to, go for the 30,000 foot view. I like to survey the landscape and tell you how everything is interconnected, from like whatever kind of contemporary application to how it's rooted in the most blessed Trinity, which is cool. But I was not very careful about particular details. I jokingly say that I'm a horseshoes and hand grenades man. So it's basically like, or it's, I think I heard that. And some of that's been ironed out living with other Dominicans, because Dominicans can be very attentive to details. So, well, actually, or, Father, it's like, cool. I should probably be better about that. But also I'm just not especially patient with reality. So I'm just kind of hustling on to the next thing. But with this process, I learned that you have to pay attention, because the idea is that St. Thomas is mediating to you a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the hope, right? So his insights, or, his particular approach to sacred theology is wise. So it's orderly and in, receiving that order, receiving that wisdom, it actually opens you up to a relationship at a deeper level. Prayer, study, we're talking about a contemplative life, so both are present in it. But how do you have access to St. Thomas? It's not just like in the ether, it's through what he wrote.
Yeah.
So you have to pay attention to the words like they're a love letter, like they're very precious. Each word was crafted. It was crafted for you because the person who wrote them had a conviction that they mattered and that the relationship that they mediate matters above everything else. So the idea is, pay attention to the words, their setting, their context, the historical moment, but the words, and the words mediate a reality which puts you in living touch with the Lord. And so I learned to be a lot more careful about the principles, about the arguments, and about, kind of how to chase them down.
Was there something prior to writing this dissertation that you were wrong about, or that you may have articulated in a way that you certainly wouldn't now after having done a deep dive in this topic?
Yeah, I think so. What I wrote about is how salvation is communicated. And my basic point is salvation is just God. It's just God. And we have different ways to describe it, and it's necessary to describe it in those different ways for precision's sake, for distinction's sake, because we're creatures and we don't become God in the strict sense, but we can share in or partake in the divine life by created gifts like grace, virtues, other things besides. But I think I was thinking about salvation like it was some third thing. Like God went into, the mines of heaven and started finding salvation ore and then piled it up at a certain point. And then when he was crucified, he's like, send down the ore. And then we could, refine that over the course of our lifetime and make precious salvation metals. But it's just God wants to give us himself. And in giving us himself, he adapts himself, not in a creepy kind of process theology way, but he accommodates himself so that we can recognize him and so that we can receive him. And so you can think God, laid up in his heavens, conceiving of the way, doesn't take him time, he doesn't go through steps, but conceiving of a way whereby best to give himself to mankind. And, the passion of our Lord Jesus Christ is kind of the summit of that story, but everything that leads up to it, the Lord's incarnate life, everything downstream of it, the life of the church, is all a reflection of how God determines, not necessarily best in a comparative sense, like we've made an Excel spreadsheet of the different ways in which God could have saved us, and we're like, this is definitely the best. But in the sense, like, it reflects a depth of wisdom, it reflects an intensity of love, and what God is communicating is, I want you to have my life. I want you to partake of my life, not regardless, or not in spite of what's gone before, but specifically in that history. We're going to reorchestrate that history so that you can have me whole and entire. And the study of salvation, I think, just makes a lot more sense when you see it in this. Okay. It's a relationship rather than pile.
So I know we say that God is what he has, as it were. They're the same thing. So he is his omnipotence, etc. Yeah. Is there a sense in which he is what he does, saves, or is it different?
Yeah. So that was another piece of the dissertation too. Was you can think about doing in different ways. Our doing is largely an expression of our need. So, you go out to Leonardo's coffee shop because you need the coffee that they serve, because otherwise your life will be sad and your, interior will be just
bleak.
Yeah, exactly. So we usually do stuff as an expression of need, but God does stuff as an expression of perfection, as an expression of abundance. So we can make philosophical distinctions, but they're not that important for this present situation. But like operation is a kind of perfection. So a perfect being is the source of a perfect operation. So when we talk about heaven, for instance, we'll describe it as not just we're seated on a celestial couch being served celestial fare. No, it's a kind of entry into, it's a kind of movement, as it were, into the divine life. So like St. John Damascene quotes St. Gregory of Nazianzus as saying that God is an infinite ocean of substance. And so you can think of heaven as a kind of like deep dive. But it's to fire on all cylinders. It's to give perfect expression to our human capacities. It's to live fully, not to just repose languidly. And so, when we're talking about God, we're talking about God who is abundant life. God who is just firing on all cylinders. That's his very nature, is to be, and that his operation is the deliverance of his to be. And so when we talk about God's engagement with us, we're not thinking about God in the sense of, okay, I was going to do this, but that seems like a bad idea, so now I'm going to do this. I'm going to reorchestrate the plan on account of the fact that ... No, God just gives himself he adapts the giving of himself to the different states of humanity or to our own temporal condition. But effectively, it's God giving expression to his abundance, his unsearchable depths. And I think that, so we say that God is his existence. He is his intellect. He is his active intellection. He is his object of intellection. So God is his knowing capacity. He is his very knowing. He is the object of his knowing. And that's a kind of, a perfection that spills out, as it were. I mean, he chooses to engage with creation. So it's not like, oh, wow, look at that, I created. Crazy, right? That spills out into the created world. And we're engaging with a God who is simple, but we receive it in a kind of complex way because we ourselves are complex. And so it registers in us as kind of complex. Like grace is different from virtue, although they're so closely akin because we need God's divine life to get into all the nooks and crannies of our interior. And so it's like, I want to be, like at the level of being, I want to be good, grace. At the level of operating, I want to be good, virtues. At the level of receiving divine inspiration, I want to be good, gifts of the Holy Spirit. And you got to go down the line. But that's God giving himself to us. And it's articulated in our interior life, and in our kind of outworking of it, so that we as human beings can be saved from top to bottom, so that we can be equipped in every imaginable way in the level of supernature, just as we are in the level of nature.
Is God responsible for the virtue of the pagan? Is that because I've been reading this book by Matthias Scheben right now on grace.
Cool.
And wow, it's pretty powerful. He talks about how the grace of God is infinitely, but maybe not infinitely, you tell me, better than the goods of the world. And we so often trade what is infinite for like a shiny coin given to us by the devil. And he quoted some, I think, Roman philosopher, if memory serves, about, I think he said something to the effect of, if I were in a palace surrounded by golden things, it wouldn't make me any better. And Scheben says, Scheben or Shaben?
If you hear people say both.
That it's grace that does that. Like grace is what perfects the man. And that's, but I guess I don't understand how it works in relation to our virtue, because obviously there are noble pagans who are far more virtuous than us. I think we would both agree. And so God was responsible for their growth in virtue. Is he responsible for our natural growth in virtue?
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, God's responsible for everything except for sin and falsehood, says the Catechism of the Council of Trent, or maybe the Decree of the Council of Trent regarding original sin. But the idea is that God gives us our being and our causing at the natural level, and he gives us our being and our causing at the supernatural level as well. So like St. Thomas addresses that particular question in the Prima Secundae, where he's talking about, so in that treatise on the virtues before he gets into the particular ones, it's like questions 55 through 70 of the Prima Secundae. He'll ask about the virtues of the pagans. And he says it's like a step beyond kind of temperament or natural constitution. Some people might be more inclined to be generous, or some people might be more inclined to be brave, given how they're made up and maybe how they were raised and things like that. And he says, but that's not yet true virtue, simply so called, is the language that he uses, like vere virtutis simpliciter.
What would you call it then?
So you'd call it like nascent virtue, or the beginnings of virtue, the starts of virtue. He calls it imperfect virtue is the language that he uses. So we can just say imperfect virtue for an imperfect, pagan world. But what you really need for true virtue is all of the virtues to be present, to be interconnected. So in the kind of the natural order, Aristotle will talk about this with prudence. In the supernatural order, obviously, we talk about it with charity. And you need charity there to make the whole virtuous life integral and perfect, because charity refers all the virtues to their final end. Because charity is able to say, why are we doing this at the end of the day? We're doing it because God is who he says he is, and because he loves us, right? So to love God above all things and our neighbor as ourselves gives a kind of transcendent horizon to the whole virtuous life, and it brings the whole virtuous life together. So we would say, imperfect virtue, it's present there at some level by temperament, natural constitution, maybe by the customs of the land, the time, the place. But then perfect virtue requires that all of these things come together and that they be united in the way in which they were intended to be united with the love of God.
One thing I love about you is you seem to be very comfortable with your humanity, and I think when people become Christian or even far along in the Christian walk, there seems like there is this dichotomy between body and spirit, right? And so the spiritual things are those things that really don't involve my body, and whatever does involve my body is somehow subpar or not something I should take, I don't know, too much stock in or delight in or something. Do you think that's because of how Aquinas speaks of what man is? And do you see that among your other brothers? And do you think that's because they've been influenced by Thomas, or is it just like a temperament thing?
Yeah. Maybe yes. I'd have to think about it a little bit longer. I was actually talking to some of the brothers last night. We were hanging out on the porch and just chatting through things. And they were saying, it seems like we're trying to make up our mind whether to become a bitter Dominican, I ought to be more observent or I ought to become more
better,
human.
you said, right?
A better Dominican.
I think you said
yeah.
bitter. Okay, better.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. There's ways to do that too. Much easier, I'm sure, to become a bitter Dominican. Yeah.
Yeah, all you have to, never mind. So whether we ought to be more observant or whether we ought to be more human. And so I think that we can have a confidence as Christians that if we pursue, the heights of spiritual perfection, that our humanity will be drawn into that.
Yeah.
It's not going to leave our humanity behind.
Yeah.
For reasons, that we've discussed and a lot of people have said more coherent things about. But the basic idea is that, okay, what's the goal? The goal is God. God has made it known and has made it available that we share a life with him. And that places a claim on your humanity from the top of your head to the soles of your feet. And that's something that's body and soul, because you, as a human person, you're one thing. You're an ensouled body or an embodied soul, however you want to describe it, but you're one thing. Such that St. Thomas will say that after we die and the soul departs from the body, or the soul and body are separated, in heaven, until the general resurrection, you're not a human person. You're a human soul. Okay? So there's still some connection with your body, and then at the general resurrection, you will be returned to your body will be returned to you at some level. How the continuity between what was and what is works, I don't know. But yeah, so I think that when we have this vision of there being one goal, namely God, and that God wants to wed himself to us, that he wants to give himself to us without, what would you say, like mediation, but I mean, he uses mediation, but without anything else kind of as a substitute for or filling up the lack of. He's just like, I want to give you my whole self. And you're like, okay, let's go. And then that's gonna draw you into it whole and entire. So like St. Thomas will say, for instance, that we're primarily made to the image and likeness of God by virtue of the fact that we have an intellect and a will, so a mind with which to know and a heart with which to love, because it's immaterial, and that references the immaterial life of God, and it also makes us capacious of God. And then when we act out of those powers by knowing and by loving, we're drawn into God, because we can know God with his own knowledge of himself, love God with his own love of himself, and be assimilated to the interior life of the Blessed Trinity. But still, he says, there's also a sense in which we're made to the image of God in our bodies. And he recognizes that, because he compares human beings to angels. And he says, you can say, angels, strictly so called, are more to the image and likeness of God than men, because their intellectual powers are more acute, they're more keen. But we are more to the image and likeness of God insofar as there's, you can see in our bodies this act of generation, which he says is patterned after or reveals something of the Father begets the Son. So there's not the same type of relationality among the angels, because they're all created at the outset, and there's no coming to be or passing away of angels. It's just set like integers. Whereas for us, there's something of the fecundity of the divine life at work.
So even though angels are greater in nature than us, we reveal something of God in a way that angels don't. Probably in the same way a Tyrannosaurus Rex is less than us, but reveals something of God that we don't. Would that be right or no?
Yeah, I think it's more. I think we're more dignified than Tyrannosaurus Rexes, even though you might not be led to that conclusion when watching Jurassic Park, because they seem quite powerful, and so we associate power with dignity. But we're more dignified because we have this spiritual capacity. So I'd say there's a bigger gap probably between us and T-Rexes than there is between. Okay. Ooh, I'd have to think about that. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. But yeah, so I would say that if you're going for God, to return to my original dichotomy between the observant and the human, if you're going to God, then your humanity is going to be drawn into it, and it might place claims on your humanity, demand sacrifices of your humanity. You can't be like, I'm going to indulge in whatever because it's so human. I'm gonna like whatever, look out for myself because it's necessary for my humanity. You can't do those things in the same spirit once God begins to lay claim to the whole of your life and says like, I want all of you, like a whole burnt offering. And I think that worship is always going to take on this dimension where it smells like, like, have animals been slaughtered in this temple? Are those entrails? Is that, there's like burnt feathers? It's like there's a sense in which that starts to register in you because you've got the deepened and more, keen impression that he wants the whole of me, and he's not going to settle for anything less than the whole of me, which is a terrible prospect, but ultimately a blessed one. So, yeah.
Do you think that people are scrupulous because they don't know what God is? I mean, none of us know what God is, but do you think... you know, that maybe our image of God is too small, and that's maybe part of what results in scrupulosity. Because it's the same theme I'm going to here, right? With like being human, and like you began by talking about God, and I think most of us just have like such a. I wonder if for many of us, God is accidentally just this idol that we ask to make our life better and our friends' lives better, and that's what we mean by God, and that's not at all what God is. Do you find that as you grow in your understanding of God, this scrupulosity begins to lessen as you begin to trust in how great He is? And does that not make sense?
No, that makes sense. I have a couple of related thoughts. Just cut me off if I'm speaking too long, because I might. I was talking to Thursday about this actually on the way in. So one way in which God makes known that He wants to save our whole humanity is by assuming our whole humanity. So He takes a human soul and a human body and a human intellect, a human will, human emotions, even the defects associated with human sin without the sin itself. So like hunger, thirst, suffering, death. So He shows, I want your whole...
farting a result of original sin, do you think?
I don't know, because I think... So God made it such that, all right, we're going to have to get rid of gas in some way, shape, or form. Okay. But God made it such that that gas comes out from between the two biggest hams on our body, and it's like loud and smelly and kind of funny. You know, so it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
If it is a result of original sin, would Christ have farted?
I mean, He could have assumed the defect, but without the sin.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So like death. Yeah.
I think
like
so. I think we would want to say that.
Is it?
Continue.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So Christ assumed the whole of our humanity, but not only from top to bottom, He assumes the whole of our humanity from start to finish, right? So Christ is conceived, and He merits infinitely at His conception. So in a certain sense, you could say like salvation's done at His conception because He's merited our salvation in its entirety. And yet there's a kind of narrative integrity to His life as well, because He wants to live His life towards the cross and the resurrection and the ascension and the seating at the right of the Father and the sending of the Spirit. So His life is shaped by the divine preordination, by the divine wisdom. God says, wouldn't it be beautiful if He lived a whole life so that you would have the confidence that your whole life is now a privileged place of encounter with His whole life, so that His whole life can map to our whole life. And so what does that say to me? It says that our, humanity, it's not a mistake. It's willed by God. Part of our humanity is temporality, discursivity, like progressive unfolding. And I think that there are things that we don't have now which we will have later. I mean, in many other senses, we're going to waste away, and the outer man is just going to take a beating. But I think God means for us to grow further up and further into the divine life. So I think that when we look at particular moments with a great anxiety, we often falsify our human experience. Like, what am I doing now? What am I doing now? What am I doing now? I think it's better to say, where's the Lord kind of on the move in the present moment, but take into account weeks and months and years. And then I think you have a better appreciation for the mercy of God, which is strong and sweet. And so I think, for instance, humility, I think is an old man's virtue. And I think that if we at this stage of the game say like, I'm going to show myself humble, then we often make manifestation of false humility. And we often tie ourselves in knots and get overly anguished about our pride. It's just easier to say simply like, I'm proud, but I believe that God's healing grace can grow me beyond my present pride. But that means that I show up for prayer, for sacraments, for friendships, for whatever else, But with this understanding that God's given me a whole life, and He intends to perfect me over the course of His whole life, not because my whole life is an ongoing self-help project, but because He's given me my whole life to come to a better knowledge and love of Him. And by way of overflow or like outworking of that experience, it seems like He's going to do something with my humanity, because He has to do something with my humanity if I'm going to enjoy the intimacy and the intensity of the relationship which lies in store. So I can be patient with myself insofar as I've experience something of the divine patience with me, but still a divine patience which is underwritten by a divine zeal, which wants to get rid of every obstacle to that perfect sharing. So I think that does help with scrupulosity, just to say simply that God is on the move. He's bringing you with Him further up, further in, but it's going to take time. And we have to see it in those terms.
I saw a meme the other day that gave me great relief. It said, when God placed a calling on your life, He factored in your stupidity. I think that's fantastic. Another thing that I think about is, we often think about God providing as far as our material needs, that He will give you what you need in order to accomplish what He has called you to do. But I don't think people hear enough about your time span being involved in that. I'm sure it's just my immaturity and my need for healing, but I sometimes wake up and hit the ground running. Like there's this dread that I'm not accomplishing what the Lord is calling me to accomplish. Can you speak to that a little bit about how you talked about over the course of your whole life? Of course, some of us die sooner than later.
Yeah.
That whatever the Lord is calling us to do, He's aware of how long we're going to be around to do it, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Yes. So
does that make sense? You've probably thought about this.
Yeah, I have some thoughts. You tell me if they're related or if they're, pertinent. But I think some people have a notion in their mind that God, in His infinite wisdom, has an idea of how you ought to be. And until such time as you meet the mark, you're basically falling short. So there's like two types of people out there: the Blessed Virgin Mary and failures, which is kind of horrible.
Yeah.
Because if we're always playing catch up, or if we're always lamenting the fact that we haven't seized whatever graces were offered at the moment, it's like we just increase the distance between ourselves and the ideal. And we'll never hit the ideal, because the ideal will only ever have been hit if we had always received those graces, if we had always profited from them. But I just don't think that's true. So I think that God has a notion of you, but I think that notion takes into account the whole temporal sequence. God has a notion of you from your conception to your, death, judgment, and all that follows in turn. And God's notion of you is a creative notion. So God is giving you to be, He is giving you to act. He's working the life of grace into the whole of that temporal sequence so as to draw you further up and further into the divine life. So the standard isn't like, all right, I'm going to judge everything based on how holy you will be at the age of 83 when you pass, or whatever it is. That's not a prophecy. That's just a made-up number. Right? The idea is that, what about now, this time, and this place? Can you respond to the grace which I offer you today, which is the only real grace? Because past graces, God bless them. I hope they've been enshrined in your heart in a wonderful way. Future graces, who knows, right? They're downstream of the present, and these are choppy waters, okay? This is a, grade 5 cataract. I'm making stuff up. I don't actually know what river rafters say. So in light of that, there's no upper bound to our growth except the divine predestination. God has a notion of, how He wants to shape your life for the purpose of your growth and His glory. But God wills different things in our lives. God loves us differently in that sense. So when we think about ourselves falling short, I think we falsify our understanding of the divine creative love, the divine creative intention, which, underwrites that creative love. And so, so I think that it's always possible to partake more richly of the divine life, but not in the sense that it's always contingent upon our efforts. Like, I got to strive so hard because what? Because there's always more charity to be had in this world, because charity is infinite. God is infinitely generous. I'm infinitely capacious. So what are we doing? Why are we sitting around talking about it? Why aren't we with the missionaries of charity in downtown Pittsburgh helping at a, it's okay. Well, it's because I think that God wills this for our lives here and now. And I think that this is part of His plan for our sanctification, the sanctification of the people who listen in, right? But ultimately for the transformation of the world, because it's a mystical body. All right. It's not just a mystical heart which beats at the same rate and everyone is of the same tissue with the same cell structure. It's a mystical body. And God wants to show by the ecosystematic harmony of the church, each kind of playing his part, being small, being little, being humble, for the glory of God and the salvation of souls, that it's beautiful. And that it's just, it's good to enjoy friendships. It's good to smoke a cigar. It's good to do X number of things or Y number of things, because that reflects the subtlety of the divine plan. And so we're trying to figure out before the Lord, who am I? What am I for? But you're going to reveal that over the course of my life. I'm going to mature into that vision. And I hope that with each day I can do so by small stages, more and more faithfully. But it's not going to be magic. It's not going to be angelic. It's not going to be inorganic. It's going to be in this body, in this time, in this place, in these circumstances. Sorry, I talked too long.
No, thank you. Prior to my conversion, and then maybe shortly after my conversion, I had an idea of what it would mean to be holy. And if I'm honest, even though I'm sure I knew I fell short during that time, but I didn't realize just how wretched I was. Like, I was like, I am getting so much better, and I'm doing these prayers like I said I would. Now, at the age of 40, 22 years into an intentional Christian life or thereabouts, I am like horrified at how wretched I am. And I don't mean that with false humility. What I mean is I see my incapacity to love my family as well as I want to be present to the people I encounter every day. Like, I would much rather be told, read the Bible in the course of a year and go to Holy Mass every day and pray the Rosary and okay, I can crush that if that's what you're asking of me, Lord. You know, wear a really large scapula that makes others nervous. Like, I could do that. But like, be patient with your children when they like mess up the kitchen for the 18th time and leave the light on in the bathroom every single time. And like, love your wife well in her sickness, and don't be moody, and be cheerful. And I run smack into my own impotency, and it's scary. Like, I had a moment the other day where I'm like, I don't know if I often say I want to be a saint, but I think to myself, okay, if the Lord came down and said, all right, good, in order to do that, here's what I need of you. I need you to be just cheerful around your wife and your children and serve them. That's it. That's it. I don't know if I could do it. And then I'm like, do I even want to be a saint? I believe I do. I believe I love Jesus, and I believe that my love for him now is even greater than a year or 10 years ago, and that he's converting my heart, and I trust in him because he's the one who's going to have to drag me through this, not me. And so my confidence is not in my own ability, it's in him. But if you had a moment like that where you're like, these big things, yeah, I can crush them, but like, how about don't be a jerk? Like, how about like be kind to the barista and look her in the eye and be attentive? And
a couple things come to mind. I think paying attention is one. I think I'm addicted to efficiency. So even when I'm going from point A to point B, I have earpods in, or AirPod, whatever you call them. I have the things in. And I'm working on whatever language I need to get better at to read this article so that I can incorporate it in whatever else. But I often feel the division of my heart, and that when I walk past people, even if I make eye contact and smile, because I have AirPods in, I'm not present to them. You know, it's just you signal the fact that I've got something else to do. Not that, you know, we have to be 1,000,000,000% present to all people at all time as if it were a maximal optimal principle, but just to say I can feel that I love efficiency sometimes more than I love the other, whether it be the anonymous other or the non-anonymous other. Another thing is anger. So like sadness and anger both have a kind of hold on my heart at times. And I realize, especially when you're ideating, when I'm ideating, I should just own it. When I'm ideating about getting even or getting back or proving wrong or showing myself right, that it's just poison. It's just death. And that's like, I can feel that there's an opportunity there to convert. And I don't know that I always want to. It's like somebody didn't treat me right, or somebody was just really rude to me. And then I go to the chapel and I think about what I ought to have said, or I think about what I'll do the next time, when, you know, there are moments when I have enough in me at the moment to say, all right, Lord, I'm sad and I'm angry, and I'm not going to take it beyond that. So if you want to heal me, if you want to grow me, God be praised. If you want me to sit here for the next 59 minutes just trying to avoid the near occasion of sin, then I suppose we'll do that too. Another thing too is, like with little things, I was thinking about this recently because the house where I'm presently assigned, we have Vespers at 5:30, but one day a week we have a holy half hour that starts 30 minutes early. And I have a mental block against it because it departs from the ordinary schedule. And also because during exposition, so I've got this thing where I just when the Blessed Sacrament is exposed, I don't want people to be reading books. I don't want people to be talking. I don't want people to be doing anything else. Just being there. But we say our prayers for our benefactors, and we say other prayers in the context of that holy half hour. And I just don't like it. And so I don't want my work to be interrupted from its normal schedule. I don't like the way it's interrupted. And so if I really wanted to be there, which I ought to be there, it's the one prayer on our schedule where I'm not present each week. I could just set myself a calendar reminder every Thursday. It's as simple as that, but I haven't done that. And I think the question is why? And I think the answer is because I don't want to be a saint, yet holy and entirely, because there are parts of my life that are still unconverted, and that's awful. But I also think that becomes a privileged place of mendicancy. It's like, all right, Lord, I'm a little snot. And I can see that with a little better clarity at this moment, because I just want myself at the end of the day. Like, I am very selfish. And it's like, if I'm going to heal and grow beyond that, I really want your grace to do it. So I think it's a great moment to be cognizant of my own poverty, and then ask for the Lord's richness. And I don't always know, it's going to be a week to week thing, so I have to go next week because I just said this, but then we'll see about the week after that and the week after that.
I was reading in the Magnificat the other day. I don't know if you ever read that. You've got bigger books to read for prayer, I'm sure, but there's these like little, not scripture, but there's little kind of inspirational things before and after. And one of them talked about how like the truly humble person is like this, he radiates peace. He's not astonished at his own faults, nor is he like angered at the success of others or something like that. And I know a lot of saints like Therese and lot of French saints, for some reason, talk about this, about our frustration and sadness at our own faults is really just shows our own pride.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to speak too highly of my wife, but here we go. She's a very humble person. Like, she's stubborn and she's wretched as well. And, you know, I'm not canonizing her here, nor would she want me to. But one thing that's different about her and me, and maybe this is just temperament, is if she blows up or says something stupid or does something wrong, it'll affect her immediately, and then she'll be over it. Like, she'll say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And then she's actually over it, you know? Whereas I do something like that and I hate myself for the entire day.
Yeah.
And again, that might have to do more with just like a melancholic temperament. I'm whatever, if these words mean anything to you, like melancholic choleric. My wife's like textbook choleric, choleric sanguine. So maybe it has to do with more temperament, but I do sense a lot of humility in her, just to use anyone as an example, right? Like, she's not threatened at the success of others. Like, I see her actually rejoicing in them, and she's not horrified by her own faults. So to this point of like failing as fathers or as priests or what have you, I imagine like as we grow in humility, it's just, there's like an ease about our failures that there wasn't before. And whereas before we would have taken that ease of our failures to be neglect, it may not be. It might just be this constant relying on the providence of God and recognizing who I am before him.
Yeah.
It's hard, right? You don't want to let yourself off the hook.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, when I don't might be my temperament, when I don't let myself off the hook, I become a worse person.
Yeah.
So there's a pragmatic reason for me to like think greatly on the greatness of God and my trust in him. Because when I don't do that, like maybe it works for some people where they're like, I really have to get serious. Like, I got to think about hell a lot more and how sinful I am, and that'll motivate me. If I do that, it cripples me.
Yeah.
What I need to do is and again, you tell me if I'm wrong in taking this approach, if you think I am, but like for me, I have to be like, oh, I am a dear one. Yeah, the Father loves me dearly, and he really likes me. Even when I don't like me, and I rejoice in that, and I thank you, Lord, that you're at work in me even when I'm not aware of it, and I thank you that I love you more today than I did 10 years ago, even when I'm not aware of it, because you're doing this in me. And I know I can't trust in you too much, Lord. That's one thing I can never say of you, is that I trusted in you too much. That kind of language and relationship is what I need to be a more patient father and a loving child. A loving child, but a loving husband. When I'm harsh with myself, I become an awful person, and I'm harsher with others, you know?
So a couple quick thoughts is, first, I mean, if you adopt a kind of screw tape logic, if you're a devil, you know, or you're the evil one, and you're trying to get a very talented person to fall, I mean, it seems like step one would be get him to rely overly much on himself. And then step two would be provide occasions for falls, because when he falls, he can only blame himself. And if you get in a pattern of blame, guilt, shame, recrimination, it's just death. And that's the type of stuff that you can speak to. I mean, with like pornography and stuff like that, guys who like place a lot of pressure on themselves to get over it. It's like, I'm not this guy and I ought to be better than this. And then it just kind of spirals out of control. The other thing is too, I mean, so I was thinking about this recently because we talk a lot about fraternal correction in religious life. And usually when you say fraternal correction, you mean you observe something that a man is doing which is negatively impacting his relationship with the Lord and with the brothers, and then you bring it to his attention, and then you help him to troubleshoot it if he wants any help, and then you kind of step back. But you try to evaluate, one, does this matter, or is this just something that bugs me because I'm precious? And two, can it change, or should I take a long view? Should I just simply pray and fast about this thing and not bring it up? And then three, do I care? Do I genuinely care? Do I love this man enough to communicate in a way that he can hear it, that he can receive it? And so, you know, we navigated this in our first few years in the order with some success and some failure. And, you know, sometimes you're too hard and you rely upon people to be gracious, whatever. But what the appreciation that I kind of gained over the course of months and years was, oftentimes it's better to correct by way of affirmation, is to
They do that with children too.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's if you want your kid to keep doing something, tell him how great it was that he did that thing. Is that what you mean?
So no, I mean something
that
different.
Sounds
I mean,
a bit manipulative, and it might be, but...
So I mean, okay, so a person has a certain fault,
okay,
all right, a certain sin or a certain vice which dogs him. But you also see the good act, the contrary good act, and the virtue there, even if it's just weak. And when you see him exercise that good act or act out of that virtue undeveloped, then you note that. Right? Because, like, for instance, one thing you can never tell a man is that he's weak. No man can hear that. You know, he just can't hear it about himself. But when you see an occasion in which he's strong, note his strength. You know, recall to him his strength.
I love it.
And I think that that has a way of kind of growing it, because I think that the Lord affirms us into being. I mean, that's true of our creation, right?
That's good.
That's true of our creation, because we weren't. And the Lord said, how about you be? And then we were. And
And
it's
then
like,
since we aren't at where we should be as beings, we're not the being we should be, since we're deficient by sin, he affirms what is that depression within us, if you want, into...
Exactly.
I love it.
Yeah. So I think that the Lord calls us forth. And
that's beautiful.
Yeah, there's
what
some
an attentiveness, right? To be so attentive to a brother that you know his fault and you see what he struggles with, and to be attentive to him succeeding, even if only mildly, and then to praise him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, that's good. Yeah. I talk about my wife a lot because I know her better than anybody else. And I also know that she doesn't mind me talking about this because she's extremely open about these things. But like one thing I'm noticing in my wife that I love that she's not great at is vulnerability. She's just a very competent person. I think she grew up very competent. And so she was able to cover up a lot of her like fear, insecurities around things. And when I see this like vulnerable side, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. I'm just fanning it into flame, you know. I'm like, I know you want to make a joke about me. I know you want to curse me right now because you feel really like vulnerable, but I just want you to know I love this bit. I love it. It's so pretty. I love it. I love little Cameron. Yeah. I love that. That's really cool. It affirms us into being.
Yeah.
That's good. Do you have more in common in your experience with a Dominican from another country, or with, say, a Franciscan or a Jesuit or a secular priest in America? What I mean is, how much does St. Thomas's thought and the Dominican way of life form you? And is it such that you do experience more in common with someone over there than someone who grew up in America like you did?
Yeah, I would say there are different styles of Dominican life, and I feel the greatest sympathy with or closeness to Dominicans who are formed in a similar style. But yeah, different ways to go about formation. But those who insist very much on certain aspects of the common life, of choral office, like the divine office or liturgy of the hours together, study of St. Thomas Aquinas, and the preaching apostolate as we envisioned in our province, I feel very close to them. But then if they were raised in a kind of different Dominican environment,
I see. Yeah.
Then sometimes it feels stranger.
Yeah.
Because it's like, come
you
on,
look like me.
Yeah. Yeah, because we ought to have a similar vocabulary and a similar grammar, but it ends up that we use somewhat similar vocabulary, but with a very different grammar. Yeah. And so in those instances, yeah, I can feel closer to certain diocesan priests or Jesuits. Yeah, I've met a handful of Jesuits over the course of the last 15 years, and there's a similar spirit, very different emphases when it comes to like the end, as it were. But yeah, similar spirit. So Jesuits, certain diocesan priests, and then, yeah, some Franciscans.
This question, believe it or not, is tied to a question I asked you about 20 minutes ago about, you know, how affected are you by, you know, Thomas, body and soul, you know what I'm saying about like the scrupulosity, and that's what I was trying to get at there. So that's, by the way, you have a new mannerism.
Oh, do I?
I think you've had, you picked up this thing. This is
new.
Really? Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think you
cool.
did that last time. I like it. But yeah.
It's like get at the reality.
Just
it's
this
like,
thing here.
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of Dominicans, the Rosary.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about the Holy Rosary. How do we come at it? How would you ordinarily come at it? How about go back as far as you can in church history and show me where it began to blossom.
Okay.
And how?
What if I just said the natural law?
That would be so frustrating. No, that's okay. You can do that.
Okay, so you have these, what do you call that?
Well, this is a chotki, right?
Okay.
A chotki is Russian for knot.
Okay.
And it's a prayer rope that is used in the East, but it also has 5 decades, as you can see. So I kind of use it for both.
Okay. So it seems like there are quite a few different religious traditions which have something like that.
Yeah.
That's not to say like we're all the same and there's different paths to the one God. So whether it's Jesus or somebody else, you be you, sweets. I'm not saying that.
No.
What I am saying, though, is that it corresponds to a certain human thing. So we're made.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're made. And in being made, we have the impress of our Creator in our interior life. You know, we talk about the natural law in these terms. And so there's certain things we want to know. There's certain things that we want to love just by virtue of the fact that we're human beings. And we fall into similar patterns. So like C.S. Lewis makes this observation in The Abolition of Man, when at the end he talks about the Tao. And he says, let's survey different religious and philosophical traditions throughout history. You'll notice certain key things come up. And that's significant because they look a lot like the 10 Commandments. So I think that there's something about the rosary, or there's something about beads, knots, continuous prayers that you want to, you know, keep track of in some way, shape, or form, which corresponds to a desire of the human heart. So I think
let's stay there for a bit.
Okay.
I don't want to get too much into the Christian-y stuff first. I like this.
Yeah.
You know, because you've got Buddhist prayer beads and Orthodox prayer beads, and I'm sure Hindus and other people have beads of a sort.
Don't know, but yes.
That's interesting. It's just like this thing that we like to hold.
Yeah.
I was in Istanbul recently, and yeah, a lot of Muslim prayer beads were being sold. And I actually saw men carrying around holding them. That's just a beautiful thing. We like to fiddle with things. Maybe that's it. It's just we like to touch things that feel good and fiddle with them.
Yeah, there's like the fidget spinner kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But then there's also, I think that human beings have a kind of rhythm to their lives. I mean, we breathe. So there's a rhythm inbuilt to our organic life. And regularity of heartbeats and other things, I suppose. I don't know enough about the human body to actually say anything further with coherence. But that's good. That's perceived as a good thing. So I think that a kind of rhythmic quality to human life has a spiritual resonance to it. So people will talk about breathing, you know, moderating your breathing. It's something that happens automatically, but it's also something over which you have conscious control. And in exercising conscious control over it, you can gain, I don't know, hold on your interior life. People talk about this with mindfulness and stuff like that.
Sure.
So I think that like prayer, it's not a surprise to me that prayer would assume a kind of rhythmic quality in different cultures and different religious traditions, or, you know, philosophical, theological traditions. Because I think, again, that it corresponds to a desire of the human heart, which I find to be cool.
And then maybe even more superficially than that is we also like nice things. Like we want nice rosary beads.
That's true.
We want a plethora of them because the old one doesn't work anymore. So we need a new one from Lourdes that was made out of whatever. So
I remember talking to you about, you were advertising rosaries made by a gentleman maybe 3 years ago. Okay, cool.
Great
and
rosaries.
you were repping it because they had like a good heft to them.
Yeah.
You know, it was like you didn't want just an insubstantial Knights of Columbus plastic rosary
That
where you
breaks
could
in my
see the
pocket.
seams.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And I also didn't want one that is so absurdly bulky that I need to be like one of the freshmen at Franciscan and tie it around my loop because it's not fitting in my pocket. I didn't want that. I wanted somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
That was practicality. But I think there is something too about niceness. Like if someone gives you a plastic rosary that's like 20 cents to make, and then they give you a wooden rosary, you appreciate the wooden one more. I don't know why we're talking about this. This won't interest anybody.
You know Father Augustine Weta? Have you talked to him before?
No.
He's a Benedictine. He's one of the most hilarious human beings I've ever met in my entire life.
I want to meet him.
Yeah. Like I ran to the bathroom at one point because I was in just dire straits. I was going to wet myself. But he makes rosaries. And he sent me a rosary recently, which I appreciate very much, it's like my travel rosary. It's like the one never mind, stupid story and it's too long. But
I was interested.
It's got like a nice heft to it. I think he made it out of something like hematite, but I think hematite costs money, so I don't think that it's hematite. It's something else.
I don't know what that is.
It's like I don't know what it is either.
Is it heavy?
Yeah, it's like a heavy thing that's
actually
heavy.
looking it up right now.
I respect
it's
that.
amazing.
Yes.
I can just see the motions from the side of my eye. Hematite. Okay.
So he sent me that, and he sent me a little case for it, so that way when I go and I sleep in another rectory or something like that, I can bring it into bed and pray as I go to sleep, and then put the case right there on the bedside table, so I know when I pick up the case, the rosary's got to be in it when I travel, which is important, or else you're losing rosaries in beds.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh my gosh, there's a bed in this. I mean, there's a rosary in this bed. So, yes. So there's something nice about a nice rosary.
Yeah.
I made this, my mom made this rosary at first. She bought the beads in Medjugorje, and then she strung them together, but she did it with like rosary wire that you would give to a 76-year-old Irish grandmother who prays them in the secrecy of her own home while sipping tea. And I just kept hitting things with it, and then it would explode at untimely times. And so I just bought 18-gauge wire from a hardware store and then just restrung it on a car trip to Youngstown, Ohio.
Yeah, how many times have you slammed that in a car door?
Many.
Yeah.
Yeah, too many to count.
That's good. So that's some heft. All right, but okay, so the origins.
You want to know what hematite is?
Let's do it.
Yes.
Hematite is a heavy and relatively hard oxide mineral, ferric oxide, Fe2O3, and it's the most important iron ore.
203 or 204? Are you sure? I'm just checking.
It's iron
I don't
2
have an
oxygen
American
3,
accent when I ask that.
Fe2O3. It constitutes most iron ore in the Earth's core.
Cool.
Sweet.
I think that's what this is made of.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy.
Oh, that's awesome.
I like a heavy rosary.
There it is.
You like to feel it.
Product placement. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so how did the rosary develop? My understanding, just to kind of, is that maybe the monks prayed 150 psalms.
Yeah.
And the lay people wanted to imitate that and maybe offered 150 Aves over the course of a day.
Yeah.
If that's right, or correct it if it isn't, when did that start?
Yeah. So there's a couple other intermediate steps, some of which you will find interesting,
I will.
some of which
No,
you
I
will
wanna
not
hear
find
all
interesting.
of it.
So I think that the idea of rhythmic Christian prayer is it's a monastic thing,
Yeah.
and you'll find this in St. John Cashin's conferences, where you have this one conference where he's talking to a monk, and the monk talks about repeating, "God, come to my assistance, Lord, make haste to help me."
About when did he live?
Late 4th, early 5th century, like contemporary with St. Augustine. And you'll find this in the East with the hesychasm movement, so repeating the Jesus prayer. So something like this is common enough, I suppose. And then you're right about the early kind of medieval movement is you have monasteries are kind of consolidating in the West in about the 6th century is when the Benedictine movement kind of gets some traction. And so the monks would pray the 150 Psalms. I think at some times in the church's life, it would be like every day, and then it was made every week. And then more recently, it's been made every 4 weeks. You make your way through the Psalter. But in order to participate fully in the monastery's life, you had to be literate and somewhat refined in your literate culture, because you're just dealing with Latin, and it's tough, and a heavy Gothic script and these big antiphonary or these big hymnaries or whatever they're called. Keep going.
Books weren't hard to come by back then.
Yeah.
Were hard to come by. Yeah,
Exactly.
and very expensive.
And so, yes, so it'd be like the lay brothers in the monastery, because you'd have choir monks and then you'd have non-choir monks. So men who wanted to join at some level and they wanted to participate in the monastery's life, but they would typically do so by supporting it with work. So they wanted to have some connection with what was being done in the chapel, what was being chanted or sung in the chapel. And so they started with Our Fathers, so 150 Our Fathers, Latin Pater Noster. And so you have, in the High Middle Ages, the development of these Pater Nosters, which would be like, basically a cord of beads or a cord of knots.
150, eh?
Yeah. So apparently in the ancient church, in the patristic church, you had a practice of counting beads. And I think it's associated with the monks in Egypt. So some of these first monks like Antony of the Desert or St. Pachomius, who founded one of the first monasteries. But they were free beads that you would just like move from one pocket to another as you made your way through the 150
And then
Psalms.
someone had an idea.
Let's put them together. Yeah. So glorious. And I was reading something that was saying that you have guilds of Paternoster makers in the 13th century testified to in public chronicles. So it's like there were people who part of their kind of pious, devout acts were to make these things.
Interesting.
So then it's really,
Do we have any like paintings of them, or
I
so
think
that we kind of got a sense of what they look like?
Yeah, I don't know about these kind of rudimentary ones in the 13th century, but by the 15th, 16th century, yes. A famous example would be the image of Saint Dominic painted by Caravaggio, who it looks like he's handing out rosaries like party favors. It's not exactly clear what's going on in that image, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then the organization of the rosary takes some time, and it's largely associated with Carthusians. So I want to say it's in the 14th century that a Carthusian named Henry of someplace, that he started like grouping in 10 and then putting in an Our Father in front of these.
So at this point, they're the Hail Mary.
Yeah. So at this point, they're the Hail Marys, and that was like 11th century. I think St. Peter Damian.
Do you know why it switched?
I don't know. I don't know the reason for which it switched, but it moved to. So I think that like in the monasteries, you had a conscious effort to arrange the Psalms in conversation with the Gospel, because the idea was that the Psalms speak of Christ. That's something that's solemnly defined in one of the early ecumenical councils. It's that's why we pray the psalmody, because it's sung prayer which speaks or testifies to Christ, the Christ who is to come at the time of the composition. And so you would have, like the monks would interpolate little verses from the Gospels when reading through the Psalms or when singing through the Psalms as a way to kind of put those texts in conversation. So that's a kind of rudimentary way of meditating on the mysteries, as it were. And so I think that Yeah, 11th century, this idea that Mary and Jesus's life are so obviously bound up together that was a move that you could make. Why you made it, I don't know. But I read, 11th century, St. Peter Damon was the first to do so.
Another maybe annoying question. When was it called the Rosary, and what does that mean?
Yeah, so I've heard it referred to the Rosary in the High Middle Ages. I want to say as like early as the 11th century. Rosarium just means, like basically a rose garden.
Okay.
But that it's referred to like this string of beads. It's referred to a rosary in the 16th century. I want to say in like 1597 is the first publicly testified use of it in that precise way.
Interesting.
Because up until that, it's still been called Paternosters, and then maybe there was some intermediate term. I don't know.
If you want me to stop interrupting,
No,
you
you're
tell me to. But
Keep going.
So you said that's the 16th century. Aquinas was in the 13th century.
Yeah.
Was he praying the Rosary?
So he might have been praying something like the Rosary, but not the Rosary that we pray today. It doesn't seem. So I think it's returning to the Carthusians. You have Henry, and then you have Dominic of Prussia specifically. The first comes in the 14th century. The second comes in the 15th century, and they're the ones that really divide it into. So 150 becomes 15 sets of 10. They're the ones that put in, or it seems, testify to the fact that an Our Father has been put in. And they're the ones that also kind of organize the meditations a little more, because it used to be that you had a meditation for each bead. That was kind of hard to keep in track of, or to keep track of. So then they proposed certain meditations for groups of 10, and that's what kind of consolidated into the mysteries. And that's still a very potent tradition in Germany. Whenever you say the Hail Mary, you add at the end of the first half, the particular mystery on what you're meditating. So you insert those words like, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus,
who became incarnate.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Louis de Montfort talks about this. We're probably not at there yet, but
cool.
We're probably not in this history line at when is he? 17th century? I'm not sure.
He's 17th, 18th. I think he's ordained like right around 1700.
Yeah. I keep going.
Oh yeah. So that's I think that's the basic shape, but then it's after the Council of Trent. Pope St. Pius V, who was a Dominican, publishes a bull, or he publishes a document which kind of states what the Rosary is, and that's what's explained in the Catechism of the Council of Trent. And that's like the Rosary as we have it, or the Rosary in its rough contours: Our Father, Hail Mary, Glory Bees. Excellent. 15, organized into 3 sets of mysteries.
Excellent.
And yeah.
So I have a lot of thoughts on the Rosary, and they might be upsetting to some, but I'll just throw them at you and tell me what you think. One thing that really bothers me, and it probably says more about me than the thing, okay, is what I call piety sprawl.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have this very simple prayer where you have 1 Our Father, 10 Hail Marys, 5 of them in a day, But sometimes I'll go to places and they wedge so many prayers into the middle that what could take 12 minutes now takes like 30 or 40 minutes. And I don't like that, because it seems like it's making it something other than it is. But if you criticize it, it's like someone might say, well, you have a problem with more prayers. I'm like, okay, but if that's your objection, what if at the end of each decade, the prayer we prayed was another rosary? And then you move on to the next decade, and there's like, so I mean, you can always add more prayers.
Yeah.
But the point is, I also want to kind of contemplate the mysteries without getting sleepy or something. So what's your thoughts on piety sprawl, as it were?
Yeah, so I think you have 2 poles. Basically, God reveals and man receives. And I think that God reveals typically in a way that man can receive, or he makes him able to receive in the way that he reveals. So God reveals, he communicates the life of grace, man recognizes the fact, he's receiving it, and that's on account of the fact that God's creating in him the capacity for it. But it's still interfacing with our human nature. And for instance, if you were to say, I want you to pray a 19-hour prayer, you would look at me and say, that's just not feasible, because I typically sleep 6.5, 7 hours a night. And I would say, oh, okay, I'm proposing a prayer which is not a human shape. But it's not just what can you endure over the course of the day. It's also like, how does prayer interface with your human life in all of its complexity? Because it's addressed to you here and now, in this time and place, in these circumstances. And I think that prayers, they've kind of been refined over the ages to assume certain contours, which correspond to, like the commute, or which correspond to the, the nap time and things like that. I don't think that's accidental, that prayers assume certain times, places, shapes. Yeah. And I think that we often feel it. We feel a kind of tension when a prayer gets beyond its ordinary shape, or it starts to swell beyond like a human set of contours.
Give you an example. I was at World Youth Day in Canada, and we arrived at this church as teenage pilgrims, and we began to pray the Rosary, and then we finished it. And then it was the first sorrowful mystery. I'm like, oh, we're praying all 3 of these. which maybe I could have like psyched myself up for if I knew that was the case, but I am unwilling. Not that I can't, but I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. So I think it's good that prayers be what they are. And I think that it's better that they not grow in the way that you described. Like piety sprawl, I think can actually be bad, because my suspicion is that, one, the thought world behind it is longer is better. Or the thought world behind it is, if I don't explicitly mention it, it's not going to happen, or other associated anxieties. But it can be, it can be simply an expression of love, an expression of devotion. But I think especially when other people are present, you have to be solicitous for their good. And I think that part of that is adapting the prayer to their capacity. And so I don't like that the rosary grows, and I will sometimes roll my eyes about it. We had an adopted Irish grandmother at the parish who would pray the rosary at light speed, but then at the end would add a bunch of prayers. And even at the age of 9, I was like, seems like we could do this differently. It's like, not sure, but yeah. So I'm generally with you. And so, for instance, the Dominican rosary is a little more efficient than the typical kind of...
Since you're into efficiency.
I am into efficiency, yeah. I think for me, in terms of liturgical acts, efficiency is a good thing. So if you've been at a mass where you feel like Father is wasting time at the wrong junctures, it's frustrating. Like if he preaches a homily which is disorganized, it's clear that he hasn't made adequate preparation, and it's long. You're like, I'm hurt by that. I'm sad, I'm angry, and it's your fault. Or... if they've got like a fleet of altar servers who end up making things more complicated and less devout, you're like, why are we doing? Is this just to involve people, or is this because so I think that when liturgy becomes inefficient, it becomes distracting, and it becomes an occasion of sadness and anger. So the Dominican rosary, it's you to say, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee," and then the rest of the brothers respond, "Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus." And then you say, "Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will proclaim your praise. God, come to my assistance. O Lord, make haste to help me. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Amen. Alleluia." And then you just go straight into the mysteries. I see. All right, so no creed, Our Father, 3 Hail Marys, Glory be, which are fine. It's like not a bad, I'm not saying those are a bad thing, but I'm just saying the Dominican Rosary typically takes about 13 minutes. It's chanted in choral office. There are a lot of people there. It's cross-generational. It's a thing that's just been set for a long time. And there's a desire, well, to not tinker with it, a desire just to kind of perpetuate it in fidelity without adding. So we don't even say the Fatima prayers, for instance. So at the end of each Glory be, people will say, "Oh my Jesus." We don't even say those. And at the end, it's just the Hail Holy Queen. And then the presiding priest says, "Let us pray." And he finishes that prayer. And then it's just, we don't say the St. Michael prayer. It's just, "May the souls of the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Amen. May Almighty God bless you." And you're done.
I like it.
And I like it because it's a 13-minute prayer. And we say it in the middle of the day. We follow it by midday prayer. And we've been in the chapel for 20, 25 minutes. We go to lunch. We're back at the desk at 1. And I'm not saying that you're supposed to rush through your religious life or you're supposed to rush through your Christian life. But I also think that you want to punctuate your religious life or your Christian life with ways by which to recollect yourself in the presence of God, to receive the grace which he is so generous to give, but without belaboring it such that your humanity takes such a toll, or it takes such a toll on your humanity, that the chances of you going back to the chapel are less. Because I do think that fidelity is super important, and I think that we need to be gentle with our humanity in light of that.
Let me tell you how we pray the Rosary, and you criticize it if you want. So we say, "The Holy Rosary of the Blessed Virgin Mary," the first mystery.
Boom. Yeah.
And then we do it, and I like that a lot for a number of reasons. One, I have small children, and 2, I think if I were to add all these pious additions like Ave, Ave in between each decade, nothing wrong with it. But if I was to start layering up these prayers, then now I've got a 30-minute prayer. And it's hard enough with a family to be like, "Come on, kids, let's take a seat and we'll pray the Rosary." So this is just something that really works for me. I really like it a lot. I will say, as somebody who kind of became an Eastern Catholic, I really liked the Jesus prayer, and I sometimes find that I like it a lot more than the Rosary. And I think the reason I think that is, one, you don't have to use your breath when you pray the Jesus prayer. It's a common misconception, but it does it lends itself to that, and it kind of relaxes the body, as it were, and it enables me to continually focus on Jesus. But I also don't feel the same pressure to be super duper attentive to every word that maybe I unnecessarily feel about the Rosary. "Oh, you're not thinking about the mystery. You got to start thinking about the mystery," So it's something I can just pick up in my pocket as I walk down to Leo's and pray the Jesus prayer in a way that I don't feel I can do to kind of pray the Rosary and to think about the mysteries and things like this. And so, the end.
Yeah, so when people ask, like, how do you do this? Because there's the vocal prayer, there's the text that you're working through, then there are mysteries upon which you meditate.
You cannot possibly think of both at once. It's not humanly possible, I don't think.
I just think I don't think that we need to be super concerned about that or super anguished about that. So I think it's like, here's my perspective. We are saved by the mysteries of the life of Christ. So God, in saving us, he takes to himself certain instruments because he thinks that those instruments are very good for accommodating salvation to us. Because he's like, I could just snap my fingers and you're saved. But I want to do it in a way that you, as a human being, can again, begin to appreciate, that you can recognize, that you can receive in a human way, such that it takes deeper hold on you. And so that it kind of interfaces organically with your human experience, because I want to save the whole of your human experience. So our Lord Jesus Christ takes to himself our humanity, the sacred humanity of our Lord Jesus Christ. Boom. But then that kind of chain of mediation, or that chain of instrumentality, extends further still, again, as an expression of the divine generosity. So you have the church and the sacraments, but one of these things that we don't often talk about are the mysteries of the life of Christ. So I was saying how our Lord lives a whole human life so that it maps onto our whole human life. But all of the deeds and sufferings of Christ save. It's not just the passion, death, and resurrection. It's everything from the conception until the present moment, in a certain sense, the sending of the Spirit. All of those things save. All of those have something to say about our salvation, and in saying something about our salvation, they give salvation. And the reason that we meditate on the mysteries of the life of Christ isn't because it's like, oh, isn't Jesus, such a swell fella? Maybe I should prayerfully consider living like him in the future. It's like, no, everything that he does saves. So we're kind of positioning ourselves before those saving mysteries, alongside the Blessed Virgin Mary, or in communion with the Blessed Virgin Mary, ultimately so that they can have their effect on us. Because the goal is, through his humanity, his mysteries, his church, his sacraments, and other things besides, we're actually conformed to him. And in being conformed to him, we're assimilated to God. Like, we're drawn into the divine life by interfacing with the means that our Lord appointed to precisely that end. So when we read the sacred scriptures, a good question to ask is, like, what is the Lord teaching here? But I think that if we say that as if the Lord were just a sage philosopher, we're reducing the text, like Thomas Jefferson reduced the text. I think we should ask, how is the Lord saving here? Because the Lord is saving through teaching, through working miracles, through exorcising demons. And the rosary is just meant to focus that. But I think that you can kind of adopt a posture somewhat passively before the mysteries, recall them to mind, but then just say the prayers without worrying too terribly much, because I think that worry will actually make it harder just to be washed by, bathed in the mysteries themselves.
Yes, no, that's really good. If people are doubtful of what we might be saying here, and I would encourage people to pick up a copy of the 1962 Latin Missal. Turn to where it talks about the rosary, and what you'll find is it says exactly what I'm saying, that here's the prayers of the rosary. You have the Our Father, 5 Hail Marys, and then I think it may even not include the Hail Holy Queen. I'm not sure. Sorry, 10 Hail Marys. I'm not even sure if it includes the Hail Holy Queen, but the point is, it says any other, something to the effect, I wish I had it with me, any other prayers are optional pious additions or something like that. And man, that's good for me. One thing I don't think people realize too is that the Holy Mary, Mother of God part of the Hail Mary wasn't added until, was it around the Black Plague or something? When was that?
Yeah. So there were many Black Plagues from 13th to the 16th century. But yes, so obviously the first half is from sacred scripture, and it's an early tradition to append the angelic salutation, as it's called in the medieval tradition, the words of the Archangel Gabriel to Mary, to the latter half, which are the words of St. Elizabeth in their meeting at the Visitation. So that was an old pious practice, which you see kind of come together in the Middle Ages. But then different people attribute the Holy Mary, Mother of God, to different people. That's a somewhat coherent statement. But first testimony to something like it is at the Council of Ephesus, when Third Ecumenical Council, Mary was kind of vindicated as the Mother of God, because you had Nestorius out there saying she's the Mother of Christ, but not the Mother of God for reasons of complicated Christological blah, blah, blah. But people kind of acclaimed her Holy Mary, Mother of God, in reception of that teaching. So that's like one ancient source. But then some people attribute to Blessed Alan de la Roche, who was a 15th century Dominican, who is a big part of associating St. Dominic with the reception of the rosary. Some people attribute it to St. Peter Canisius. It appears in the catechism that he wrote. I guess it would be during the Council of Trent. And then it is part of the promulgation of the rosary after the Council of Trent. It's like definitely there at that stage of the game. So different sources
disputed. Look something up. Keep going.
Different sources disputed as to which holds pride of place But yeah. But even like the word Jesus, for instance, wasn't added to the first half of the prayer until like the 13th century in official fashion.
Yeah.
I think it's like Urban VI in the 1260s, who's, who adds that because, in her conversation with St. Elizabeth, the Blessed Virgin Mary doesn't hear the word Jesus. It's just, yeah.
There is a prayer rule in the East, and I forget the name of it now, which is essentially the Rosary.
Okay.
And some in the East claim that it was even prior to what was attributed to Dominic. And it involves like 150 Aves.
That's right.
With the kind of Eastern slant on the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And even with very, very similar mysteries. I think there might be one or two that are different, but that's it.
Okay. Cool.
It'd be quite an interesting thing to look into.
Yeah.
If anyone knows what that prayer rule is, let us know.
Probably on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
History of the Rosary, Wikipedia.
Yeah. Good. I had someone here recently, Michael Gormley, who's, I don't know if you know him, he was a Franciscan grad, lovely fella, and he was talking about how they pray that little, they read a verse from Scripture between every Hail Mary.
Oh, yeah.
The Bible Rosary or whatever they call it.
Yep.
I said I don't like that, but I don't like that not because I don't think it's a beautiful meritorious thing that could be encouraged in certain circumstances, or you might want to do all the time, and that's fine, but because it just felt like it kept interrupting what I believe to be like just this natural flowing prayer. I think that's just a personal preference, but I could also see how that could be beneficial to say, like, let's say if you were praying the Rosary every night with your children or on your own, that could be something you pull out once a week or once a month to kind of like reorient yourself to the mysteries, because it is easy to pray the mysteries and you're really only thinking of like one image in your mind and you're not kind of taking into consideration the entire mystery. So I can see how that could be beneficial.
Yeah, I've gone through seasons in my life, like my life is long.
Prayer rule of the Theotokos. I'm sorry. Keep talking.
Boom. Yeah, so for a while there, I was using the Scriptural Rosary, which I liked at the time, but kind of fell out of the practice. And then for a while there, I was using the Magnificat Rosary Companion just to look at the sacred images, because they had it such that there were a lot of Fra Angelico images, kind of high Middle Ages, even late Middle Ages, which I found to be helpful for reflecting upon the mysteries, especially since I was praying it at the time in the chapel. But then for the past 3 years, I've basically been praying a rosary while walking, because it wasn't part of the prayer schedule of the house that I was assigned to when I lived in Switzerland. And I like that. It's just a different thing, because I have a lot of time in the day dedicated to more contemplative prayer where you're just sitting in silence.
Yeah.
And so to have the rosary just be something different, perhaps a bit more embodied than I might otherwise experience prayer to be. That was nice.
It's also sometimes easier to concentrate while you're moving.
Yeah. So I think it's fine if you try something and then try something else and then try something else. I don't think there has to be like somebody told me in a conversation or this saint said at whatever point that the best way by which to is ... It's like, well, no, the church in the Enchiridion of Indulgences says if you pray it in a church, like if you pray it in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament, if you pray it in common with other people, there's a special, indulgence attached to that. So we can take guidance from that, certainly, but I don't think we have to stress about the particular mode and manner, except experimentally, just kind of suss through.
Let me just read this real quick. So this is called the Rule of the Theotokos. It's a Christian prayer of the Eastern Orthodox that consists of reciting angelical salutations 150 times. This rule is similar to the Rosary of the Western Church. Some believe that the Mother of God showed the rule to people in the 8th century.
Wow.
But was later forgotten and was rediscovered for Eastern Christians by Saint Seraphim of Sarov. That's who I was thinking of.
Okay.
The prayer consists of 100 angelical salutations, which are divided into 15 decades. Isn't this wild?
Yeah, it is wild.
Each decade focuses on some important event in the life of Jesus Christ. Here are those 15 decades. Ready? Let's see how many are similar. So, number 1, birth of the Theotokos. So that's different.
Yep.
Presentation of Theotokos.
Okay.
But then it's Annunciation, visitation of Elizabeth, birth of Christ.
Yep.
Meeting of the Lord, flight into Egypt, loss of Jesus in the temple. Crazy.
Yeah.
A miracle in Cana of Galilee.
Nice.
Theotokos, standing by the cross. Resurrection of Christ. Ascension of Christ. Descent of the Holy Spirit. Dormition of the Theotokos. Glory of the Theotokos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that clings pretty close.
Interesting stuff, eh?
It is.
But one of the reasons, that little addition that Louis de Montfort speaks of in... I forget what it's called, something of the Rosary.
Secret of the Rosary?
Yeah. One of the reasons that seemed to make sense is there was not the Holy Mary, Mother of God part. So saying, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee, blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, who was incarnate. Hail Mary. That seems to make more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they still do it. I mean, at present in the German-speaking world, or in a lot of
Yeah.
places in the German-speaking world, it's super charming.
Yeah.
Charming sounds like I'm patting it on the head, but
Yeah,
I like
it's
it.
charming. I think what is probably true of a lot of people who've gotten into the prayer rope, the Jesus prayer, and then have gone back to the rosary, is it is a difficult prayer to pray with two breaths. You know, with the Jesus prayer, you can incorporate that into your breath. What would you say to somebody who's like, well, I'm just gonna? I got a couple of thoughts here.
Yeah.
Let me start on this one first.
Yep.
Because I agree with you that there's often this, if it's longer, it's better.
Yeah.
But there's also this, if it's original, it's better.
Yeah.
So like this is how they really prayed it in the beginning.
Preferential option for the ancient.
That has a lot. Yes. Thank you. So if that's the case, I wonder why there hasn't been a move to return to the angelic salutation, just the as it was in the beginning.
Good question.
Yeah.
I heard, and I don't know if this is well attested to, but Bugnini at the end of the Second Vatican Council made recommendations to Paul VI that the rosary be adapted, and he's like, we're not touching it.
Yeah,
He's like, it's
leave
just
it
too
alone.
deeply entrenched in pious practice, because it doesn't really change from the 16th century until 1917, with it's the apparition in July of 1917 that Our Lady requests that you pray the Fatima prayer at the end of each decade. So I think they're
So if she's requesting that, why aren't you Dominicans praying it? I'm playing devil's advocate here.
No, it's great.
Yeah.
I think that there is a variety of lowercase t traditions. I think that one thing that I love about the church is there's a kind of let a thousand flowers bloom type disposition when it comes to the devout life and when it comes to pious practices, which I find to be pretty wonderful, because the idea is there isn't just one optimal, maximal way to conduct your devout life, your pious practices. There are a variety, and those reflect a variety of temperaments, constitutions, formations, but also the divine predestination. God wills that you assume a different pious practice than I assume, like the wearing of a habit, for instance. It wouldn't make sense for a layperson to wear a habit. You have lay fraternities, or you have third orders, which have certain times and seasons in which they might wear part of a habit or a habit. But it would just be like bizarre. It'd be like, Matt, aren't you married? Don't you have 4 kids?
Yeah, this is at best confusing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's because God wills different things for different people. And I really do like insisting on the lowercase t traditions of the church. So like a lot of people will bristle at the mention of Thomism. They're like, you guys think everyone should be a Thomist? I was like, no, I think it's an excellent way by which to approach reality. And I don't think that we should relativize it and say it's just one way, because I do think it has a kind of pride of place.
Yeah.
But I also think it's super important for the health of Thomism, for the health of other intellectual traditions, that people develop those other intellectual traditions vigorously. Because if not, I think that people will eventually reject Thomism, because people reject all things that are proposed with authoritarian confidence. So I think that we need to have a vigorous debate in the academy and in the church on substantive issues, and we need to bring different conceptual resources to the table. Otherwise, people are just going to assume that this is the way. They're going to find problems with it. They're going to reject it. But it's like, we found problems with it too. That's why we're in conversation with other people from whom we can learn and from whom we can benefit. And so when it comes to the devout life, I think it's, let a thousand flowers bloom. And this is one way of praying the rosary. This is one way of praying the rosary. This is one way of praying the rosary.
The church also doesn't mandate that you pray the rosary.
No.
I think it's important to say. I think it's really important that we distinguish between, say, what the church, there's a spectrum, hey? What does the church forbid? What does the church caution against? What does the church permit? What does the church encourage? What does the church mandate?
Exactly.
And I think too often, maybe not too often, but you occasionally see people, they take a liking to a particular devotion and they speak about it as if the church is mandating it when it doesn't. And I think thereby, in a sense, heaping up burdens.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because most Western devotions, it seems to me, if you read about them, are attributed to some saint or some inner locution or some vision. What I'm saying is, if you want to say, but you should pray the rosary because it was revealed to Dominic or something. Okay, but you can say that about many. I wouldn't be surprised if it's hundreds of devotions. So what are you going to do? Are you going to do all of them and drive yourself crazy? No, what you're probably going to do is choose a few and hopefully remain faithful to them, and then not mandate to the rest of the church that they ought to be experiencing prayer and devotional life the way you have found most optimal.
Yep. No, I agree wholeheartedly, because, and I'm sensitive to this too, especially in the digital space with podcasting. You have a listenership who trusts you and who looks to you for guidance. And that's cool, but it also can be abused.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, you should definitely, it's like, I recommend very few things, right? I recommend the 10 Commandments, the 5 precepts of the church, because they're mandated. You know, but when it comes to like, what's a book that I need to read? My go-to answer is the Gospel of John, right? Beyond that, you know, there are other things that you can read, but I really like G.K. Chesterton's Orthodoxy, but I never recommend it because it's so peculiar. And I think the chances that the person to whom I recommend it, that they like it are low, or at least not so good that I can have any confidence in making that recommendation. Because I think that when you make a recommendation, you say to somebody, I know you and I know what's good for you. But I think that's often a presumption to a relationship, which isn't really there. I think that those recommendations are best done in the context of a relationship. Like, I see you, I know you, I love you, and I think this might be for your good, right? But you're totally free to reject that in the context of a real relationship.
Yeah.
Whereas when you really lean on authority or make a recommendation from nowhere to no one or into the void, I think that the chances of misinterpretation and that going off the rails are higher. So I don't back off moral authority, but I only want to use moral authority in a way that's responsible. Especially, you know, like in the 21st century when moral authority has been so abused by so many communities. Like in the church, sure, people will say like, I mean, with scandals, it's tough. You know, we're in a tough spot. But also, like, you think about the pandemic for the last 3 years and the scientific community saying, we know this for sure. And it's like, yeah, you do. Okay, perfect. You know, so like we're in just a weird spot right now because people have been overplaying the authority hand, and then you see their cards and you're like, I'm sorry, you did that for what reason? You know, so yeah.
Yeah, that's good. The rosary.
So the church assigns plenary indulgences to 4 pious acts that you can gain any day without special provision. So read sacred scripture for 30 minutes, pray for 30 minutes in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament, make the Stations of the Cross in a public church or oratory, and pray the rosary in common. The church says if you do those pious acts with the other things, so you have to receive Holy Communion on the day of. You have to have gone to confession either 8 days before or 8 days after, like within that range. You have to pray for the Pope. Usually people say an Our Father and a Hail Mary. And you have to seek to be detached from sin. If you do those things, you can gain a plenary indulgence for someone who's died or for yourself, not for other living people. And so it seems like the church is saying these are good ways. If you're looking to grow your devout life, these are good ways to explore. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
What are your thoughts on the luminous mysteries?
Yeah, party on. So they were promulgated in 2002, I think.
I think so.
In like I think it was October something of 2002. But yeah, St. John Paul II, I suppose he was looking at the landscape and said, we go from Jesus is 12 and he's lost to his parents for 3 days, thus, you know, kind of foretelling the resurrection, and restored to them, I should say, thus foretelling the resurrection. And then we go from there to the agony in the garden. So it's like, holy smokes. You get the impression that this man came into the world to die, which is true enough, but he also came into this world to live. And I think that returns us to the point that I was harping on earlier, that all of the deeds and sufferings of Christ save. The baptism is an excellent example of this. Like, why is the Lord baptized? You ask that question, why are we baptized? Well, it's because we're born in sin, says Psalm 51. So we need baptism in order to be healed and grown beyond our fallen state. I mean, we remain fallen, but we can heal from some of it. We can grow beyond some of it, so that we can receive this adoption as sons and daughters of God, grace, virtue, gifts of the Holy Spirit, all kinds of cool things besides. But none of that applies to Christ, because he doesn't need to deal with sin, whether original or personal. He already is the natural Son of God. He has grace, virtue, gifts of the Holy Spirit out the wazoo, if I can speak somewhat casually. So why then is he baptized? St. Ambrose makes this observation, and he says, when we have the waters poured upon us or are immersed in the waters, they cleanse us. Like, that's the trajectory. Waters to us, cleansing goes on. In the case of Christ, when he's immersed in the waters, he cleanses them, which is to say he imparts to them the power to cleanse us.
What does that even mean, though?
So it's like he's instituting
not
the sacrament.
actually cleansing the waters that he's within. So what is he doing?
Basically, he's instituting the sacrament of baptism.
Okay.
So by his institution of the sacrament of baptism, now when the minister of the church pours the water over an infant's head and says, child, I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, that affects what it signifies.
But it would have done that whether or not he was baptized.
So it would have done that provided only that he instituted the sacrament of baptism.
Yep.
And so we see him institute the sacrament of baptism in his baptism, right? But like with any of the sacraments have a power to communicate a grace, right? So we would say that sacraments are signs of a sacred thing which make men holy. But we also say that each of them were instituted by Christ. So it's a contentious question in the Middle Ages whether that institution is mediated by the early church, but Christ...
I just don't know why I don't know why Ambrose's point is so profound. You think of other And
I love
obviously
that.
I'm wrong.
No,
okay,
no,
but I'm
it's
just
great.
trying to wrestle with
No,
it.
you got to suss it out.
Yeah, so like, I mean, there are other sacraments that we don't see Christ engaging in specifically, like
know what you
extreme
say.
unction.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like that had to happen for him to somehow hallow all of the oil in the world or a specific type of. So it sounds cute and poetic, like we do this so we are cleansed. He does this so he can cleanse. Oh, that's nice. Or he absorbs the sin. Like, I can see it like in a kind of poetic interpretation.
Yeah.
But well, maybe when you make it kind of literal and specific, maybe that's what I'm trying to do, and I shouldn't be doing.
No, it's good. Let's keep going until you're satisfied, or until Jesus comes back. So here's the thing about that gesture.
Yeah.
It's a strange gesture. So we
to be baptized.
For him to be baptized.
Yeah, that is strange. So it merits questioning.
Yeah,
then.
so for one who is less than him, who acknowledges the fact that he is less than him, I'm not worthy to loosen the straps of your sandals. I should be baptized by you, etc., etc. But the Lord says that it's necessary for the fulfillment of all righteousness. Okay. The word there being dikaiosune, which is like justice in the deepest sense of the term, which is to say to be made right with God. Okay? So he's saying this is for salvation. So that underlines the fact that all of the deeds and sufferings of Christ save, or that this, at the very least, this deed of Christ saves. So then you ask the question, how is the Lord saving? And the paradoxical nature of the gesture, I think, it makes that question more urgent, because we know how baptism ordinarily saves.
Yeah.
It makes you an adopted son of God. It gives you grace, virtue, and the gifts of the Holy Spirit. It does a lot of cool things, but none of those apply to Christ. So when you recount that, in your own telling of the story, then you have to drill down, like what's actually happening here.
Yeah.
And you can just say, juridically, he's instituting the sacrament. Cool. Okay. But what happens in sacraments? Visible signs communicate invisible graces. So the Lord is investing this visible thing with an invisible ability, as it were, or an invisible power, right? So we would say, and we just quote the woman who came up behind him in the crowd who had been hemorrhaging for 12 years. So power goes out from him. Even, you just grab the hem of his garment, power goes out from him. And so you get a deeper appreciation in, like praying through the baptism, because we're talking about the luminous mysteries. You get a deeper appreciation for the power that goes out from him. And you get that also in the transfiguration. Like, the Lord constrains his glory. I was preaching about this maybe yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. So we often think about, he said in the gospel yesterday, I'm meek and humble of heart, and we think about that as like Christ is weak and he's initiating us into this slave mentality. I should say our atheistic contemporaries think that. But it's like, no. When we talk about God, he's not a tame God. When we talk about God, we're talking about overabounding life, but we're talking about overabounding power. Slow down, Gregory. You're getting ahead of yourself. Okay, so, and what we see in the incarnation is the Lord actually constrains his glory so that it doesn't destroy us, right? So we talk about the weight of glory, that God is greater than our hearts, that eye has not seen, nor ear heard, nor has it so much as dawned on the heart of man what God has ready for those who love him. So there's something potent here. All right, but God veils his radiance. God constrains his glory. God makes mute the word so that we can actually interact with him, so that we can recognize and receive something which comes to us clothed in human vesture, because otherwise it would tear us apart. Not in the sense that God is creepy, right? But in the sense that we're talking about being itself. He whose very nature is to be. Everything else that we experience in this world is a limited sense of to be. It's like a kind of narrowed down sense of to be. And so God, in the incarnation, he makes the divine causality like more tolerable for us in a certain sense. And we see something of that in the baptism, in the transfiguration, because when the glory breaks through, it's like, holy smokes. Right? And not just in a poetic sense, but in a real sense. With the transfiguration, it grinds them under, in the sense that they can't lift up their heads. It's not like, oh, let's bow, this is a holy thing. It's like they almost go to sleep. It's so thick. Wow. The atmosphere is so thick. And I think you have something of that in the baptism. Like the power goes out from him, that it imparts to the waters the very capacity to cleanse. And that the Lord, in submitting to the baptism of John, showing his humility, it's not just like, oh, look how humble he is. It's like, look at the humility of the whole dispensation of salvation history, of God's dealing with men, of the divine condescension, of the abbreviated word, which adopts this posture so that he can speak to us face to face in the context of friendship, and in the setting of friendship to draw us up into the communion of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So like, I think you could begin to get an intimation of that. Do you have to say all that to yourself while praying the baptism of the Lord? No, but I think that that's at work in it.
Yeah.
And I think you have contact with what is at work in it. And I think that changes you, which is like, even if you don't know what you're saying when you're praying the rosary, I think you have to account for the fact that 40 years later, this dad who led his family in the rosary now has sane kids.
Wow.
It's like, how do you I mean, when 25% of this generation identifies as something other than, heterosexual, it's like, I mean, like this whole family, they're all, I mean, and not to say like parents who have 7 kids and one of whom might be a little bit off the rails right now. It's not like you failed, but it's to say like, how do you account for sanity cross-generationally? Except God's fidelity, which is made manifest in, which is communicated through our sacramental practice, our life of prayer, our friendship, like the realness of our relationships, whatever. So
yeah, that's really good. Luminous mysteries.
Yeah, I'm for them.
Yeah.
So I wear 150 on my hip, like the aforementioned freshman.
I wonder how panicked Dominicans were when that came out. Like, oh no, am I going to have to get, this is going to be even longer?
Yeah, exactly.
The bead's going to have to get significantly smaller?
Yeah, so I think there are reasons not to do it. When you're thinking about St. John Paul II, 2001, he's like, should I? There are reasons not to because of, this connection with the Psalms. There are 150 Psalms, the Psalter of Our Lady.
Breaks the imagery.
Yeah, and also people have been doing it this way for a long time, so are we sure we want to? But it sounds like in the church there are already quite a few people who are already adding mysteries.
And it also, to be clear, is a suggestion that John Paul II said was a suggestion.
Yeah.
That's important too. It's not like he was now mandating something.
Yeah, and then he kind of goes through and says, you can pray these mysteries on these days if you're in the habit of praying the rosary every day. And he assigns those mysteries to Thursday because of the connection with the institution of the Eucharist, which is cool, so yeah, I think let 1,000 flowers bloom.
I want to point out 2 books that people might be interested in. One is I wrote a book on the rosary with Ascension Press. Would you mind putting a link in the description?
I got you, dog.
Thank you. Very appreciate that. He never talked to me like that when I didn't have any hair. He just called me a loser. So this is I like this little rosary. I actually wrote this for a class in theology. Dr. Michael Barber was my professor. And in this book, what I do is I show how every rosary has a type in the Old Testament. And so it's very biblically based, and it's also infused with writings from the church fathers. It's in a little leatherette book. You could get that if you wanted. It's also in Spanish, which is cool, and Braille.
That's awesome.
I just found this out after the fact. Another book I want to tell people about is our book that we wrote together. Here it is. Can I hold it up for people Thursday?
That camera.
Yep. Marian Consecration with Aquinas, a 9-day path for growing closer to the Mother of God that Father Pine and I put together. So, if you like the rosary, and you're into Marian things, but a 33-day preparation just seems a little too much for you right now. If you're more of a sprint guy like me, I'm thinking of Gimli from The Lord of the Rings, where he says something to the effect of, we're lost in cross country. We dwarves are sprinters, something to that effect.
Right.
I support you.
I now regret saying that anecdote. Yeah.
Look
very confused.
I think your pocket guide is out of print.
Oh.
Because it's not even on Ascension's website.
Is it on Amazon?
No, unless the only place I can find it on Amazon is in a 5-book
That's how good
bundle.
it is. It's not because they discontinued it, Father. It's because it was that good.
Selling like hotcakes.
Oh, do your best. Look into that one. But yeah, this is a good book, Marian Consecration, that we'd recommend that you check out. It's on Audible as well if you want to listen to somebody do it. But it'll take you 9 days of preparation to total consecration with Mary. And we kind of address some of the concerns that people might have about praying to the saints or too much attention to the Blessed Virgin Mary or things like that. But did people say stuff to you about this book?
Yeah. Yeah. A couple of people have read it, and a couple of people have liked it, and a couple is a loose term.
When I became Catholic, I was immediately confronted by Protestants who were very well-meaning people and loved the Lord and were serious. And they had criticisms, of Catholics' devotion to the Blessed Virgin Mary. And so I feel like at the time, as I was becoming a new kind of Catholic, I was a little defensive and a little kind of gun-shy.
Yeah.
Now, 22 or whatever years in, like, you can't speak more effusively of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And whenever you do, I'm like, keep going. I can't get enough.
Full send.
I just love her.
Yeah.
And
I think G.K. Chesterton said that Mariolatry is the badge and boast of every papist or something like that. Type of thing he would say.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about it at all. Like Maximilian Kolbe, he speaks, I'm like, keep going, baby. That's not even close to what I want. I just think she's the bee's knees, to put it in theological language.
Exactly, yeah. Yep.
But yeah, that could be a beautiful way to kind of develop a devotion to the Blessed Virgin Mary. It's the Holy Rosary. Yeah.
Father, can you translate for us real quick? Mary is the bee's knees into Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah. No problem.
What about German? Holy mackerel, there's a lot of people watching right now. We have 715 people watching, and the chat is flutter.
It's a dumpster fire is what I call it.
A dumpster fire? I have this theory. I don't know if it's real or not, but I feel like here's the theory. Lay people are angry at priests for ruining their liturgy. So they're like, fine, you can't touch this. This is our thing. If you mess with this, we will excommunicate you as best as we're able as lay people.
Are you talking about the rosary? Or you're talking about live streams? Nice.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no live streams. Beautiful. All right, now let's see. I have asked my beautiful local supporters if they have questions. And I want to let everybody know 2 things about locals. Immediately after this stream, Father Pine, even though he doesn't know about it yet, is going to lead a quick stream answering your questions directly over on locals, mattfrad.locals.com.
Party on.
Also, I want to let people know that we are about to lead a 5-part micro course in Flannery O'Connor taught by Father Damien Ference, who has his doctorate in Flannery O'Connor and Thomism. So if you're interested in getting access to that, become an annual supporter over at mattfrad.locals.com. You get a bunch of free things in return. Our staff is growing here. We have other people, at least 2. You don't even know about this, that I'll be bringing on soon in different capacities. And so our expenses are going up, and there are other issues. So mattfrad.locals.com, please become an annual supporter, because it actually really is what helps us so much. Did you have something to say before I dived into?
Yeah. https://hallow.com/Matt.
Hallow.com/Matt. Are you looking for the #1 Catholic prayer app? Just Catholic app. Hallow.com/Matt. Have you used it?
I have not.
It's really good. I know I always say this, but anyway, if you go to hallow.com/Matt, it'll help you pray. It has sleep stories. It has all this different Catholic music on there, including my Catholic lo-fi that you can listen to. I'm really glad about it. Actually, we just made the transition for one of our children who's now old enough to get a smartphone. So we went from like dumb phone to smartphone. He's 16. Locked the phone down entirely, of course. There's no app store. There's no, things. But Hallow is something he can use.
Nice.
And Hallow has got a lot of great stuff. It has, like book studies and all sorts of things. So if you go to hallow.com/Matt, sign up on that page instead of getting it on iTunes, you can get it. You'll get the first 90 days for free. That's 3 months. You'll have access to the entire app. One thing I like to do is in the morning, I'll read over the gospel reading. And then they have something called Gospel Reflection, which is actually a podcast run by an Aussie. And you can listen to that daily as well. It's really good. So Hallow, HALLOW.com/Matt. Sign up over there so they know that I sent you, so they like me more, so
And
that I
sign
can
up.
then charge them more to do these ads.
Tremendous.
Do not sign up through Laura Horn's link. Sign up through my link because I
did
said
something
so.
funny
She's coming after you.
in relation to that. I'll tell you later. I can tell you now if you want.
Sure.
So we were when I was streaming the other day, we were watching Laura's videos, and she put up her link at the end.
Yeah.
And I used my streaming software to put Matt over her name. It's like nobody's.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Use the desktop site. That's the other thing we should say. Don't sign up on iPhone or Android, even in your web browser. Use the desktop
really?
website. Yeah, because you don't want, if you sign up using their
link on a phone.
I think so. But at least, just to be safe, everybody sign up on the desktop website, because you will be taking away 30% of their money if you sign up in the app.
Yeah, and you're giving it to Apple.
Apple or Google.
And we use it for our kids. Like sometimes Peter, my son, beautiful kid, love him to death, can't go to sleep. So we just play these beautiful little sleep stories, but it's the Bible being read to them. So this app was started by a fella who was into Buddhism and New Age. And he had this particular app for mindfulness and stuff, but it was very much infused by Buddhist sentimentality. And when he became a Catholic, he's like, we need something. And this app has grown insanely. And it's all because of my advertising. That's not true.
Can I interject 2 things?
Yes.
One, I realized recently there's a hole in my right shoe in the bottom of it, and it hadn't rained much in Washington, D.C. until this morning.
Okay.
And I was on the metro thinking my feet are sweating a lot, but I realized that my right shoe my right sock is just totally wet, which is awesome. It's kind of gross. And then the other thing is, can I plug the Dominican Rosary Pilgrimage?
Okay. Ooh. What's the website? I want to look it up.
I think it's just Dominican Rosary Pilgrimage.
Dominican Rosary Pilgrimage.com. Boom.
So it's
we need to know this so we can put it in the link in the description.
Blammo.
Nope, that's not it. So I'm going to Google it. You keep talking.
Thanks. Tell me when you find out what it is. I should know that website so that way I can say true things.
I got it.
Thank you.
You're quicker than me.
Yeah, I'm quickest Google in the West.
RosaryPilgrimage.org.
Oh, Rosary. Oh, so there's no. Yeah, that's much better. So it's September 30th in Washington, D.C. at the Basilica of the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception. And it's basically like a day of recollection. So
Beautiful.
I'll give a talk at 10, and then we'll have adoration with confessions throughout like the next 3 hours, give people the opportunity to bop out for lunch. And then another talk, recitation of the Rosary, and a vigil mass. But also a cool opportunity to meet friars from Godsplaining and the Thomistic Institute and other things besides. So it's just going to be like a day of recollection, jamboree at a holy place.
And you're worth, it'd be worth going just to hear you speak, but also Father James Brent is one of the most brilliant people I've ever encountered.
Yeah.
So he'll be speaking there as well. What I love is I'm doing the Hallow ad read, and you're probably thinking to yourself, oh, that reminds me, I've got to plug the pilgrimage thing.
Yeah.
But you led with, I have a hole in my shoe and my sock is wet. And I thought that would come full circle, but it didn't.
No.
Pilgrimage, walking.
Those are just things that I was thinking about. Yep.
Terrific.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take some questions from our local supporters, and we'll do that, and then super chats as well. So Tim Sweeney says, along the lines of children praying the Holy Rosary, I was brought into the discipline explicitly as a whole family prayer. Was that the way it always was, or when and how did it spread as a kind of family thing, he's asking?
Yeah, I don't know. I suspect that it started among those close to monasteries because of the inspiration of the 150 Psalms, the 150 Our Fathers, and then the 150 Hail Marys. But you know how communities grow up around monasteries, like we're seeing this in Clear Creek, Oklahoma. So I suspect that insofar as the family has kind of always been a principal means for the transmission of faith, that, it was a family prayer. Certainly that's how I grew up learning the Rosary, is my dad said, we're going to pray the Rosary every night, and we did. And some of us protested. I certainly protested, but then I was one of the only people who stayed awake throughout the entirety of it because my one sister and my mom always zonked. But I attribute that, or I attribute to that practice a good part of my, becoming a Dominican and liking the Rosary in turn.
God stoops to conquer, as Peter Kraft once said. And so Pascal's wager, for example, it's like, well, should your faith really be at this level? He's like, yeah, start there. If that's where you're at, that's fine.
Yeah.
And what I want to say in reference to the Rosary about that is, it's a great way to calm your kids down at the end of the day. So just I've said this 1,000 times. I want to keep saying it because I feel like I need to make up for all the ways I was a jerk as a new dad, thinking that my family Rosary should look a certain way, and it didn't. I found myself getting frustrated. But my Rosary that we do, Father, is the least impressive thing you will ever see, my friend. I mean, I got kids drawing. I got a kid getting up for their 9th glass of water. I got a kid who's like backwards on the couch with their head on the ground and their feet in the air for some reason. And we no longer care. We used to care. We thought that the Hans, Scott and Kimberly, they had children that may have levitated. Maybe one was kneeling on broken glass. Is this okay, Dad? Yes, son. And I saw my ragamuffins and attribute it to my incompetency as a father or something. But what I realized was, like, calm down their children. And now our rosaries are just really beautiful and calming. And so, let's pray the rosary. All right, sit down. Here we go. And I'm even reluctant to allow them to offer prayer intentions because that goes off the rails quickly.
See, my mom did that on purpose, but I think it was she wanted to know what we were thinking about, what we were worried about, which was great. But my prayer intention for practically every rosary of my childhood was that we would stop prayer intentions.
It gets too long. And so we just get through it, and it's beautiful. And I just want to encourage all the parents out there, if you want to pray the rosary, don't let the messiness of your family deter you. Sometimes we'll be praying the rosary and a kid's acting up, and I'll say, hey, do you want to go to bed? Like, you're welcome. If this is too much and you just want to go lay down, you can go. It's totally fine. We'll keep praying. That kind of gentleness actually makes the rosary way more appealing for children anyway. Yeah. Believe it or not, people don't like being shouted at every 3 seconds. It reminds me of my next door neighbor. We were talking about the craziness of family rosaries, and she said, this actually happened the other day, right? All right, come on, it's your turn. Our Father, idiot. It's the Hail Mary. You already did that one. Like, that was an actual conversation that took place. And that's okay too. Not what you're aiming for, but where you're at, and be gentle with yourself. Please be gentle with yourself. All right. Do you mind if this is something of a lightning round? Because I know some of these you've addressed before. So Arthur says, hello, Father Gregory. What was it about Dominican spirituality that led you to become a Dominican?
St. Thomas Aquinas.
Eddie says, Father Gregory, do you have a favorite chant?
Ooh. The O Lumen, which is an antiphon to St. Dominic. and you can find versions of it on YouTube. It's beautiful.
Am I right in thinking there is a Salve Regina that's specifically a Dominican version?
Yeah, it's kind of like Cistercian Benedictine, but we have our own little adaptations of it. It's longer. It's beautiful.
That one. It's so, it's kind of haunting in a way that the traditional one, or the one I'm familiar with, isn't. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Bit of a longer answer for this one. Kelly says, Matt, as a convert from Protestantism, I find that the scriptural rosary on hallow.com/Matt is a special blessing. I no longer fall into Bible idolatry as I perhaps once did as a non-Catholic, yet I do find it helpful to connect the scriptural underpinnings with each mystery. Not sure if that's a helpful perspective or not. It does make rosary praying almost 40 minutes, though. Beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, if that's
Sounds
what you
good.
want to do, go for it.
Also, you might like the book Marian Consecration with Aquinas because it's it kind of has a Protestant in mind, in the sense that it's a reasoned argument for the faith and kind of putting the faith, specifically our Marian practice, in conversation with the roots of it.
D. Schweitz 16 says, what other options are there for Marian devotion beside the Rosary? And are prayer beads only for the Rosary in the Roman Catholic Church?
Oh, great question. I assume so, but maybe I'm wrong.
Divine Mercy Chaplet.
Yeah.
It's like a rosary, but
Oh, right. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, and then there's like the Crown of St. Anthony.
Yeah, there's
and
a ton
there's
of
the
stuff.
Medjugorje Peace Rosary, which is like Our Father, Hail Mary, Glory be 7 times. People do that. And
the St. Michael Chaplet as well.
Right, yep.
Oh, the St. Michael Chaplet.
There's all sorts of reasons to pray it. As far as other Marian devotions, well, I mean, one is to pray the Angelus 3 times a day. Can you speak to that?
Yep. So traditionally 6 a.m., noon, 6 p.m., you pray the Angelus. It's a way to be recollected in the Incarnation as a saving event for you. Another one, too, would be the Memorare, which is a relatively ancient prayer, just asking the Blessed Virgin Mary with a kind of dire, exasperated urgency to help you with a particular thing. There's also the practice of the first Saturdays, that you would go to Mass on Saturday, which is usually assigned to the Blessed Virgin Mary unless there's another feast or solemnity or it's a liturgical season where you don't do it. So to receive Holy Communion, to go to confession on first Saturdays, it's like the first Friday devotion in that way.
I do like the Angelus. It's sort of the poor man's rosary. When you get to the end of the day and you're exhausted and you're like, I do not have the patience to pray a rosary with these children without hurting one of them physically. Let's just do the Angelus and go to bed. But the Angelus is actually a very beautiful thing because it's short. It centers all on the Incarnation, which is the main saving event.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then, 3 times a day. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should do it.
There are other things besides, but that's a good list.
D. Schweitz again says, I am Protestant, strongly considering Catholicism. How essentially is the Rosary / Marian devotion being Catholic? Why can't I just pray the Psalms? Beautiful question. That's a great question. If you're watching right now and you're a Protestant and you're attracted to Catholicism, but you're like, how much of this Mary Rosary stuff do I have to be just like in on? What would you say?
So the Rosary is an optional prayer. Belief in the role that the Blessed Virgin Mary exercises in the life of the church, in the history of salvation, is not optional. But I think a lot of people, what they do is they think, I have difficulty with this, so I have to drill down on this. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that you pay attention to God and God reveals the things which are precious to him. If you want to read up on Marian devotion, great. Or if you want to read up on, Marian kind of doctrine more broadly, great. But I would say that if you're thinking about becoming Catholic, I wouldn't necessarily focus on all of the points of division. I would focus on the things that you are attracted by, and maybe just spend more time with them, whether that be at the level of doctrine or devotion or, arts, literature, culture, whatever it is, and allow the good things to work on you. And then ask God for, if there are other things that need to fall into place, cool. But a lot of people are like, all right, there's a conflict. We need to just face this conflict head on. It's like, I don't know. We don't do that with our friends always.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just invite them out for coffee and we're like, we're not going to talk about this. I don't intend to talk about this. I just want to spend more time, because oftentimes when my temptation is to spend less time, that's probably a sign that I need to spend more time, just normal time, If we're getting frustrated at each other over business, it's like, when's the last time we took a vacation together? Because if I've just changed the nature of this relationship such that it's only the one way, I've lost sight of the other way, ... So
I like that.
Yeah.
And then somebody says in response to this, Erin, whose comments are always just spot on. This woman's amazing. She says,
she's also the one who tricked you yesterday.
I know. She says, I'm a Catholic and I prefer / find more fruitful Liturgy of the Hours, Divine Mercy Chaplet, and Jesus Prayer. I'll pray the Rosary if a friend does it, or at a Rosary potluck maybe once a week. Beautiful. There is freedom here, people. Daniel Mills says, do you think the addition of the luminous mysteries has an overall positive or negative impact on the rosary?
I think positive, overall positive. Yep.
Kyle Whittington says, how is the rosary not worship of Mary? Most of the prayers are directed at Mary, and the Hail Holy Queen has some pretty strong language.
So I'm not uncomfortable with worship of Mary, with the language.
Please do not clip that.
Or with the concept. Okay. Because what is worship?
There we go.
So worship is honor or respect referred to another person. That's just what worship means. There are two principal expressions of worship. In the Latin tradition, we talk about like adoration or sacrifice, and then veneration or intercession. The Greek background to that, you've probably heard the words latreia or latria, sometimes pronounced, and then dulia. So there are two modes of worship. But for instance, in Anglican exchange of marriage vows, in an older formulation, one says to the other, I thee worship with my body. I thee respect, esteem, honor with my body. So there are two principal expressions of worship. The higher, which is for God alone, adoration, sacrifice. The lower, veneration, intercession, which is also referable to human beings. So I think that we're asking her intercession, and then we're venerating her because God is made glorious in his saints, which is entirely appropriate because we venerate sports icons, you know, and we ask the intercession of our close friends. I think that where Protestants have difficulty with quote unquote worship of Mary is in part because when most Protestant ecclesial communions kind of get rid of the Mass, or they change the theology of the Mass such that the Eucharist is no longer present or is no longer confected, what you're getting rid of is something essential to the worship of God alone, sacrifice, okay? And then you begin to flatten all of worship into a kind of veneration or intercession, and then you start having problems referring that to both God and to saints because you've changed the nature of the higher worship and getting rid of the sacrifice of the Mass. And so it begins to introduce a tension which I don't think ordinarily would have been there in the same way. But we have this reflected in our language. So in litanies, for instance, we ask God to have mercy on us. We don't ask him to pray for us. We ask saints to pray for us. Yeah. That's a different mode of prayer. It's a different mode of worship. If people don't like the word worship, fine. Use it. It's just like, it doesn't bother me if you...
I think what's important for maybe our Protestant listeners is to realize that when you're using the word worship in the context of relation to Mary, you don't mean attributing divinity to.
No, yeah. Yep.
And we should point out that emphasis doesn't mean worship. I mean, of course, the Rosary has more prayers to Mary. It's a Marian prayer.
Yep.
But at no point are we attributing divinity to the Blessed Virgin Mary. But you did point out the Hail Holy Queen. So I thought what we could do is just read through it. It's quite a short prayer when you read it, just to see what's the most problematic verse here. Hail Holy Queen. So she's the queen because she's the mother of the new Davidic king, the fulfillment of the Davidic monarchy, Jesus Christ. Mother of mercy. What does that mean? Well, I guess that could mean a number of things. It could mean that she's the mother of Jesus Christ who shows us mercy, or it could mean that she is the dispenser of all the graces of God, which would take a long conversation. Our life. Oh, we're calling Mary our life, our sweetness and our hope. Why would we call Mary our life, Father, do you think?
I think that's like as a model or as an icon, because we see how she participates in the divine life with sweetness, and it affords us hope. So I think it's her entry into the divine life, which is a model for us. We have that in Christ, but we have it in the Blessed Virgin Mary in a different register. And so I think that we make reference to her insofar as she makes reference to God. So, yeah.
So there's this, you know, in Latin, there's not in Latin, well, it is Latin, but in arguments, a fortiori, like from the higher, from the stronger argument, the less naturally follow.
Exactly.
So what I like to do with Protestants and Catholics who are squeamish about Marian devotion is to say the strongest thing I can possibly say about the Blessed Virgin Mary. If I can justify that, then it follows that everything else we say of her is okay. Yeah. So I will say it. If it were not for Mary, I would be damned. Right? Or I've been saved by Mary. There you go. That's even stronger. I think I can justify that claim.
Yep.
If I can say of the cross, I've been saved by the cross, or if it were not for the cross, I would be damned, and you know what I mean by that, then how much more could I be able to say that to the Blessed Virgin Mary, who is not an inanimate object, who had no say in our salvation, but it is precisely through her yes and bearing and bringing forth the God-man that I'm saved. I can say that of her. And in doing that, I'm not attributing divinity to her. I'm recognizing, as Louis de Montfort so beautifully says in True Devotion to Mary, that only God is he who is, and Mary is less than an atom, or rather nothing at all in comparison to God. And yet he has chosen to accomplish his greatest work through her, and that we trust that he who doesn't change will continue to do so. Maybe I just made people a lot more scared, but it's kind of like, it's kind of like when you talk to a Muslim and you're trying to help them understand the Trinity. You begin by saying what you don't mean. If they believe you in what you don't mean, namely, we're not saying there are three gods, okay, well then you can kind of wax eloquent about the Trinity and trust that I've already set up this guardrail, so if it sounds like I'm saying there are three gods, remember we agreed that I don't mean that. And I think something is true of the Blessed Virgin Mary. She is a creature. God had no need of her, no absolute need of the Blessed Virgin Mary at all, not then, not now. Right, so now that you've said that, then it's like, okay, now I can become a lot more comfortable with how some of these saints speak about the Blessed Virgin Mary. So if you come across our life in the Hail Holy Queen, the one thing you can know it doesn't mean is Mary's God, because we've established that that's not what it means. Now you can say, okay, fine, I agree that theoretically you're making that claim, but don't you think that this sort of language would take your attention off God and onto a creature in an unhealthy way? And okay, sure, maybe that's possible. And if that's happening in your life or those around you, then maybe you should discourage that. But the idea that God is this sort of attention hog who is unwilling that others should participate in reflecting his beauty just isn't how we live. It's just like when I see a baby and I talk about how beautiful it is, or when I say to my wife, like, you are all I would need this side of heaven. That's lovely. And I don't actually mean it, but we speak this way in human language, and we shouldn't be afraid to speak that way.
Can I?
Sure.
I think it's also like you could make it really simple. The answer to, we call her our life in the same way that like a parent might say that their kids are their life, right?
Yeah.
Or you might say that your wife is your whole life, right?
So you could come up with more of a poetic way.
Yeah. It's not.
What do you think about that word vomit I just dumped
I think it was
on you?
great. Yeah. And yeah, I love to see you get jazzed about it because it's clearly something you care about, which is beautiful. My one thing to add, I suppose, would be we often imagine that all relationships are competitive because we think about all relationships the way that we think about pizzas. And if I take one slice, that only leaves 7 for you. But it's just not the case. C.S. Lewis has a great meditation on this in The Four Loves, where he says you got 3 friends. I forget the names that he says. Let's say Adam, Benjamin, and Caleb. And let's say that they love each other and they have a wonderful friendship. And let's say that Caleb dies. You might think that Adam would now have more of Benjamin. Benjamin would now have more of Adam. But what they discover is that they've lost not only Caleb, but they've lost the parts of each other that Caleb brought out, that Caleb called forth. And so they lose something of each other as well. And so I think that in God's dealings with men, God uses instruments, he uses mediators, and it's not competitive. It's not like, oh, if you refer X percentage of devotion to the Blessed Virgin Mary, that only leaves 100 minus X percentage of devotion to refer to me. It's like God is working in and through his saints, and our veneration of them is ultimately referable to the Lord. What type of conscious event is going on at the moment? I don't think that's too terribly important. I think it looks different in Latin America, in the United States, in Canada, in Europe, in in different places. And I think that it's interesting to inquire into, but I just want to address this competitive nature that I don't think is true, and I think we need to move beyond.
Yeah. Kyle says, in 2 minutes or less, could you explain the what, how, and why of the rosary to someone who's never heard of it before? What is it? How should we pray it? Why should we pray it?
Yeah, it's a vocal prayer which gives rise to a contemplative prayer whereby we meditate on the mysteries of the life of Christ so as to be mystically united with him in a disposition of reception. We pray it, according to time and place and circumstance, I would say in a human shape. And so it's an Our Father, 10 Hail Marys, and a Glory Be represents a decade. Typically, you would say 5 decades. There might be prayers before and after, but whether or not they're essential is, it's kind of on a spectrum. But I tend to think that praying those decades is important and that you would focus on a particular part of the life of our Lord Jesus Christ. And the why is, union with God and profiting from the graces which he has in store. So what, when, where, how. So
that's good. Yeah, I think that was it. What, how, why. That was great. Thank you. Lise Vellas has a beautiful question here. It's very honest. She says, I'm stuck very much with the idea of how to spend personal prayer time. If the Holy Mass and the Rosary are objectively the best ways to give myself in prayer, and I allot myself 30 minutes for prayer each day, how do I avoid scrupulosity and not spending time with God in silent prayer? AKA, I feel bad when I want to spend prayer reading the Bible and being in silence with God rather than going to Holy Mass when I know I am able to go there every day.
Yeah, so I would say objective goods and subjective appropriation are two things. So there's an objective hierarchy of goods, and I think that we can refer to, the church's scriptures and tradition and the precepts, commandments, like this Enchiridion on indulgences to which I referred, as a way by which to assemble this objective hierarchy of goods. But that objective hierarchy is always interfacing with your subjective appropriation. So the law gives us indications of where the boundaries are, like, am I outside the bounds of righteousness? Am I inside the bounds of righteousness? But once you're inside the bounds of righteousness, I think there's room to explore, still hierarchically, right? But room to explore as it comports with you, right? Who am I in this time, in this place, in these circumstances, in light of these relationships, for the ultimate end of embracing my vocation unto the glory of God and the salvation of souls? And so I think that it's not that because the Mass is the highest mode of prayer that one thereby ought dedicate his 30 minutes of prayer every day to the Holy Mass. I think that you can do different things. I think obviously you're going to Mass on Sunday, but maybe go to Mass on Tuesday and Thursday, and then work on a habit of mental prayer. Maybe you spend 30 minutes on mental prayer on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and maybe you do a rosary for 50 minutes on Saturday and 50 minutes of mental prayer. Regardless of what you do, there should be some time every day where you have mental prayer. And by mental prayer, I mean that you recollect yourself in the presence of God, think about him, ask him, inquire with him, work things out with him, as it were, but afford a great amount of time for silence, the majority of time for silence. And you're going to be frustrated, you're going to be bored, you're going to be tired, but I think it's better to fail at prayer in that way than it is to succeed in an over-planned time of prayer, just because we feel like we have control, or we feel like, more secure in working through a list of things. Because I think ultimately the Christian life is something that is kind of done unto us by God, and our prayer posture should reflect that.
Yeah, that's really good, because if you were to ask yourself, well, what's objectively the best thing I can do today? You might go nuts and
go to Mass 18 times.
Yeah, like why not? Like, wait, the Mass isn't important enough for you to go 18 times? Like, you have something better to do that could be more efficacious. Like, when you start these arguments, that you start to realize just what you're saying, that it has to interface with our humanity.
Yeah,
there are days I wake up like, I don't want to go to Mass, so I'm not going to. I'm going to just go for a run, and then I'm going to pray in the sauna. And again, whether I don't even know if should is the question, because I'm not being bound to go every day as a Catholic. So
yeah, you don't want to get kind of turned this way and that by whimsy or caprice, or just like I feel this way, or I'm going to overindulge in drink the night before because I don't have to go to Mass tomorrow. ... So you don't want to just give free rein to potential excesses or defects in our character, but also provided that we are seeking to grow in the life of grace, that means we're going to be healing. And we're going to be able to trust our desires more, such that our desires are a reflection of what God is asking of us or what God is leading us into. And I think that we have to be able to trust ourselves at a certain level, because why else would God have made us in the way that he did? Yeah.
Gavin says, can Father Pine explain why he thinks the Blessed Virgin Mary, or whether, died before being assumed into heaven, body and soul?
Yeah, I think I tend in the direction of that she died, and I think in union with our Lord Jesus Christ. So there's a lot of things where you can ask interesting questions, like, was the Blessed Virgin Mary baptized? So no original or personal sin, a kind of similar situation to our Lord Jesus Christ, but then our Lord is baptized. So she might have wanted to be baptized in union with him. He might have wanted her to be baptized, for the same reason. So you can ask a similar question about death. So she doesn't, again, no personal or original sin, so no necessary connection to the life of death, but yet our Lord assumed these co-assumed defects. So he assumed the consequences of sin: hunger, thirst, fatigue, suffering and death. So too it might make sense that our mother, the Blessed Virgin Mary, in union with her son, would assume a similar pattern of life, even terminating in death. So I tend to think death, that's a kind of Western tradition versus the Eastern tradition of dormition.
And yet it should be said that when Pope Pius XII, Assumption, 9th, who declared the Assumption, left that question open.
Exactly. Yep.
Kelly says, Father, is pride the root of scrupulosity? As in, I should have been or done better, but I wasn't. Now I can't let it go. But why? Because I need God's forgiveness and it annoys me that I do. Maybe that, is it?
Pride is the root. So I think it's always safe to say that pride is the root, because pride is the root of all sins. We made mention of St. John Cassian, or John Cassian, depending on which tradition you follow. He has one of those conferences dedicated to the deadly sins or the capital vices. They're called different things in the tradition. And he identifies 7 that we would think of, but instead of pride, he lists vanity or vainglory. And he says pride is an 8th because it's really the mother of all sins.
Okay.
So pride's at the root of everything. We're always relying overly much on ourselves, and we shouldn't be surprised that we do. But to heal from pride takes a whole life.
Are you referring to, or have you read Evagrius of Pontus? Yeah. I believe that one of the sins that they often speak about in the East is sadness, which is so cool. Because I heard this Buddhist monk once say this, since we can learn from all traditions when it coheres with the truth. He said one of the reasons he started to be happy was out of compassion, because other people had to live with him. I thought that was good.
Yeah, people often talk in the East about sloth, or acedia, A-C-E-D-I-A, as a kind of spiritual sadness, because you look at the divine good, you look at what you're made capable of, you think to yourself, I'll never make it there, and then you just kind of give up on it. And that's sinful, because that's not our judgment to make. It's God's judgment to make. He's like, I've called you to this life, so stop being a baby, you know, or stop thinking about yourself so much. Think about me, and then I'll work it out.
Tim Bryant says, Matt, your first interview with Father Pine really changed my life. And so I just wanted to give a big thank you to you and Father Pine, since there's a good chance I won't be able to thank you guys in person. Thank you so much, Tim.
Cheers.
John the Long-Winded says, what is a solid definition of worship, and has our understanding of worship changed before and after Christ? Feel free to just swipe at this one, because I know you just spent a good deal of time talking about it.
No, that's great. So St. Thomas talks about it in the treatise on justice. He talks about a virtue called religion. And in the context of religion, he refers to like cult or obsequy. But basically, like with respect to God, it's a kind of recognition and then a referring of our lives to him in recognition that he is the creator in the end. And the 2 interior acts of worship or of religion are devotion, which is a prompt offering of one's heart, and then prayer, which is a raising of one's mind. And those are manifested by exterior acts of religion or of worship, which would be like sacrifice, adoration, or adoration, sacrifice, oblation. He lists tithes, first fruits, vows, adjurations, all kinds of things besides. But basically, it's like you place a claim on your life in referring it to one, you know, who is worthy of it. But in the broad definition that I gave of worship, I just said it's a referring of esteem, respect, or honor. And so St. Thomas, you know, it envisions that as something which can be referable to both God and human beings in that broadly construed sense.
C. Ramirez, 97, says, interested in learning about the early church. Where can I go to start to read about the early church fathers? I would recommend Jimmy Akin's book, The Fathers Know Best. It's an excellent little book that's topical. So one chapter might be the Eucharist or prayers to the saints or purgatory, and then he shows chronologically the earliest Christians, the church fathers in this instance, who spoke about those things. That would be, I think, a nice way to kind of, yeah, what do you say, wet your feet. What do you think?
I agree.
Johnny 6767 lowercase g says, when and how did you realize you wanted to become a priest? Feel free to disregard if you've already answered this a bunch in the past.
19, St. Thomas Aquinas. I wanted to love the Lord the way that he loved the Lord.
Now, I asked you earlier about what inspired you to become a Dominican. You said Thomas Aquinas. I know there was a specific book that you love.
Yeah, The Quiet Light by Louis de Waal.
Which is a fictitious recounting of Thomas
like historical
Aquinas'
fiction.
Beautiful.
Maybe for like a high school audience.
Aaron says, what would you say to someone who doesn't like the rosary, who struggles to relate with or appreciate Mary?
Yeah, I mean, something similar that you might say to a person who's being nice to you and you resent that. Okay, so what am I trying to say? Let's say you have somebody in your life who's trying to be nice to you, trying to give you gifts, and you don't like them for whatever reason, and you kind of resent them for whatever reason. You have to work through that to find out why, like what kind of baggage am I bringing to the situation? It might just be that it's not a good fit, okay? But in this case, with the rosary, there's a high likelihood that the fit could be there, insofar as it is one of these devotions that's highly esteemed by the church. So be patient with yourself. Maybe do a little work to unpack the baggage. Like, why is it that maybe there's something there? But if not, just give it time.
Okay, let's see. I like this. It has nothing to do with the rosary or Mary, but it is something.
I really like this question.
Tips or guiding principles, that one?
No.
Oh, well, let me read this one.
Question?
Which one?
The one right above it.
Oh, I'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I like this one too. Tips or guiding principles to determine which civil laws are morally permissible to break. And he's like, I love that my people have all this self-awareness. Like the last guy's like, don't answer if it's stupid. I'm so sorry. I'll just let myself out. Well, this guy also says, just realize this has nothing to do with the topic of the day. Ignore if you want.
Yeah.
It's a good question because I intentionally run red lights in this town, Father.
Oh, really?
And with
He's joking.
tremendous...
For legal reasons, that is a joke.
Yes. I only mean on Minecraft. That's what I mean. I intentionally, as a joke, always blow through red lights because there's way too many in Minecraft because there's way too many lights in this silly town and the population has like been cut in fourths. So many of them are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Again, I wouldn't just in Minecraft, like if I come up to a stoplight, sometimes the road is closed because of construction. And so it's a little street where no cars go. This side is closed. I look left and I go and I'm never going to stop. Unless you tell me to. So yeah, there you go. What civil laws are morally permissible to break?
Yeah, because it's so circumstantial, I would say I'm going to give some principles. One is 3 reasons that I can imagine for quote unquote breaking a law. One is that it's an unjust law, right? So it's not binding because it's morally offensive or repulsive. And you can imagine something like this. You don't have to think back too far. So then the next would be, and part of that too is an association, or it's trying to determine whether Gregory, slow down and speak clearly. You're trying to determine whether the state is saying this is a good that I propose to you, or this is something that we're asking you to do, and we're going to penalize you if you don't do it, but we don't really like make a judgment as to whether or not it pertains to your good as a human being. That's pertinent, okay? And then the next thing is epikeia, which if the lawmaker